Welcome to Cobalt Fairy YouTube channel.
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.
A Forbidden Waltz with the Dashing Duke by Hazel Linwood. Chapter 1. Christopher shifted in the uncomfortable hard wooden chair, trying to find a position that would not leave him utterly stiff. By Jove, this is worse than the seats at St. Martin's in the Fields. At least I have a cushion there. How did father manage to get through 30 years of this? As if he'd read his mind, his uncle, Nestor Hicks, the Earl of Totham, leaned over toward him. Getting stiff already? Wait until you reach my age. Christopher nodded with his chin toward the speaker. He has been up there for 3 hours, talking. How much longer are we expected to sit through this? His uncle chuckled. However long it takes. Lord Westchester once spoke for near 6 hours. I would have paid a pot of gold to have gotten out of having to sit through that one. You gather my meaning, eh, what? He laughed quietly once more. Christopher had always liked his uncle Nestor, brother of his late mother. He had to admit he found it a great relief to have an instant ally in the House of Lords, where he did not know many of his fellows. He glanced around the gallery at the many empty seats. There were no more than 30 or 40 lords in attendance, and all of them appeared to be rather on the old side. Following his gaze, his uncle cleared his throat. Shameful, it is really. All these empty seats. It's the season, and we should have a full house each evening. Yet our fellow lords would rather shirk their duty to sit at White's drinking and placing wagers. I must say, having sat through that. He nodded at the speaker who stood between the two sets. I do not blame them. His uncle sighed. Which makes me even prouder that you are here, doing your duty. Your father would be ever so pleased. The mention of his father stirred something inside of Christopher. His father had passed away almost 6 months ago. He looked around the great chamber and tried to imagine his father sitting where he was now, listening to one speaker or another making their point, and then heading down to White's with Uncle Nestor or one of his fellow lords. The thought made Christopher smile. It felt good to think of his father as the healthy man he had once been. How I wish I had known him better when he was well. I should have spent more time with him when I had the chance. He sighed and felt his uncle place one wrinkled hand upon his forearm. He patted the older man's hand and they exchanged a nod, each knowing what the other was thinking. Once, when Christopher was just a young boy, his father had been one of the most respected peers in the realm. The title of Duke of Westmond had inspired fear and loyalty in the heart of his subjects and trust and reverence in the minds of his fellow lords, as well as the regent. His power and influence had reached far and wide. But then disease had struck him and the once strong, fear-inducing man had withered away over several painful years. The disease had robbed him in a few short years of not just his health and vigor, but also of his position at court as well as much of his wealth. Christopher blamed himself. He'd trusted Horton, their steward, to run the estate while their father sought treatment after treatment, never realizing Horton was lining his own pockets while bleeding the Westmond estate dry. Between the steward's stealing and the expense of the physicians who were summoned from far and away, they had soon found themselves almost on the rocks financially. By the time Christopher had taken control of the estate, they were almost bankrupt. No matter, I shall rebuild it all. I shall ensure that the Westmond name will once again be respected and I shall reclaim my father's position at court. The desire to rebuild the respect and wealth he felt he was owed to his family, was his main reason for sitting through these tedious proceedings day after day. He had arrived in London after the Easter break and had attended Parliament each day with his uncle, who made introductions he thought beneficial for Christopher. The speaker at the podium had at last concluded his speech, causing even his uncle, a passionate parliamentarian, to exhale with great relief. At last. Now, come quickly, Christopher. I would like to introduce you to another of my fellow lords. His uncle got up and made his way down the aisle, toward the prince's chamber where the lords often gathered before and after the sessions. He was surprised at how spry his uncle was when he wanted to be. Christopher struggled to follow him, and when he finally managed to catch up, his uncle had already struck up a conversation with two men, both of whom appeared to be in the same age range as his uncle.
Very well. Here he is now. This is my nephew, Christopher Newmont, the Duke of Westmond.
Lord Westmond, this is William Lonsdale, Viscount Havers, and Peter St. Clair, Baron Strigger.
A Viscount and a Baron.
And I have never heard of either. I wish Uncle Nestor would introduce me to some more influential types. Hiding his disappointment, Christopher greeted his fellow lords with a nod of the head.
I'll be darned.
You look just like your father when he was your age. Same striking blue eyes. Your father could instill the fear of God in anyone with those eyes. Viscount Havers said with a chuckle. Indeed, it is true. Quite the force, your father was, my lord. I expect you've inherited his spirit as well as his eyes. Baron Strigger added. He certainly has. The new Duke of Westmond shall be a force to be reckoned with, I declare. His uncle said with a certainty in his voice that made Christopher break into a grin. I shall hope so. While the older men continued their conversation, Christopher felt himself momentarily distracted by activity at the other end of the room. He glanced over and saw two younger men squabbling. I was counting on you, the taller fellow said. He was broad-shouldered and had dark hair which hung down just past his chin. He was glowering at another man, shorter and with shaggy blonde hair. The taller man was presently jabbing his index finger into the shorter man's chest, clearly displeased about something. He appeared to notice Christopher's glance, for he turned his head and tilted his head. What? He barked, his voice deep and full of anger. Christopher raised both his hands and shook his head, looking away. That's Lord Thornmouth, his uncle explained. Don't mind him. He's in a bit of a mood. He'd been trying to get the Lord High Chancellor to do something about unemployment out in Cambridgeshire, and his pleas have fallen on deaf ears. Not something he's used to. He's used to getting his way, Thornmouth is. What? The Baron said, nodding toward the young man. Who is the other man? Christopher asked, glancing back. The quarrel between the two men appeared to have slowed somewhat, and they were now standing and talking with their voices lowered. Lord Lowndes, Viscount from Cambridgeshire, like Thornmouth. He was to back him up but then changed his mind. Christopher licked his lips. It appeared this young man, who could not possibly be much older than him, was a rising star in the House of Lords. He scratched his chin and made a note of the name. Perhaps he could find a way to make his acquaintance. These were exactly the kind of people he needed to know to rise among the peerage once more. Christopher bided his time and engaged in small talk with his uncle's friends, having determined that the elderly Viscount and the even older Baron were most certainly not going to be among those who would help him restore the Dukedom of Westmond to its former glory. No. If he wanted to reclaim what was once his, he'd have to find another way. He glanced behind him to where the young Lord Thornmouth and his companion were just departing. He pursed his lips, deep in thought. After what seemed an eternity, his uncle declared himself tired and in need of a rest, giving Christopher the chance to excuse himself and make his way toward his carriage. He was due to meet with his brother, Henry, for supper, and his stomach was already grumbling. Home, my lord? The coachman asked as he opened the door. Climbing inside, Christopher felt a tug in his heart. To my uncle's home? Yes, Thorpe, he replied and sat leaned against the cushioned backrest. They no longer owned a home in the city. Their beautiful home in London, Havisham House, was among the properties that had been sold in order to pay off the enormous debt his father had left behind. Due to his illness and the shady business of his estate steward, Christopher had spent the first few months of his dukedom trying to right the sinking ship. He was on the right path. Alas, Some of the actions that had to be taken had been painful. The sale of Havisham House among them. He'd loved the London house. Located in Westminster, it overlooked St. James's Park and featured one of the largest ballrooms in the entire city. His mother had loved hosting balls there when he was still a young child, long before consumption had taken her. I shall get it back. I shall. It is one of the first things I will do. These days, whenever they were in London, they stayed with his uncle at his modest Mayfair home. He glanced outside at the streets, which were lit by newly installed streetlights. Few people were about at this hour. He leaned his head against the window and watched as the houses passed, letting his thoughts wander. Even though he was not a keen rider, he always found the sound of trotting horses soothing, and tonight was no difference. The carriage was just making its way past Green Park and turned onto Half Moon Street when Christopher spotted a commotion up ahead. In the dim light of the street, he saw two masked men dragging a third off his horse. He squinted and recognized that the man being pulled off his horse was a messenger. Thorpe, stop the carriage. The vehicle came to a stop and Christopher jumped out, rushing toward the men. Stop, you rogues. The two men briefly looked up and then one rose to his full height, which was still somewhat shorter than Christopher, who'd inherited his father's tall stature. Walk away, me lord. This don't concern you at all. Christopher glanced down at the messenger, whose nose was already bleeding and whose expression was one of fear. Please, my lord. Help. The man begged. I order the two of you walk away and leave the man be. Do you order that now? The masked man asked. And on whose authority? Christopher grinned and crossed his arms in front of his chest. On mine. I am Christopher Newmont, Duke of Westmond. And I order you to let up. Now. The masked man turned to his companion, who was still holding down the terrified messenger. Do you hear that? The Duke of Westmond is ordering us to let the man go. What do you say? Shall we? His companion appeared to ponder the question for a moment, and Christopher felt quite certain that the two would do as he'd asked. He was, after all, a peer of the realm. Alas, he was quite mistaken. Nah, the second man said, and suddenly Christopher felt himself being grabbed by his long hair and pushed onto the ground. It was only due to the utterly surprising attack that Christopher found himself at a disadvantage. He was no stranger to fights and always came out victorious. This time, however, he found himself on the ground. From the corner of his eye he saw Thorpe rushing to his aid, only to be tackled by the second man, who'd let go of the messenger. To his horror, rather than help them, the messenger mounted his horse and rode into the night. The tall man straddled Christopher's chest and wrapped his hands around his throat, squeezing hard. Gasping for air, Christopher saw flashing images appear before his eyes. His mother, young and beautiful. His father, strong and in his prime. He and his brother with their parents on a summer's day. He, Christopher, the spitting image of his tall, dark-haired and blue-eyed father, and Henry, so like their mother. The images flickered as he struggled to breath. This cannot be the end. No. I will not allow it. I have never lost a fight and I shall not start now. Christopher knew he only had seconds left to act, seconds to save himself, and by the looks of it, Thorpe, who was now knocked out on the ground, was taking a beating from the second man. Christopher closed his eyes and gathered all of his strength. With one deep breath he curled his hand into a fist and a moment later, swung his arm forward. Chapter 2. Rowena made her way down the grand staircase, running her hand along the beautifully carved wooden handrail. She crossed the foyer, passing Mrs. Wooster, their housekeeper, on the way. Mrs. Wooster was carrying a bundle of freshly cut flowers in her sturdy arms and smiled as she passed. Lady Rowena, don't you look lovely today? Is that one of the new dresses her ladyship sent from Paris? It is indeed. She pulled the delicate silk fabric to the side and gave a little twirl, making the old woman chuckle. Utterly darling, I declare. I was meant to save all the new dresses for when we go to London next week, but I couldn't resist. And Mama is in London already with Margaret, so she won't find out." She paused and tilted her head to one side. "Perhaps I should not have told Mrs. Wooster. She is ever so loyal to Mama. But then, it is just the one dress, after all. She needn't have worried." The kindly woman smiled at her and shook her head. "She shan't find out from me. And I doubt Lady Catherine will tell her, given that she is presently prancing around the gardens wearing a new gown herself." She winked at Rowena, who grinned. "I shall carry on as these need putting in water." She lifted the bundle of flowers and departed when Rowena gave her a nod of the head. Rowena proceeded to make her way through the foyer. One of the footmen opened the large French doors leading outside. She stopped at the top of the stairs and inhaled. The scent of fresh-cut grass was in the air and the sound of birds singing in the distance drifted to her ears. It was May now, and spring was on the cusp of turning into summer. She loved this time of year. The harshness of winter was long behind them and the best season of all, the London season, was ahead of them. Rowena could hardly wait to join the rest of her family, who were already in London to attend the royal wedding, later in the week. "Rowena," her sister called out. She looked up and broke into a grin as her eyes settled on her younger sister, who was walking through their father's rose garden up ahead. Betsy Carmichael, Rowena's close friend, strolled alongside her. "Come, join us. It is glorious weather out here," Catherine called out. Rowena grinned as she gathered her pale, peach-colored gown in her hand, as to not let it drag along the sandy driveway and stepped onto the gravel path. "I see you could not resist the call of the new gowns any more than Cathy could," Betsy said with a smirk as Rowena joined them. "The best part of the war being over at last, is that we can finally have access to all these glorious gowns from France," Catherine said and gave a twirl. She was dressed in a striking yellow gown that flattered her blonde hair and pale skin. A row of white lace embroidery ran down her chest in a V shape and the same embroidery had been used around the hem. She'd paired the dress with a white spencer, it too was embroidered, this one with matching yellow flowers along the sleeves. "I would venture to say that the soldiers disagree with you there. However, I must admit that I have never seen gowns quite as beautiful. And Mama and Margaret have really outdone themselves. We have enough gowns and hats and reticules to last 6 London seasons." Rowena broke into a giggle, joined by Catherine. Suddenly, Rowena's eyes fell on her friend's face and she saw that Betsy had not joined in the excited giggles. No, instead she stood quietly, her hands folded in front of her, a polite smile upon her face. A wave of shame overtook Rowena and she reached out to clasp her friend's hand. "Faith, Betsy, I am ever so sorry. I did not mean to be so insensitive and boastful." Betsy waved her hand dismissively. "Please, do not fret, Rowena. I am happy for you. This is an important season for the both of you. Of course, Lady Hazelshire will want to ensure you have the very best and finest of everything. Besides, she has not entirely forgotten me." A sheepish expression crossed her comely face and her grey eyes flashed with a spark. "She has sent me a small trunk of items as well." Rowena exhaled, relieved that her mother had not forgotten their dear friend. "It was silly of me to worry. Of course, Mama provided for Betsy. She loves her ever so much." Betsy, the only surviving child of Lady Hazelshire's closest childhood friend, had been made an orphan 10 years prior when a devastating fire robbed her of her entire family. Lady Hazelshire, loyal to her friend as she was to all those she cared about, had taken her in and raised her alongside Rowena, Catherine, and their brother, Charles. "That is wonderful. You must show me later. We can pick out our promenade dresses for when we are in London." Betsy smiled and nodded. "We shall. Although I imagine Lady Hazelshire intended the new wardrobe to assist me in finding a position, more so than to go for strolls in Hyde Park." Rowena swallowed hard. She knew Betsy was right. While she had been raised alongside them, She was not of noble birth and the time had come for Betsy to find a position for herself. Perhaps as a teacher or governess. The thought of her friend leaving made Rowena incredibly sad. Of course, she knew that she would soon be leaving the family home as well. As soon as her father found her a suitable husband. She sighed. Rowena disliked change, but she knew very well what her place within the family was, just as Betsy knew hers. Rowena, do not look so Friday-faced. The London season is upon us. Catherine broke Rowena out of her sadness, excitement in her voice. She was presently squatting down beside a bed of orange roses, pulling the blossom toward her, and inhaling the scent with her eyes closed. Does this not smell divine? And the color matches my dress ever so well. I shall like to cut one and put it in my hair. Don't you think that would be marvelous? Rowena shook her head. A strand of her rich, dark brown hair fell into her face. I would not dare. You know how Papa is with his roses. Catherine scoffed. You are such a goody-good, Rowena. She set out to break one of the roses off, making sure not to poke her skin with any thorns, and wedged it behind her ear. Papa won't find out. He is in London, anyhow. Suddenly, her sister's blue eyes took on a dark expression. I cannot believe we were not invited. It is a scandal, I declare. Rowena and Betsy exchanged a glance, each suppressing a grin. I would not go so far as to declare a scandal, sister. If every member of every aristocratic family in England went to the wedding, they would have to hold the wedding at outdoors in St. James's Park instead of Carlton House. Indeed, Charles and Margaret were lucky to get invited alongside Papa and Mamma. Catherine shook her head and rose. Faith, Mamma and Margaret best memorize every detail. I shall want to hear it all the moment we get to London. She looked down at her hands, pouting. Rowena was struck by how young her sister looked. She was 17 now, a woman already, but still her face still had a childlike quality to it, especially when she was upset. I am certain they will, Rowena said and ran her hand along her sister's Spencering comfort. I know I should not say so, but I am ever so envious of Princess Charlotte. Her sister's voice slipped from matter-of-fact to dreamy. They say it was love at first sight between her and Prince Leopold. Can you imagine? Rowena sighed. She could not. She'd never dared to. She knew very well that as the oldest daughter she would be expected to marry whoever her father chose for her. And, as much as Lord Hazelshire loved his daughters, he would choose someone who would benefit the family and who increased their influence and wealth. Not someone who fit his daughter's romantic fantasies. Although she thought it wise to keep these thoughts to herself. Her sister was slipping into a melancholy mood as it was. I am sure it is wonderful. And I know you will find someone to love soon, Lady Catherine. Betsy said, giving the younger girl an encouraging nod. Instead of being encouraged by the comment, Catherine simply sighed. I would need to have my coming-out ball first, of course. Otherwise no man will even know I exist. She looked from Rowena to Betsy and back. Cathy? Rowena reached toward her, but Catherine removed her hand and shook her head. It is quite all right, Rowena. It cannot be helped. I simply must be patient. She rubbed her temples. I feel as though I am coming down with a rather nasty headache. I shall rest for a while, but I will see you at dinner time, I am sure. Without waiting for a reply, Catherine walked away toward the house. I feel ever so dreadful, Betsy, Rowena said as she and Betsy walked along the lake which lay just beyond the rose garden. It is my fault she has not had a coming-out ball yet. And it is my fault she has not yet been able to even look for a match. Rowena shook her head, her delight at the arrival of the beautiful gowns now a distant memory. Betsy looped her arm through Rowena's. It is not your fault and you know it. Do not let it vex you. I am certain your father will find a husband for you soon and then Catherine can have the most glorious of coming-out balls and be wed in no time at all. Rowena sighed. She knew that the only reason her parents had held off on giving Catherine a coming-out ball was because they had yet to find a husband for Rowena. While having both daughters out at the same time was not uncommon, it was unseemly. I can only hope. I still feel ever so terrible about what happened with Lord Mortimer. She shuddered at the memory. The year prior, her father had attempted to make a match for her with Louis Forbes, the Marquis of Mortimer. She had met the young man on several occasions, always properly chaperoned by her mother, and found him as tolerable as one could hope for in a match. She'd expected that an offer of marriage would be made in no time at all. In fact, her parents had been so confident that an offer would be made, plans were drawn up for a summer wedding as well as a coming-out ball for Catherine that fall, who'd been ecstatic at the idea. And then the unthinkable had happened. Lord Mortimer had run off with his secret lover, the daughter of a local butcher, and wed her at Gretna Green. Utterly devastated by the events, Lady Hazelshire had taken to her bed for a week, and Catherine had cried until her eyes were puffy and red, and Rowena, well, she had done what she'd been raised to do. Kept her composure. While her mother and sister had fallen into despair at their respective disappointments, Rowena had carried on as always. Faith, don't waste another thought on that scoundrel Mortimer. You'll see, soon enough you will have a new match and Catherine will have a ball. And I, God willing, will have a suitable position. Rowena frowned. Have you got any prospects? Her friend shrugged. Lady Hazelshire is going to take me along on her morning calls when we get to London to introduce me to some of the families that might be in need of a governess. Rowena sighed heavily. I shall miss you ever so much, Betsy. Her friend shook her head. Don't fret. I won't go far. You all are as close to a family as I have. I'd never want to leave you. Well. She winked. Unless a handsome young merchant asks for my hand in marriage. Then I might be inspired to go wherever he wants to take me. She swayed a little as she walked, and Rowena found herself pushing away a slight pang of envy. Sometimes I wish I had the freedom to wed a man I choose, like Betsy. She pushed the thought away, reminding herself of all the blessings she had in her life and of all the hardships Betsy had gone through. If Betsy could find a man who loved her and gave her a comfortable life, Rowena would be happy for her. There were few people who deserved happiness more than Betsy. Shall we return to the house? Betsy asked after they'd walked for a while in silence. Rowena nodded. Perhaps we should. I have much packing yet to do. I dare say, Mamma went a little over the top with her purchases. Betsy laughed out loud. She does love fashion. I will say, I was surprised she took Lady Dorset with her to Paris and not you or Catherine. Rowena shrugged. I expect she is trying to make nice with Margaret, since she will be the Countess of Hazelshire one day, when Charles inherits the title. Betty shook her head. I dare say I don't. She got no farther for up ahead. Catherine sprinted their way, running so fast she had to hold onto her bonnet to keep it from flying off her head. Rowena. Betsy. A messenger has come, a messenger. She reached them, totally out of breath, and bent forward, pushing her hands on her knees. In her hand she held a letter. Rowena recognized the broken wax seal at once as that of her father. She swallowed. Why would he be sending a messenger all the way to Herefordshire when they were going to be in London in less than a week? What is it, Lady Catherine? Betsy asked, anxiety in her voice. Catherine straightened and took a deep breath and then broke into a grin so wide it lit up her entire face. I am to have a ball. A coming-out ball. It is true. Papa has rented out the Worcester ballroom for it and he will invite all the finest lords and ladies. It will be in a month's time. Can you imagine? The Worcester ballroom? It is glorious. And to receive such news on the day of Princess Charlotte's wedding makes it all the more wonderful. She swayed back and forth, clutching the letter to her chest. Rowena felt Betsy's eyes on her before she even looked at her. When their eyes met, She could see that her friend knew what this meant just as much as Rowena did. She steadied herself and then addressed her sister, who was swallowed up in a cloud of elation. "Was there a letter for me as well?"
What?
Catherine stopped swaying and looked up as if woken from a dream. Then she nodded.
"There was. I am ever so sorry, I forgot. I was so excited about my ball."
She reached into her reticule and retrieved a sealed letter which was now somewhat crumpled from its journey inside Catherine's bag. She handed it to Rowena.
As she took it,
she suddenly realizing her hand was shaking. Forcing her hand to steady itself, she took a deep breath and broke the seal. She began to read the letter she knew would change her life forever. Chapter 3. Christopher sat at the breakfast table, a steaming cup of hot chocolate growing cold before him. He held a beautiful golden necklace in his hand. Its long chain danced and twisted as he held it up to the morning light. The small pendant at the bottom caught the sunrays and sparkled. He'd found it on the ground after he and Thorpe had finally chased off the attackers 2 days prior. The messenger, so cowardly that he had likely dropped it in his hasty retreat, abandoned all hope of delivering it to its recipient. He'd looked for the note or letter that had to have gone with it but hadn't found anything. He had to admit, he'd been too exhausted to search properly that night. A fly buzzed around the freshly baked honey bread, irritating Christopher. He swung his hand across the table to chase it away just as his brother, Henry, stepped through the door. "Good morning, O hero of the streets of London." Christopher gave his brother a weak smile and nodded toward the empty chair. "Join me, will you?" "Don't mind if I do. It appears all this delicious food shall go to waste if I do not. Has your appetite deserted you, brother?" Henry took a seat and immediately set about cutting a large slice of honey bread from the loaf. He smeared it with butter and a generous helping of elderberry jam and took a bite. "I have never known one with such an appetite who remained so trim of figure." "Have you decided what to do about that?" He nodded toward the necklace on the table. Christopher shrugged his shoulders and winced. With his left hand he rubbed his right shoulder. "Still aches? Perhaps you should have seen the physician after all," his brother suggested before biting into an apple. "It is nothing. I've had worse, just falling off a horse. As will you if you decided to go in the military." Being the younger of two, there were no lands that awaited Henry and the young man had to make a life for himself. Christopher knew that he had his heart set on joining the military. A fine option for a young man, and with the dark days of the Napoleonic Wars behind them, a far less worrying one. Yet, Christopher knew that his brother had been delaying his decision to join in order to help Christopher achieve his quest to rebuild their fortunes. Henry held out his hand and bent his index finger, requesting the item. He dropped it into his brother's hand and finally turned his attention to the honey bread on his plate. "To my darling daughter, my beautiful Rose. Your loving father." Henry read the inscription out loud, his soft voice full of wonder. Not much of a clue at all. Christopher crossed his legs. "No, not at all. I have spread word at Parliament to see if anyone was in expectation of a messenger, but no results thus far." Henry frowned. "Why are you so determined to find the rightful owner?" "Judging by the material, the father is rather wealthy and can easily replace the item for his daughter." It was true, the chain itself was made of gold. The pendant, rectangular and with smooth edges, appeared older. The front contained a painting of 3 roses, intertwined to show one stem. Unusual. The father took great pains to create this. Surely it is important to him. And to his daughter. He paused and locked eyes with his brother. Imagine if Mother's handkerchief had been lost. Henry's green eyes darkened, and he dropped the apple he'd been eating on the table with a thud. "I do not like when you invoke Mother." Christopher shrugged. "Like it, don't like it. It is the same. Now, I shall go out and take a walk around Half Moon Street and the area, Perhaps the letter which surely accompanied this pendant can still be located. Will you accompany me? Henry nodded. The street sweepers are likely to have got to it, if it was ever there, but certainly. But only if a visit to Brooks is in the cards. Christopher groaned. Brooks is for the Whigs. We're Tories. Whites it is, or nothing. The brothers rose. We are only Tories because Father was and Uncle Nestor is. We might make up our own minds as to what we believe in. Besides, Brooks has much better wine than Whites. They made their way to their chambers to ready themselves for the ride, just as Uncle Nestor's voice could be heard. As long as we have to share Uncle Nestor's house, you would do well not to mention Brooks again, Christopher said with a grin. Henry rolled his eyes and a moment later, they parted ways. The brothers had walked around Half Moon Street and the adjacent roads for the better part of 2 hours, scanning the streets for any lost communication the messenger might have dropped that night, but to no avail. Currently, they were making their way down Charles Street. Truthfully, the attack took place on the corner. We do not even know where he was going. It might be hopeless after all, Christopher said, his voice now full of doubt. They might just be wasting their time. Yes, it was the right thing to do, to return the pendant to its true owner. It was the honorable thing. Certainly, seeking out the owner was the kind of thing their mother would have encouraged them to do. Yet, it was not practical. He ought to concentrate on the matter of his social standing, not roaming the streets in search of lost letters. As so often, Christopher found himself torn between what was expected, and what was right in his heart. Topher. Henry called out using his childhood nickname. Yes? Let us cut around and head through the park. White's is not far from here. I am famished. Very well. Christopher nodded and the two headed in the direction of Green Park. He noticed that the streets were not as busy as they had been in the past few days. Given that the weather had taken a turn for the worse, this was no big surprise. It only meant that White's would be crowded, which was fortunate. A full club meant many opportunities to make connections, and with Henry by his side, it would be all the easier. They were both outgoing, outspoken individuals. They often made a wonderful team. Let's see if we can find some lords willing to play us in billiards. Perhaps we can make connections and win some guinea at the same time. Henry laughed out loud. Always a scheme going, brother, eh, what? Eh, what? You are beginning to sound like Uncle Nestor, Henry. It is about time we moved back to Havisham House before you start turning into an old man before your time. His brother's eyes narrowed. Perhaps it is unwise to set your hopes on reclaiming the house. The Viscount may not be willing to sell it back to us, even if fortune's wheel turns in our favor once more. Christopher shook his head. Let me worry about the matter when it comes to it. Havisham House is the London home of the Dukes of Westmond, and it shall never change. I am certain I will reclaim it. Christopher had not found it in his heart to go to Westminster to see the house, instead taking the long way around each day on his way to Parliament to avoid seeing it. He was determined that the first time he'd go near it again would be the day he was ready to purchase it back. Brother. Henry's voice drew him back to reality. He turned around and saw his brother point at a house across the street, on the corner of Charles and Queen Streets. It was one of the more modern townhouses and looked to be 4 stories tall. Christopher spotted 2 bricked-up windows, done so to avoid the window tax, of course. A clear indication that the owner was wealthy. The windows on the lower floors were tall and the building's exterior was stucco, another indication that it was new. Christopher disliked these more modern homes. He much preferred the older Tudor style of Havisham House, or his uncle's home. What is it? He asked. There, look. His brother pointed at the 2 columns which framed the black front door. Like many in the area, they were of a stark white, but there was something unusual about them. On each of the 2 columns was a distinct painting. 3 roses intertwined to appear as though they had one stem.
The same as the pendant,
Henry said while Christopher stared.
Indeed.
The 2 men made their way across the street and peered at the engraving on the marble columns. Christopher pulled out the pendant and held it up for comparison when suddenly, the door opened. "Can I help you?" An older man, the butler no doubt, asked in a stern voice. Feeling not unlike a child caught doing a misdeed, Christopher lowered the pendant and cleared his throat while fishing in his pocket for a calling card. "Indeed, good sir.
I am Christopher Newmont, Duke of Westmond. I would like to call upon the lord of the house." "Lord?"
He tilted his head to one side, aware that his calling upon a house whose owner he did not know, and was most likely not yet formally introduced to, was frowned upon. But then, he had not called on them, really. The butler had come out to call on him, so to speak. "Lord Hazelshire is not at home. I will present your calling card upon his return." "Hazelshire.
The name is familiar.
How do I know it? Have I met the man at Parliament?
Or at White's perhaps?"
"When can his lordship be expected back?" Henry asked as a carriage came to a stop on the street behind them. The butler sighed and nodded with his chin in the direction of the carriage. "It appears his lordship has returned now. However, I am certain he is very busy, so if you could." The carriage door was opened, and an older man stepped out. Dressed in a cream-colored pair of pantaloons and a dark green tailcoat with a matching waistcoat underneath, the man looked every bit a lord of the ton. He stopped to pull his waistcoat straight and then fixed his eyes on Christopher and Henry. "What is this then, Mr. Foxworth? Callers so early in the day?" He approached them and stopped before them, with Christopher reaching for another calling card which he handed to the man who had to be Lord Hazelshire. The older man held the card out in front of him and squinted, then pulling his looking glass in front of one eye. "The Duke of Westmond? I knew your father. Quite a fellow. Ever so sorry to hear about his passing." He reached out his hand which Christopher shook. "James Burton, Earl of Hazelshire." "The Earl of Hazelshire? I cannot believe it. He is one of the richest earls in the entire House of Lords. One of the richest men in the entire country. What a stroke of luck." Beside them, the butler stepped from one foot onto the other. Christopher knew the man had to be highly upset by this irregular display. Under normal circumstances it would be he, the butler, who would be introducing Christopher. However, this was not a usual day. The Earl and Christopher shook hands. "Thank you, Lord Hazelshire. It was a tragedy to be sure." The Earl squinted and looked at Henry, who stood and waited for his introduction. "My brother, Lord Hazelshire." Christopher pointed at the younger man. "Lord Henry." Henry nodded at the Earl. "It is good to meet you both. Shall we?" He motioned toward the house. The butler's eyes darted from one to the other. "Foxworth, have some tea sent up to my study, and perhaps some candied fruit, if there is any." The 3 men made their way into the house and through the modern parlor toward the back of the house, where the Earl's study was located. Christopher was struck at once by how much the interior of the study differed from the rest of the house. From the furniture to the tapestry that lined the high walls, everything appeared to be from a much earlier time, Jacobean perhaps. In fact, it reminded him of his father's study at their country home. The only home they had left. He glanced at Henry, who appeared to be thinking the same. The Earl stepped behind a large oak desk and motioned for them to sit on the heavy, red velvet chairs before the desk. Once seated, Christopher fished for the necklace in his pocket and held it in his hand, waiting for the opportunity to present it. Before he could, Lord Hazelshire spoke. "I apologize for not making your acquaintance earlier. I've been exceptionally busy. I acquired a vineyard in Shropshire which turned out to be rather more time-consuming than I had anticipated. In fact, I shall have to set off again tonight to return there." The man shook his head, his wrinkles appeared to deepen. Then, Suddenly, his eyes widened. Westmond. He pointed an index finger at Christopher as if something had just come to him. Your father owned a vineyard also, did he not? Summer Wind wine, that is yours? Christopher wetted his lips as he nodded. The vineyard was one of the few properties they had been able to hold on to. In fact, the vineyard was their main source of income these days. Indeed, it is. In fact, it is I who has been overseeing the vineyard and the winery there for the past few years. Lord Hazelshire nodded. Yes, I imagine with your father's illness. Before the illness, even. Christopher interrupted, earning himself a sharp kick from his brother which reminded him of his manners. Since inheriting the title, he developed a bit of a habit of allowing the grand title to cloud his good manners. He had to remind himself that just because he outranked these marquises, earls, and viscounts didn't mean he should disrespect them by interrupting them as they spoke. If nothing else, he needed them in his quest to rebuild his wealth. Fortunately for him, Lord Hazelshire did not appear in the least perturbed by his poor manners, if he'd noticed at all. Christopher is quite the expert when it comes to wine production now, my lord, Henry said. Christopher smiled at his brother, grateful for his attempt at smoothing over his rudeness. Well, that is wonderful to know. As I said, I am having a rather unfortunate time with it. It appeared a worthwhile investment, and my son is keen to take over the operation. However, it has been troublesome. He shrugged. Perhaps when my son and I return from Shropshire we can take dinner together, the four of us, and talk about the business. Perhaps at White's? This is going better than I had expected, and I have yet to return the necklace to him. Indeed, I would love to. Well, that is settled then. Of course, I assume this was not the nature of your visit. What was it you were coming to call on us for? The brothers exchanged a glance. Well, it is an unusual matter but, as it were, a couple of nights ago as I was returning from Parliament, I witnessed a robbery in progress, just a few streets from here, on Half Moon. How ghastly. And I had thought Mayfair such a safe neighborhood. The best in London. Lord Hazelshire's voice was laced in outrage. Indeed. It was a messenger who was attacked. I was able to fend off the attackers. With help of our coachman, Mr. Thorpe. Henry threw in, glaring at Christopher once more for taking too much of the credit. Yes, Mr. Thorpe. Brave man he is. In any case, together we were able to fend off the attackers. The messenger had run off with his horse the first chance he had and, well, he left this behind. Christopher opened his hand and held it out to the Earl, who gasped. By Jove, there it is. He took the necklace from Christopher's palm and held up the necklace. A loving expression appeared on his face. I had this made by my trusted jeweler back home in Hertfordshire and expected it days ago. I feared it lost. What good fortune. And just in time, for my daughter will arrive in London today. He retrieved a handkerchief from his waistcoat pocket and folded it around the necklace. There wasn't a letter with it, I suppose? Christopher shook his head. If there was, it is lost. Once the attackers had fled, I found the necklace on the ground. Thorpe and I looked for a letter or anything to identify the owner but were unlucky. My brother was determined to find the owner. Hope against hope, we decided to comb the streets once more, in case the letter had flown away. Christopher cleared his throat and crossed his legs. It was sheer luck that my brother spotted the three-headed rose on the columns outside your house, and remembered that the same symbol was on the necklace. The older man broke into a soft smile, his eyes sparkled. Ah yes, the roses. A design I created myself, many years ago. He rose, pocketing the handkerchief containing the necklace. He walked around the table and past the brothers. It symbolizes them, he said. Christopher followed his gaze and saw he was pointing at a painting behind them. The breath got caught in Christopher's throat when his eyes fell upon the painting. It showed three women, One slightly older, with blonde hair, and another, younger, who looked almost identical.
And then there was the third woman.
Tall and slender, her hair dark as ember and her eyes just as deep and dark, she peered down from the painting as if looking directly at Christopher. Without meaning to, he rose from his chair and stepped beside the Earl, unable to take his eyes off the woman in the painting. She was ethereal. "My wife, Emma, and my daughters, Catherine and Rowena." He pointed first at the two blonde women, and then the dark-haired one.
"Rowena. What a beautiful name for a beautiful woman.
I created the symbol of the roses for them.
My 3 roses, each an individual,
but each of the same strong root.
I am fond of roses. I should mention that I dabble in the arts, thus the rose."
The Earl chuckled, but Christopher hardly heard him.
"What a beautiful family you have."
Henry's voice drifted to Christopher's ear, but he hardly took note.
"Indeed.
This is my son, Charles.
Viscount Dorset.
He is the one dealing with the vineyard most of the time, and beside him is his wife, Margaret. The painting was created shortly before their wedding, 2 years ago, at the same time as that of my 3 roses here."
"A beautiful family.
"May I ask, which of your daughters was the necklace for?" "Excuse me if I am too forward in asking,"
Henry's voice said.
"Not at all.
Indeed,
it was a gift for—" The woman's eyes seemed to speak to him. There was a depth in them, as if she had many tales to tell, tales he longed to hear. He knew if he was opposite her in real life, he would get lost in those eyes. He imagined what her voice might sound like. Soft and kind, her words chosen carefully. He found himself wondering how she might smell, like a rose perhaps? Or a summer's day? "Christopher?" Henry's voice carried an undercurrent of alarm which drew him out of his daydream. "Yes, Henry? What is it?" His brother glared at him, and Christopher noted that both his brother and Lord Hazelshire were once again seated at their respective chairs. Embarrassed, he quickly joined them.
"I am sorry, I have not slept well since the attack. I am fatigued."
"Lord Hazelshire has just very graciously invited us to his daughter's upcoming coming-out ball," Henry said.
"Indeed? That is very considerate of you, Lord Hazelshire."
"My brother and I gladly accept the invitation." Lord Hazelshire clapped his hands together in delight. "Very well. The party is to be held in 2 weeks' time, at the Worcester Ballroom."
"Do you know it?"
Christopher nodded, his thoughts already at the party. He wished he had paid closer attention to the conversation between Henry and Lord Hazelshire. Then he might know which of the 2 daughters was having her coming-out party. In any case, certainly both sisters would be at the party and he was bound to be able to meet her there. Perhaps he could even steal a dance or 2. Christopher felt himself falling back into the dreamlike state he'd experienced while examining the portrait, but forced himself to remain in the present. "I do. And I look forward to it." "Wonderful. We shall make plans for our dinner at the ball. I must say, as unfortunate as the business with the lost necklace was, I am ever so glad it has led us to each other. I foresee a prosperous future for this acquaintance." With that, Lord Hazelshire rose and Christopher and Henry followed suit as he led them out of the room. They bade the Earl farewell and made their way outside. The moment they stepped outside, Henry boxed him in the arm. "What is the matter with you? Finally, we make a connection that could lead us to prosper once more and you all but depart the conversation, standing like a fool while staring at the painting of the man's family." He sighed. "I cannot explain it. There was something about her, the daughter. I must meet her. Henry, I have not the words, but something about this woman is so magnetic that it has captured me." Henry frowned and then shrugged. "She is pretty, looks just like her mother too." "Not her, the one with the dark hair." "She is ever so striking, so—" He stopped where he stood, stretching one arm out to his side to stop Henry. "Oh, brother, what are you doing?" He grunted as he walked with his chest into his brother's outstretched arm. "Look," Christopher said as they stood on the sidewalk.
Up ahead, a carriage stopped. Embedded within the coat of arms was the now familiar symbol, the rose. The carriage door opened, and the coachman assisted a blonde-haired woman, Lady Hazelshire, no doubt, out of the vehicle. She was outfitted in a traveling dress, as was the young blonde woman who followed her out of the carriage. This must be the Earl's family arriving. He did say they were due today. And that means, certainly that means she will be among them. A young woman with shorter, amber-colored hair stepped out next. Christopher did not recognize her. She'd not been in the painting. However, following her, he took a step forward, almost walking into an oncoming curricle when Henry pulled him back. "Topher, what has gotten into you?" He almost did not hear him, for his eyes were fixed on the woman with the long, dark hair who had stepped out of the carriage after the rest of her family. He stared in her direction, knowing in his heart it was her. The woman from the painting. He waited, hoping she might turn around to look in his direction so he might see her face in real life. After a long moment, she did. The sun lit up her pale face, giving her dark hair a glimmer, and for just one glorious second, their eyes met across the street. Christopher knew then, he had to meet her in person. He knew that nothing would ever be the same again. Chapter 4. Rowena was standing by the window, looking out over the busy streets below. It seemed as though all of London was heading for the park today. People were streaming toward the east, to where the entrance to Green Park was visible in the distance. She quite fancied a walk in the park herself. Perhaps once her mother returned with Betsy, she would see if she could persuade her friend to go with her. They'd only been in London for 3 days, but her mother had wasted no time at all in taking Betsy on morning calls in an effort to help her secure a position. Nor had she wasted time planning Catherine's ball. Presently, her sister was busy sorting through the many dresses which hung in her armoire, trying to select the perfect choice for the ball. "Do you think this one, perhaps? Or is it too much?" Catherine held up a gown in front of her body and swirled it around. The gown, a fancy number, featured a hoop skirt, the kind only worn to court. Rowena frowned and shook her head. "Kathy, that gown is meant for court and you know it. In any case, I should imagine the hoop skirt might make dancing somewhat cumbersome." Her sister's face fell for a moment and she held the gown stretched out in front of her. Rowena could not help but grin. Her sister's face was pinched together, and she hung the large gown on a hook on the wall and instead pulled out another dress from the armoire. She held it to her body for a moment and then dropped her arm, letting the dress scrape the floor. "Kathy." Rowena rose and lifted the fine silk fabric off the floor. "Do not ruin it." Her sister appeared unaware that her fine gown was presently gathering dust off the floor, her expressions as though she were in a dream. "I only wish I could be received at court. That is the only thing which would make this ball even better." Rowena stood, the fine silky material gathered in her arms. "It is a shame, but the Queen is in such poor health she cannot host regular drawing rooms. But do not let it vex you, I was not presented to the Queen either." Catherine grinned. "I know. And Faith, look at you now, dearest sister. About to be wed to the Duke of Thornmouth. Once you are wed, you'll be sure to be presented at court. Lord Thornmouth is a favorite of Prinny, everyone knows it." Rowena didn't have a chance to reply, for her sister found herself distracted by a pair of shoes that matched the dress she'd just selected. Rowena was left to stand by and watch her sister revel in her impending coming-out ball plans, which was now less than 2 weeks away. She sighed. She still remembered her own coming-out ball. Had it really already been 4 years? It seems like only yesterday. Her ball had been held at the prestigious Westerson Hall in Bath, instead of in London. Her mother, originally from Bath, had had her heart set on hosting the ball there, and Rowena never had the nerve to say no to her mother. It had been a smashing success.
She smiled as she remembered the evening. She'd worn a dress made of the finest satin, in a rather daring evening primrose color with expensive lace and pearls sewn into the gown. All the best and finest of society had been there, and she'd danced one dance after another. She could still taste the negus on her lips when she closed her eyes. She'd been so full of hope for the future then, and full of naive dreams still. Sure, she'd known being out meant that she was to be wed soon. But back then, she'd still hoped that she could combine doing her duty to her family, and marrying a man she might actually like. She scoffed at her own childish dreams. I made a cake of myself thinking I might get away with finding a suitable man that I liked. Since then, she'd done away with those foolish notions. She'd seen too many other ladies married off to men who were often the opposite of what they'd dreamt of. Men who were wealthy and influential, yes, but who were also often older, widowed, or downright unpleasant. "What is it, Ro? You look Friday-faced all of a sudden." She shook her head. "It is nothing, Catherine. Just a little tired, is all. I was just thinking of..." She got no further, for the door to her sister's bedchamber swung open. "Oh my, girls. What is this mess?" Lady Hazelshire stopped in the doorway and surveyed the room. Rowena hadn't realized, but the room had indeed become rather messy. An array of dismissed dresses were piled upon the bed, shoes cluttered the floor, and an assortment of reticules and bonnets and caps littered the floor. And in the midst of it all was Catherine, currently wearing 3 different bracelets on each arm as well as a variety of necklaces around her neck. Her sister blinked at their mother and swiftly turned on her sweetest, brightest smile. The one nobody in the family, save for Rowena, could resist. "Mamma, I am ever so sorry for the mess. Alas, I must admit that I have been completely overwhelmed with selecting a gown for the ball." She turned to her sister. "And Rowena has been of no help whatsoever, occupied as she is with her own plans." Instantly, Lady Hazelshire's harsh expression changed. The good fortunes that were about to be bestowed on both her daughters evidently softened her heart, and she gave them a slight smile. "Rowena has much to consider, starting with the most important question. Summer or winter?" Lady Hazelshire bent down and picked up a white satin reticule with lovely roses embroidered on the front and handed it to Catherine. "This one. The roses are the same ones as in our coat of arms. Your father had it embroidered especially for you upon your 12th birthday. It will be perfect." She did not allow time for Catherine to protest, for Rowena knew her sister disliked this particular reticule. Instead, Lady Hazelshire looked squarely at Rowena. "Summer or winter?" Momentarily confused, Rowena frowned only to be instantly chastised by her mother. "Now, what did I tell you about frowning? It will only give you wrinkles." She stepped closer to Rowena and placed her hands under her chin, lifting her head slightly and inspecting her face. "I like the way you applied the powder. Is it the crushed pearl?" Rowena nodded as much as she could, given the grip her mother had on her face. "Very nice. It suits you." She released her hand. "Betty did it." Suddenly, her mother's face softened. "She is a girl of many talents. She will do well in life. I am certain of it." Rowena could not help but smile. Lady Hazelshire was not a soft woman. In fact, she was quite the opposite. Harsh and with a sharp tongue, her concern was always with the way her family was perceived by the judgmental society in which they lived. She, with the help of assorted governesses and tutors, ensured that her children had the most refined manners and reputations within society. Her son, the future Earl of Hazelshire, had been educated by the most respectable tutors money could buy. He was an expert at horseback riding, fencing, and many other talents expected of a young gentleman. Both Rowena and Catherine had long been raised to be perfect ladies of the ton. They knew every dance, were well read, and their individual talents were honed and perfected. While Rowena was not particularly talented at embroidery, she had a talent for music and thanks to her mother's efforts, could play not only the pianoforte, but also the violin and the harp. She was also an accomplished painter. Catherine's gift, on the other hand, was her voice. Trained from an early age, she could sing beautifully and also had a talent for reciting poetry. Rowena had to admit, their mother had turned each of them into the perfect member of the high society. But it had come at a cost. The motherly warmth that Rowena had often craved as a child had been absent for most of her childhood. Hugs, kisses, and comfort had come from the nurses and governesses, and often also Mrs. Wooster, the housekeeper, instead of from Lady Hazelshire. For many years Rowena had thought that her mother simply did not have maternal feelings, but then Betsy had arrived. And she'd found she'd been wrong. For with Betsy, Lady Hazelshire always showed a different, kind side. She was loving and caring, supportive and sweet. Always quick with a kiss and a hug. Rowena put it down to the fact that Betsy was an orphan, and that her mother had been Lady Hazelshire's closest friend. And of course, she did not have to worry about raising Betsy with the same strict rules, for she would never be expected to wed a peer of the realm nor to join the ton. Yet, she had to admit, at times it stung. "Rowena?" Lady Hazelshire's shrill voice broke through Rowena's thoughts and pulled her back into reality. "Yes, Mama." "You still have not answered me. I've asked you 3 times now. Summer or winter? For the wedding?" "Personally, I think a winter wedding would be utterly charming." Rowena inhaled sharply. She still recalled how attached her mother had been to the idea of a summer wedding when she was to wed Lord Mortimer. Her sudden preference for a winter wedding was perhaps in part due to the events involving Mortimer. But in any case, Rowena had yet to meet her future husband, thus talk of a wedding appeared premature, and she said as much. "Is it not too early to talk about when to have the wedding? I've yet to meet the Duke, after all." Despite her own instructions not to, Lady Hazelshire frowned. "Whatever do you mean?" "Of course, you have. Last year, at Almack's. You danced with him. Twice. The quadrille and then the cotillion. And I am pleased to report, he was charmed by you." "Charmed, I declare." "Your father says the Duke appears besotted with you." "Your papa said the Duke is so keen on the match he could have gotten away with paying a pittance for a dowry." Lady Hazelshire giggled while Catherine's eyes grew wide. She crossed the room and began to pick assorted dresses up off the floor, returning them to the armoire. "Oh, Faith. He didn't, of course. Your father is an honorable man." She set her eyes on Rowena. "It appears you are quite a bit more memorable than the poor Duke. I beg of you, Rowena, when you meet him again, do not let him know that you cannot remember him. It would be a disaster." "Of course not, Mamma," Rowena replied and pursed her lips, trying to remember. In her efforts to find Rowena a husband, Lady Hazelshire had taken her to so many balls that it was all a blur to Rowena. "You would do well to remember, my dear. I am certain the meeting will come up when you see him again, especially since it will be at a ball again." Rowena had gotten up and looked out the window. Rain clouds had moved in, obscuring the brightness of the sun. Yet, the change in weather did not appear to have slowed the stream of people making their way to the park. "A ball? I am to meet him at a ball?" Lady Hazelshire turned and walked back toward Rowena. She tucked a stray strand of dark hair behind Rowena's ear. Rowena noticed once more just how much Catherine resembled their mother. They had the same short stature, and their blonde hair and sapphire blue eyes made them appear almost like sisters. Rowena on the other hand favored her father. She, like her brother Charles, was tall with dark hair and deep, dark eyes. The only physical trait she shared with her mother and Catherine was her pale skin, achieved by largely avoiding the sun and always carrying a parasol, in addition to large amounts of crushed pearl powder. Now her mother wrapped her hands around Rowena's wrists. The coldness of her hands on this warm day made Rowena momentarily shiver. "At your sister's coming out ball. The Duke has declared that he cannot wait to see you again." She tilted her head to one side. "Your father has not spoken to you?" Rowena shook her head. No, I have hardly seen Papa since we arrived. He took off for Shropshire almost immediately. Among the family's considerable landholdings was a large vineyard, purchased last year. Charles was to be in charge of it, but their father had yet to hand him reins. Rowena knew nothing about the running of estates and lands, but this particular property appeared to cause her father much struggle, for he was often called away to attend to matters there. In fact, he departed, along with her brother, the very evening she and Catherine had arrived in London. Lady Hazelshire sighed and shook her head, releasing her wrists. This vineyard will be the death of him yet. Very well, given that your father is not here to tell you, I shall. Your father and Lord Thornmouth determined that your sister's coming out ball will be the perfect opportunity to meet again. She paused and pursed her lips. It is less than 2 weeks away. Perhaps between now and then you might recall the first time you met. Now. The wedding? Rowena sighed, knowing that her mother would not let the topic go. I expect a winter wedding would be nice, you are right. Although having a wedding with the roses in full bloom would also be pretty. Lady Hazelshire's eyes widened. Roses? Ah, dear child, you are thinking of having the wedding at Farnsworth Manor. She waved an arm dismissively. Charming, but I expect the Duke will want to have the wedding at Crawford Castle. It is much more suitable, especially if... She lowered her voice and leaned in closer as if afraid someone might overhear, even though they were the only people in the room. Especially if the regent will attend. Prinny will come to Rowena's wedding? Catherine shrieked, only to clasp her hands in front of her mouth when Lady Hazelshire hushed her. Prinny? Really? Catherine said quieter. And perhaps Princess Charlotte and her new husband, Prince Leopold. Faith, perhaps the Queen as well. Lady Hazelshire sat on the edge of the large four-poster bed, stroking the embroidered pillow beside her. I should not expect the Queen, given her ill health. But the Regent, perhaps. Yes, I hear Lord Thornmouth is quite well connected at court, and the Thornmouth Dukes have long been court favourites. The Regent attended the wedding of the Duke's cousin, so I should expect he will be there. The smile on Lady Hazelshire's face was that of a woman who was about to achieve everything she'd ever set out to in life. Rowena, you shall have a royal wedding. Just like Princess Charlotte did. Catherine had dropped her gown to the floor and clapped her hands together. Rowena forced a smile while inside her stomach began to turn. Her heart was racing, and she felt a cold sweat run down her spine. Royal wedding. The Regent. It was all too much. She rose, holding onto the window frame. Rowena? Her mother's voice was tinged with concern, but she did not get up. Are you ill? She raised a hand to ease her mother's concerns but found that her hand appeared to be shaking before her. It was not only her hand which moved on its own volition. Her legs were shaking too. She took a step forward, hoping to reach the bed, but as soon as she took one step, she felt her legs buckle beneath her and she felt herself falling. The last thing she saw were her mother's arms, outstretched and coming her way as if to catch her before her world turned black. Chapter 5. Christopher paced the room and watched as Burrows, his valet, hung the freshly ironed tailcoat on the hook at the wall. He stepped back and eyed his newest acquisition. Double-breasted as was standard, he'd had the waist cut straight, in a more modern style than what the older lords were wearing. It was in a navy color which would look dashing with the black straight trousers he intended to wear. Thank you, Burrows. Would you have my watch fob polished, the one on the gold chain? And set out my quizzing glass. The pitchbeck. It's rather stylish. That'll be all. Yes, Your Grace. The valet bowed and made his way out of the room, leaving Christopher alone with his brother. Henry had been sitting quietly, with a smirk upon his face while Christopher had stood, utterly transfixed by his tailcoat. Or, rather, by the idea of who he would be meeting while wearing it. It is as though you have never set eyes on a garment before, Henry commented. Christopher glared at him. One wants to look one's best at a social function, especially a ball. Yes, but as I see it, you put much effort into this particular ball, his brother said, taking a sip of ale from the cup in front of him. And so, what if I do? Lord Hazelshire may well become an important connection for us. It is most fortunate that he requires assistance with his vineyard, when you and I are so well versed in the running of them. It may well lead to important business connections. Henry tossed a piece of candied orange peel at his brother's head. Come off it. We both know that the connection you are hoping to make is not with Hazelshire, but with his daughter, the illustrious and elusive Lady Rowena. Christopher swallowed. It was true that ever since he had seen the woman standing across from him on the street outside her father's house, he had not been able to keep her from his thoughts. She was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Her deep dark hair stood in contrast to her pale skin, and his heart beat happily when he thought of the way she had so elegantly moved. It was almost as though she had floated. She was truly ethereal. He knew it to be foolish, to be so preoccupied with the woman he had never met in person. And yet it could not be helped. Lady Rowena Burton was on his mind more than any other woman ever had been. Is it wrong to want to make the acquaintance of a beautiful lady? Christopher defended himself to his brother. Of course, it's not. However, I feel that you have built this young woman into a goddess in your own mind, and the poor dear will have no chance of ever living up to it. Christopher shook his head. I have not. I am aware that she may have flaws. Yet, I must meet her. I must make her acquaintance. She is. I cannot describe it. I simply cannot. You will know how I feel when it happens to you, Henry. Henry rolled his eyes. I should hope not. Love and marriage appear to be rather tedious, time-consuming affairs. The arranged ones as well as any other. Frankly, I do not understand this desire humanity has to be eternally paired up. What is wrong with one's own company? No, I shall be happy never to get involved in any of it. Christopher laughed. You say so now, but you will change your mind once you meet a woman whom you desire. Or once you reach a point in your life, where you find that it is your own company which is tedious, not marriage. Before Henry could protest, Christopher continued. I do not understand your reservations about marriage anyhow. Not given the example mother and father set for us. Indeed, the Duke and Duchess of Westmond were perhaps the most content couple Christopher had encountered in his life. Like most marriages in their society, theirs had been an arranged match. Christopher was well aware that such matches were often doomed to result in an unhappy union, based on nothing but convenience and comfort. That had not been the case for Christopher's parents. While initially advantageous, theirs had been a match that had turned from practical into romantic. Christopher smiled when he thought of his parents who had gone everywhere together. Holding hands, stealing kisses, glancing at one another with so much love. He would not tell his brother this, but in his mind, he pictured himself and Lady Rowena in just such a marriage. It is precisely because I saw the love between our parents, that I am so opposed to experiencing it myself. Henry's voice broke into his daydream. For one, they were exceptionally lucky, not to just fall for one another, but to hold on to those feelings for all of their lives. And for another, you saw how devastated father was when mother became sick. And then when he lost her. He was a broken man for the rest of his life, and I venture to say that it was the loss of mother which led to his illness and death. No, thank you. I should rather spend my life as a bachelor, than risk getting stuck in a loveless match, or one in which my heart is broken due to love. I shall remain wed to my books. Christopher sighed. He and his brother would never agree on the matter of marriage. Henry had been opposed to it for as long as he could remember, and he doubted there was a woman alive who might change his brother's mind. If we were Catholics, Henry, I would suggest the priesthood for you rather than the military. If we were Catholics, you would not be a duke, and we might both have no choice but become priests. Christopher shrugged, knowing the argument was not to be won. I cannot see how he feels this way. For me, a life without a wife would not be a fulfilled one. He knew, of course, that he had no choice but to marry. He'd always known that he would be expected to produce an heir. However, he had to admit that he'd always hoped to not just make a match for the sake of securing his line. He'd always hoped to find what his parents had found: true love. And he'd intended to search for it for years if he had to. He knew that, even though his wealth was not what it once was, his title would carry weight with the ladies of the ton, and he would be able to have his choice. In fact, he could have simply hired a matchmaker and made a match with the daughter of some wealthy marquis or earl and married into money, thus foregoing the hard labor of rebuilding his family's fortunes. It was how many down-on-their-luck nobles saved themselves from ruin. But not Christopher. For one, they were not in that desperate a position, and for another, he did not wish to trade in his future happiness for wealth. No. He'd intended to rebuild his own fortunes, buy back his London house, and then search for a wife. For the right wife. At least, that had been the plan. Until he'd laid eyes upon Lady Rowena. The moment he saw her, he knew that his search was over before it had ever begun. Chapter 6. Rowena watched as her friend bit into a large piece of marzipan with such vigor it crumbled and fell into her lap. "I am a clodhopper sometimes. You simply cannot take me anywhere." Betsy laughed while Rowena sat beside her, smiling now. She was holding a piece of marzipan on a handkerchief in her own hand but hadn't dared to bite into it. Whenever she was about to allow herself some sweets, she'd hear her mother's voice inside her mind. Warnings of what it might do to her figure, how it might ruin her looks. And she could not afford any missteps right now. Not on the day before she was to meet her future husband. Again. "This is delicious," Betsy declared. "Have some, it will cheer you. I promise you." Rowena raised the sweet to her mouth and took a nibble, causing her friend to chuckle into her handkerchief. "You are always quite the lady, Rowena." She sighed. "It is what I was raised to be. Perfection at all times." Suddenly her friend's smile waned, and her eyes narrowed. "I am concerned for you. You have been quite melancholy ever since you were told of your impending betrothal. And the fainting spell." "It was nothing," Rowena protested. "The physician said it was only the excitement at my impending wedding. No cause for alarm at all." Betsy pressed her lips into a fine line, and tilted her head to the side while examining her friend. "Please, do not pretend with me." "Whatever do you mean?" "I do not pretend. And I am not melancholy. All is as it should be. Catherine is finally able to have her ball, Mama is as happy as can be, and Papa seems relieved as well." Betsy wrapped the remains of her sweet into the handkerchief, and carefully tucked it into the pocket of her cape. "As usual, I hear you speak only of the happiness of others, of their needs and wants. But what of yours? And do not tell me that you are content. I have known you since we were children. I know when you withhold the truth." Rowena sighed heavily and looked out over the vast green space which spread out ahead of her. It was early still, and the park was filled with children brought out to play by their governesses, who huddled together on the benches surrounding the green, chatting and laughing. Off in the distance, she spotted a young couple, walking along the lake with a woman, a chaperone no doubt, following at a discreet distance. "That shall be me soon enough. Lord Thornmouth and me." She felt Betsy's cold hand on her wrist, and turned to look into her friend's concerned face. "He may turn out to be a good man. He might turn out to be all you've ever wanted. More even." She shook her head. "Oh Betsy, it does not matter at all. I must do what I am expected to do. I had only hoped." She shook her head and waved her hand, dismissing the thought. "Never mind. All is as it should be. I will meet him, wed him, and have an heir. And that will be my duty fulfilled." Betty shook her head. Sometimes I do not envy you at all, Rowena.
Sometimes?
Rowena asked. I suppose, despite my circumstances, I have more freedom than you. At least I shall have a choice in life, and I am not expected to wed and produce an heir. I can choose to remain alone, become a spinster, rather than wed a man I do not care for. Rowena nodded. We each carry a burden. She paused and glanced at her friend. She'd been so occupied with her own worries, that she'd not considered to ask her friend how her search for a position was going. To be sure, her mother would not send Betsy away, but she knew that the time had come for Betsy to begin her future. For the past few years, she'd served as a companion to Catherine, but with her out and in search for a husband, Betsy's services were no longer needed. How are your morning calls with Mama? Have you found a prospective position? Betsy smiled but looked away. You have, haven't you? Where? Why have you not told me? Betty shrugged. You have been so melancholy and withdrawn. I did not wish to make you feel worse at the prospect of me leaving. Rowena's face fell. Indeed, she was not ready for her best friend to depart her side. They had been so close for so many years, it felt as though Betsy was a part of her. And without her, she would certainly feel as though she was missing a limb. But she knew she could not show her friend her sorrow, for she had to let her go on her way, just as she had to go on hers. In any case, they would be friends for all of their lives, she was certain of it. Faith, Elizabeth Carmichael, do not be silly. I shall be as happy for you as you are for me. Betsy tilted her head to the side and frowned. As you wish. Lady Hazelshire has introduced me to a number of ladies in need of a governess, and I am almost certain that I have a position with Lady Portsmouth. Lady Portsmouth. That is wonderful news. I hear their home is magnificent indeed, and she is a nice young woman, only a few years older than us. The Portsmouth's estate was located in Bedfordshire, only one county over from where Crawford Castle, the Duke of Thornmouth's country home, was located. She would be able to see her friend, though not as often as she'd like, but more than she'd feared. Her relief appeared apparent to Betsy, whose eyes widened. Do you know her well, then? It seems you do. Rowena shook her head. I know her, although to say I know her well would be a lie. Margaret knows her. I believe they were quite friendly. Faith, I had quite forgotten that Lady Dorset was from Bedfordshire. Of course, they would know one another. She glanced at her friend, an unspoken question on her face. Rowena smiled. I shall inquire about them once Margaret returns from Shropshire with Charles. I will find out more about the Portsmouths, do not worry yourself. When are you to start? Betsy shrugged. I am to meet with her and the children this upcoming Thursday, after the ball. If it all goes well, then I am to start as soon as possible. She paused and bit her bottom lip. What it is? You look as though you are not telling me everything. I am not. It is why I was going to wait until after the ball. After you met the Duke and saw that your future is as bright as the sun. Rowena stopped. Betsy's words did not comfort her at all. Tell me, please. Betsy raised her shoulders and let them drop with some force. Lord Portsmouth does not wish to remain in London for all of the season. They will be returning to their country estate next month, early June. And I am to go with them. In June? That is only 2 weeks away. Faith, Betsy. I hoped we would at least have one last season together before we each must begin these new chapters in our lives. Stroll the parks, eat sweets, go to the theatre. Who am I to do these things with if not with you, my best friend? I know, I was ever so eager to go to the menagerie with you once more. Alas, it cannot be helped. The Portsmouths are a very wealthy family and their children are young. I could have a secured position with them for many years. And it is so very near His Grace's estate that we could see one another often. Rowena nodded and linked her arm with Betsy. She wet her lips. It is a wonderful opportunity, to be sure. If we must move on with our lives, at least we will not be too far from each other. She looked at Betsy and broke into a grin. In fact, I had a thought. Maybe one day, when I have a child, you can come and be my governess. Betsy's eyes sparked. Yes. Faith, yes. It would be glorious, would it not? Rowena could not help but giggle. It would be. And perhaps it could be soon. I am to wed within the year. Perhaps within 2 years, God willing, there could be a child already. Once the child no longer needs a nurse, you can be its governess. They resumed their walk, both now carrying a content smile on their faces. The idea suddenly filled Rowena with hope for the future. If I can have my dearest friend in my life, perhaps the idea of being wed to the Duke is not quite so frightening. As long as he agrees to let her come. Rowena found herself totally mesmerized by the idea of having her friend become governess to her future child. It was almost as if, out of nowhere, she'd been handed a rope to keep herself above the water, to help her through these next few vexing days. Perhaps Betsy was right. The Duke could turn out to be a wonderful man with nothing on his mind but her happiness. Perhaps after all the fretting and worrying, there was a light at the end of it all. For the rest of the afternoon, Rowena found herself light and hopeful. That evening, Rowena was seated in the drawing room with Pugsley, her mother's pug, by her feet. She squinted at the embroidery project she had been working on for the past fortnight and shook her head. Noticing imperfections in the tulip she'd been stitching, she shook her head. It was useless, she had no talent for it. She turned the project around and began to pull out the stitches she'd spent the last hour inserting. Beside her, Catherine sat with a contented smile upon her face, while working on a white work project of an intricate diamond pattern surrounded by a floral border. Embroidery came with such ease to her sister. Suddenly Pugsley sat up, his ears back. A moment later footsteps sounded in the hall and Lady Hazelshire entered the room. The little black dog rushed across the room and Rowena's mother picked him up, cradling him as though he were a babe. Good boy. She cooed and walked behind the settee to inspect her daughter's work. What beautiful detailing, Catherine. Very nice. The pride in her voice was evident, causing Rowena to break into a cold sweat. How ridiculous it is that at the age of 22 and as an almost married woman, my mother inspecting my needlework still reduces me to jitters. Just then, she felt her mother place a hand on her shoulder. A resigned sigh escaped the woman's mouth, and then a deafening silence which was interrupted only by Pugsley's small yaps. Your father wishes to see you, Rowena, her mother said at last. Papa has returned? Catherine asked, excitement in her voice. She had already placed her needlework aside and was getting ready to stand, when Lady Hazelshire stopped her. He returned this morning from Shropshire, and has just now come in from Parliament. You may see him later, Catherine. For now, he would like to see Rowena. She looked at her sister whose childlike face had taken on a crestfallen expression. Her eyes were watery with tears and the corners of her mouth downturned. Their eyes met for a moment, before Catherine took up her needlework once more without another word. Rowena felt badly for her sister, for she knew how attached she was to their father, they both were. However, she had to admit, she was thrilled that he'd sent for her. While she loved her mother, it was with her father whom she was truly close. Aside from Betsy, he'd always been her closest companion. Is Papa in his study? She rose and placed the unfortunate embroidery on the side table where her mother picked it up. He is. Lady Hazelshire sat down on the settee, the needlework in her lap. I will see to this. Let's hope His Grace is not keen on fine embroidery. She shook her head and began to pull stitches out of Rowena's work. Papa? Rowena knocked on her father's door and let herself in once he called for her. My dear child. He rose from his armchair and came rushing toward her, placing a kiss on her cheek. I feel as though I have not seen you in weeks, Papa. I feel as though I have been away for weeks myself. I will tell you, Shropshire has entirely lost its appeal to me. If I never have to see the place again, it will be far too soon. I dare say, if the troops had lured Napoleon to Shropshire, the war might have been over many years ago. They shared a laugh and Rowena felt lighter than she had in weeks. Her father always had a comforting presence. Alas, she worried for him. His face was drawn and the lines on his face seemed to have deepened. And there was a strain in his eyes she had not seen before. Even the way he walked had changed. As he motioned toward the heavy armchairs by the fire, he walked as though he was carrying a heavy weight upon his back. "Care for a game?" her father asked as he sat down in his armchair. To her delight, she spotted their old chess game still set up on the table beside the chairs. They always had a game of chess at the ready or in progress, both here and at their country home. "Of course, Papa. It has been so long, you may even stand a chance of beating me this time." She smiled at him as he broke into a laugh. "I should hope not. In fact, I had a game just this afternoon with a young lord at White's. We didn't finish, but I must say I fared well." Rowena made her first move, opening the game. "Very well then. You have an advantage over me, for I have not played at all since last we finished our game at Farnsworth Manor." The two settled into their game, with Rowena deep in concentration, while her father told her all about his experiences at the vineyard. They both loved chess. It was a game he had taught her at a young age. They would often spend several hours together, playing and talking. It was quality time that Rowena cherished. Suddenly, she found herself growing sad, at the thought of not being able to have these regular games with her father. She looked up at him and placed a hand on his. "This I will miss, above all," she said, aware that the sadness was evident in her voice. Her father had just picked up a pawn and was ready to place it when he looked up, his hand floating in the air with the pawn clutched between his index finger and thumb. "My darling, we will still play chess together. Not as often, but we will. You are not going far. Crawford Castle is just outside Barrington, which is not far at all from Royston. 2 hours by carriage, perhaps. You shall see so much of us, you'd wish that I'd made you a match with a lord from further away." He laughed his haughty laugh, and reached over to pinch her cheek. She sighed, attempting to force a smile onto her lips, but failed. "It will be well. The Duke is a good man and he is wild about you. He will secure our family's future further, and yours in particular." He could not stop talking about how beautiful you are, and what an accomplished dancer you are. You really made an impression upon him. I wish he had on me. Papa, it is terrible, but I cannot remember him at all. I know all about him, as I do all the lords. I know the Thornmouth family history as well as any others, but the man himself, I simply cannot picture him. The old man frowned and crossed his arms in front of his chest. Your mother has informed me of this. Do not worry yourself too much. You will remember him when you see him. And if you do not, then you will make new memories. You have a lifetime ahead of you. You will see. Perhaps one day in the future you will laugh about not remembering him at first. She nodded. I very much hope so. Faith, Papa. I worry so about disappointing you. He shook his head. You would never disappointment, child. Well, you will if you let me win at this game. He pointed at the board and set the pawn down in its intended place. That you do not have to worry about, Papa. She was about to place her own pawn in an attack position, when her father looked up and snapped his fingers. I almost forgot. He rose and went back to his desk, retrieving an item from the drawer, while Rowena followed him with her eyes. He pulled out a handkerchief and returned to their table, placing it between them, next to the chessboard. I had commissioned this some time ago, from Mr. Henson at the jeweller's. I intended to give it to you when I informed you of the husband I had chosen for you. But then of course, everything got rather hectic with the vineyard and such. I wish I could have broken the news of your impending marriage in a more personal way, but I simply... He paused and shook his head. In any case, this is for you. I hope in the months to come, as you settle into your new life, this will provide you with some comfort. He pushed the handkerchief across the table, and she picked it up. The item felt light and she took care to unwrap it. Papa! She exclaimed and clutched her chest. It is beautiful. She held the pendant in her hand, letting it dangle before the light of the fireplace, so that it sparkled even more. She let it slide into her palm. The front was designed with her father's signature roses. One for Mama, one for Catherine, and one for her, with a strong stem holding them up, which she knew symbolized her father. She turned it around and read the inscription, tears filling her eyes. Papa, she said quietly and got up, wrapping her arms around him. Thank you. I shall cherish this for all of my days. She noticed that her father's eyes were watering up as well. He quickly turned his face away, and took a large sip of his ale before she could say anything. He was a sentimental, emotional man, quite the opposite of his wife. While Lady Hazelshire was usually only maternal to Betsy, her father had no qualms about showing his affection to any of his children. He loved spending time with them, but given his busy life, he often was not able to. Lord Hazelshire had a habit of making up for his lack of time with gifts, such as this one. She stared at it, turning the pendant in her hand back and forth. It almost didn't make it here, he said while keeping his eyes on the chessboard. What do you mean? The messenger was ambushed in an attempted robbery, and the necklace was separated from the letter which accompanied it. If it wasn't for Lord Westmond and his determination to reunite it with its rightful owner, I would have had to start all over again, and it would never have made it to you in time before the ball. Lord Westmond? The Duke who took ill and all but vanished? I recall the stories. They say he was struck down by the same ailment as Napoleon. Dreadful. His son. The elder Duke passed away some months ago. His son just took his place in the House of Lords and lives nearby. He came upon the robbery, stopped it, and then found the necklace which you hold in your hands now. Honorable young man. He and his brother both. I've invited them both to the ball. Rowena raised her eyebrows. You have? As a thank you for returning the necklace? He nodded. And to introduce him to Catherine. The Duke is in an unfortunate financial situation right now, but I trust he will right the ship. He seems a smart enough young man, and he is a Duke, after all. Can you imagine Mama if she had two daughters both wed to a Duke? He chuckled, pleased with his plan. It would be the best day of her life. Papa, you would be served Parmesan ice cream without protest each day for the rest of your life. She grinned as her father licked his lips. Her father had an insatiable sweet tooth which he could only ever indulge in when away from home, for Lady Hazelshire insisted on limiting the access of her family to foods she found contrary to one's waistline. That alone would make such a match desirable, her father said. Just aside, Lord Westmond's family has long owned a vineyard as well as a winery, and he's offered his expert advice. So, when you are introduced to him at the ball, be sure to be especially personable. This man could provide the assistance your old papa needs with this wretched business. Of course, I will. As if she was ever anything other than the perfect lady. They concluded their game at a late hour, so that by the time Rowena retired to her chamber, the house was already dark. She made her way to her chamber by light of a single beeswax candle and climbed into her bed. She placed the necklace on her side table. She found herself rather curious about the young man, who might turn out to be the answer to her father's worries with the wretched vineyard, and who so generously returned her precious necklace. I shall wear it to the ball tomorrow. Yes. It will make Papa happy, and it will show the Duke that his efforts are appreciated. It will please him to see me wear it. Yes, that was the least she could do. As she went to sleep, she found herself ever more curious about the young man. Perhaps the ball would turn out much more enjoyable than she thought. Chapter 7. Christopher stood outside Worcester Ballroom and found himself racked with nerves. Perhaps Henry had been right. He had put the young woman on a pedestal, hadn't he? What if she did not live up to his daydreams? Had he made a cake of himself, thinking he'd find his future wife here tonight? And what if she is all I hope her to be, but then she does not care for me? I am after all down on my luck, despite the grand title and fine clothing. It was not like Christopher to doubt himself at all. He was usually self-assured to the point of being accused of arrogance. Not tonight, however. Tonight, he felt like a young boy on his first day at Eton once more. Topher, are you simply going to stand there and block the entrance, or are we going inside? Henry prompted him. Henry had come to the ball under protest, proclaiming that he would much rather continue to read his novel than prance around, dressed up in his finest. Of course, he had agreed to come. Christopher knew his brother would do anything for him, just as he would do anything for Henry. And right now, in this moment, he was more than grateful for the company. Taking in a lungful of the warm air, Christopher set one foot in front of the other and made his way inside. The brothers climbed the stairs and stepped through the front door. It was already well past 11 and the majority of guests had arrived, meaning the receiving line was relatively small. Christopher immediately scanned the area for Lady Rowena but found himself disappointed. At the front of the line, just to the left of the entrance, was the young lady in whose honor the ball was held, and her mother, Lady Hazelshire. Rowena was nowhere to be found. "Do not fret, your lady will be in the ballroom already, I am certain," Henry whispered, a smirk on his face. Christopher opened his mouth to reply but found himself interrupted, as the gentleman who'd taken their calling cards motioned for them to step forward to be introduced. His Grace, Christopher Newmont, the Duke of Westmond, and his brother, Henry Newmont, the man said. Christopher stepped forward. "Your Grace, an honor to meet you," Lady Hazelshire said as she curtsied to him. She nodded with a slight bow of the head. "The honor is all mine," he said. He noticed that Lady Hazelshire appeared to look past him, and toward the entrance as if expecting somebody. "Your Grace." Lady Hazelshire, she looked back at him and directed him toward her daughter. "My daughter, Lady Catherine." He stepped over to the young woman who looked like a slightly younger version of her mother, and shook her hand. He was taken aback by how much she resembled the painting. Whoever the painter was, he could capture one's likeness to perfection. "Lady Catherine, an honor to make your acquaintance." "The honor is all mine," the young woman replied as she curtsied. How many times has she had to repeat this process tonight? 100? He stepped aside as it was now Henry's turn. With the formal introductions made, the brothers made their way into the ballroom. The space was lit so brightly it was almost like stepping into daylight. "It must have cost a fortune in candles to light this room," Henry commented, the disdain for the waste of money lacing his words. "Hazelshire is among the wealthiest men in England, Henry. He can easily afford—" He stopped so abruptly, the young man who'd walked behind them crashed into him. Christopher did not even hear his muttered apology, for he was mesmerized by what he saw before him. There she was, not 3 steps away, standing beside her father, the regal-looking Lord Hazelshire. The woman from the painting. The woman he'd longed to meet for these past 2 weeks. Lady Rowena. She was dressed in a beautiful pale blue silk gown, which was brightened by what seemed like a million carefully applied white pearls. Her hair, which was so dark it was almost black, was pinned up and wrapped in a white bandeau, which in turn was covered in blue stitching and more pearls. She was beautiful and almost angelic as she stood, her fingers hidden beneath white silk gloves. What drew his attention more than anything else, however, wasn't her beauty, it was the serious expression on her lovely face. She looked as though the weight of the world rested on her shoulders. The way her eyes were slightly narrowed and her lips, Her beautiful lips were pressed together. I wonder what is on her mind that makes her appear so serious. No matter, it almost makes her more beautiful. Truly, she is as breathtaking in person as she was in the painting. He felt his heart beat faster as he observed. And then, when she suddenly turned into his direction and their eyes met for a moment, his heart skipped a beat. He felt his mouth open slightly, as if he was readying himself to call out to her, when he caught himself and remembered where he was. He closed his mouth and nodded into her direction, making sure to never break eye contact. To his delight, she broke into a smile which lit up her entire face. The serious expression seemed to disappear, save for in her eyes, which remained haunted. "Ah, Your Grace," the Earl of Hazelshire said, drawing him out of his mesmerized state. "What a pleasure." He beckoned them over and Christopher felt himself move across the marbled floor, as if in a dream. "I am ever so glad you could make it," the older lord said as he motioned toward the lovely woman beside him. "This is my daughter, Lady Rowena. Rowena, this is His Grace, the Duke of Westmond, who so graciously recovered your necklace." The young woman's dark eyes flashed with recognition, and one gloved hand traveled up to her slender neck. Around it rested the pendant that was now so familiar to him. She was shorter than him by half a head. She extended her hand as she curtsied. He wrapped his fingers around her gloved hand, feeling how delicate it was in his. When she looked up, their eyes met once more and they stood for a moment, smiling at one another. "I thank you for ensuring this treasure was returned to me," she said, wrapping her gloved hand around it as they spoke. "I am only happy to see it returned to its rightful owner. And dare I say, my lady, it looks charming on you." She blushed and looked away, but the smile remained on her lips. "I do not know how to thank you, Your Grace. I know it must have been difficult to locate us, without an address or letter. It was by luck and determination that we were able to return it." Suddenly emboldened, he cleared his throat. "As for the thank you, perhaps the lady might consider giving me the honor of a dance?" She blinked at him and nodded. "Of course, Your Grace." She turned and glanced at her dance card. "The cotillion, perhaps? It is the very first dance after the minuet." Suddenly she looked at her father, as if asking his permission. The older man nodded, and she wrote his name next to the dance. Christopher squinted to see whose name was written next to the first dance, but could not make it out. A pang of jealousy at the lucky man overcame him, but he pushed it away. "I look forward to it," she said quietly, almost as if she did not want anyone else to hear. "As do I, my lady." He bowed before her, not wanting to leave her side but knowing that lingering any longer would be inappropriate. He stepped back, breaking their link and forced himself to face Lord Hazelshire instead. "Perhaps you might ask Catherine for a dance as well. I am sure she will make room on her dance card for the man who will assist her dear papa in getting a handle on the vineyard business." He chuckled, though Christopher knew he was serious. "I will gladly request a dance from both of your daughters," he said with a slight bow. As he straightened up, he caught a glance at Lady Rowena. To his delight, he found that she had continued to observe him with interest. "Now, perhaps you would like to see about some refreshments," Lord Hazelshire suggested, pointing at an adjacent room. "What a glorious idea, I am famished. Come on, Topher. Let us explore." With that, his brother grabbed him by the elbow, and pulled him away toward the refreshment room. Christopher had no choice but to separate himself from the lovely young lady, who had enraptured his attention so. He looked back once more, but found that the crush of people had swallowed the view of the young lady. With a heavy sigh, he followed Henry into the next room, wishing that time moved faster, so he could find himself by her side once more. Chapter 8. Rowena found herself looking after the Duke as he disappeared into the crowd. She placed her hand on her chest and felt her heart beating faster. The moment she'd laid eyes on him, a warmth had spread all throughout her body in a way she'd never experienced before. She'd broken into a smile quite involuntarily and hadn't wanted to stop. She could not wait for the cotillion, which was the second dance of the night. At the request of her father, she'd saved the minuet for Lord Thornmouth. He was to have arrived almost an hour ago, and it had been deemed proper to dance together after introductions. Of course, Lord Thornmouth had yet to show his face. Not that she minded. The closer she came to meeting him, the further away she wished to be. It was not the man himself she dreaded, she didn't know him after all, but it was the thought of change. For the moment she was introduced to him, the changes in her life would be set into motion. Curiously, she no longer found herself occupied with her future husband's failure to appear. No, the meeting with Lord Westmond was now foremost on her mind. Thinking of him made her feel woozy at once. She took a deep breath to steady herself. She was utterly vexed by these strange feelings that suddenly washed over her. What is wrong with me? No man has ever made me feel as flustered just by merely standing opposite me. How I wish Betsy was here, so I could confide in her. Betsy was, of course, not at the dance, given she was not of noble birth, no matter how much she felt like family. By Jove, Lord Thornmouth is taking his time arriving, her father said, breaking into her thoughts. The irritation in his voice was evident. Your mother is here now, ready to open the ball with your sister. Indeed, Rowena's mother was rushing across the ballroom with as much grace as possible, followed by Catherine, who looked lovely in a dress made of fine silk. The pale rose color stood in contrast to her tucked-up blonde hair. Come on now, we are already late. It is near 11:30. Lady Hazelshire prompted and rushed past her husband and elder daughter, stopping only for a moment to tuck a stray hair behind Rowena's ear. She glanced at her husband as she did so. Where is Lord Thornmouth? He was missing from the receiving line. Did we miss him? Lord Hazelshire shook his head. He has not yet arrived. Lady Hazelshire clasped Rowena's arm. This is a disaster. Rowena, walk the room, see if another lord will ask for the minuet. You cannot stand by the sidelines. Not for your sister's first dance. It would look terrible. Her fingers were digging into Rowena's skin so much she flinched. She felt herself growing impatient with her mother. After all, it was not her fault Lord Thornmouth was not here. Fortunately for her, her mother soon let go of her and proceeded to the dance floor, alongside Catherine, to officially open the dance. Her mother stopped to speak to the conductor regarding the music, while Catherine smoothed her dress. Rowena could almost feel her sister's nerves. Mama is right. I should be dancing the minuet. However, I declined many requests in favor of Lord Thornmouth, and now there is no time to find another. Perhaps I should take the air. Her father nodded. It will be for the best. I shall step out the front door to see if the young man cannot be spotted somewhere. Perhaps he is lost. Rowena highly doubted that he was, but did not argue. She could tell her father was upset enough as it was. She let him proceed to the front door while she made her way across the ballroom toward the back, where another door led to the gardens behind the mansion. Are you not dancing the minuet, Lady Rowena? A deep voice sounded out as she passed a group of guests. She stopped, recognizing the slight northern accents. When she turned, she found herself at once hot and cold, for it was indeed Lord Westmond who stood before her, tall and regal-looking in his fine tailcoat. I had promised it to a gentleman, but it appears he was delayed. I was going to take the air for a little while, she said, finding herself suddenly unable to look him directly in the eyes. A fool. An utter fool, I declare, for missing the opportunity to dance with a lady as fair as you. There was a grin on his face which made her feel at ease, and she looked up at him. He was well over 6 feet and she had to look up to catch his eyes. They were an unusual grey color that reminded her of pebbles at the Brighton seaside. His hair, shoulder-length and brown, was curly with rich sideburns by the side of his face. What she noticed above all was the earthy scent about him. a scent which reminded her of riding through the woods near her home after a rainstorm. I would not declare him a fool yet, there might be a legitimate reason for his tardiness. Now, the music is about to begin, and it is unseemly for the sister of the hostess to not participate in the first dance, no matter the reason. She bowed her head, ready to excuse herself. As she was about to turn away, he took a step toward her, extending an arm. There is no reason for you to miss the first dance. Allow me to escort you, Lady Rowena. It was not quite a question and yet not quite a command. His arm hung in the air between them, ready for her to take it to be escorted to the dance floor. There was a determination in the way he stood and smiled at her, his face full of expectation. She nodded and placed her arm on his, feeling the strength of him as they touched. "Thank you," she said quietly as they made their way to the dance floor, and joined the line of other couples who were awaiting their sets. "I cannot allow a beautiful young lady such as yourself to suffer such humiliation. And besides, I had rather hoped for another dance with you." She felt herself blush. "You are too kind. First you rescue my necklace and now me. It is no wonder my father appears so fond of you." He laughed out loud. "I imagine the reason why your father is fond of me is that I know my way around a winery. In a business sense, of course." He winked at her. "Although it does sound as though the vineyard is causing him quite the headache." "It is. He should never have bought it. I know little of such affairs, but I can see how worn down he is from all the travel. Really, I worry for his health. He is not a young man." The young Duke squeezed her arm as they stood, waiting. "I am glad I have made his acquaintance and I can help advise him. Do not fret, Lady Rowena, I will do all I can to assist." Up ahead, Catherine opened the ball and displayed the steps of the dance to those in line, waiting. Across the dance floor, she caught the eye of her father who smiled at Catherine with pride. He stood by himself, evidently the search for Lord Thornmouth had been unsuccessful. "I am ever so grateful, for he needs the help. My brother, for whose benefit the vineyard was purchased, is no help at all. It is not right that my father should have to carry such a burden. He is a good man. I do not like to see him so worried." "You appear close with your father," the Duke commented. She glanced up at him. "I am. I have always found myself to be very much like him. It is why I fret so when he is stressed. It is why I do all I can to live up to his expectations." She noticed a sad smile on the Duke's face. "Have I said the wrong thing?" He shook his head. "Not at all. It is simply the notion of living up to one's parents' expectations. I fear I have failed my own father in that regard." She frowned for a moment, then reminded herself of her mother's words of warning about frowning. "I am certain your father would be proud of you. You are his heir, after all. You are Duke, following in his footsteps." He shook his head. "It is my birthright to be Duke. Perhaps it is my burden to follow him in his footsteps. It was never my choice. The truth is, I spent many years living the life of a dandy instead of paying attention to the estate, instead of learning from him. I had no interest in the estate. The only thing that ever interested me was the vineyard. That, I must confess, was largely because it afforded me the opportunity to work alongside my brother, away from our father." She squinted as another couple whirled past them. "Was there a reason you sought to be away from your father? It sounds as though you loved him and regret not being near." "I did. And I do. But we had a difficult relationship. He was a strong man, and strong-willed. He did not take advice kindly from anyone but my mother. We butted heads often. After my mother passed away some years ago, he became ever more stubborn." He paused and sighed, his broad chest rose and fell. "Without my mother to act as a bridge between us, we could not communicate any more without a fight. He was hard on me, always. Harder still on my brother. Henry escaped to the vineyard shortly after my mother passed away, and eventually, so did I. It was easier to communicate with my father by letter and messenger than in person. She could not help herself. She squeezed his arm, which she had still been holding as they waited for their turn. I am sorry you had such a troubled relationship with your father. It reminds me of. She'd nearly said my mother, but thought better of it. It must have been difficult when he became ill. He nodded, unable to meet her eyes as he continued to look out over the dance floor. I did not know just how unwell he became until it was too late. By the time I was alerted to it, we were almost ruined, and he was near death. He was hardly in a condition to speak. I shall regret it to the end of my days. She blinked and glanced at him. No man had ever shared as freely with her as he did. Nobody had ever spoken to her in such a way, as if she were an equal. As if they had already known one another, even though they had met but an hour ago. And yet, I feel as though I can tell him anything as well. Almost as if he had read her thoughts, he turned to her. I apologize, Lady Rowena. It is not my custom to pour my heart out to a stranger. Well. It appears I find speaking to you comes easily. Which is quite unusual, as this does not happen often. She nodded, holding his gaze. I understand. I find it difficult to share my concerns with others as well. Not even Papa. Not even my sister. When we were children, it was my brother Charles who I would confide in, but as we grew that changed. Now the only person I can speak to as I please is Betsy. Betsy? Rowena was about to answer and explain just how precious her friend was to her, when something else caught her attention. Just as another couple passed them to dance their turn, she spotted her father. He was deeply in conversation with another, younger man. Rowena's throat constricted and she felt herself holding Lord Westmond closer. She knew who he was before he ever turned around. When he did, her suspicions and her fears were only confirmed. It was him. She recognized him, and at last recalled their dances at the ball more than a year ago. The piercing eyes, the shaggy hair. Isaac Travers, the Duke of Thornmouth. Her future husband. Chapter 9. Christopher could not stop marveling at the woman beside him. It was as if he were in a dream. She was everything he'd hoped for. He couldn't explain it, but he knew more so than ever that he was right about her. He felt as though he had known her forever. The words spilled out of his mouth as though she were a trusted confidant, not a lady he'd known for mere moments. He would have, and could have, happily spent the entire evening talking to her, dance or no dance. However, just as the time came for them to prepare themselves for their turn on the dance floor, her demeanor changed. He felt it happen as much as he saw it. Her posture changed. She straightened up, her shoulder back in a regal, stiff manner. Her mouth, which had flashed him smile upon smile, was pressed together in a tight line he'd never seen before. And her eyes were narrowed, fixed at a point on the other end of the hall. What has happened to her? Have I said the wrong thing? What has vexed her so? He followed her gaze and saw her father standing there, talking to a young man. Christopher frowned. He knew the man. It was the angry fellow he'd seen at the House of Lords a few weeks ago. Is that the Duke of Thornmouth? Beside him, Lady Rowena removed her arm from his and let it hang limply by her side. She nodded without saying a word. Across from them Duke Thornmouth and Lord Hazelshire had set in motion, and were making their way toward them. Christopher looked at the line of dancers. There were only 2 pairs ahead of them. What is the matter, Lady Rowena? You look unwell. You've paled. Would you rather sit out this dance? At last she looked at him, her eyes filled with such sadness and regret that it hurt his very soul. I'm ever so sorry, Your Grace. I will not be able to dance the minuet with you. But of course, do not worry yourself with. He got no further, for at that moment, her father and the young man had reached them, just as the couple ahead of them took to the dance floor.
"Look who has made an appearance at last, Rowena."
The Duke had the most ghastly news from Cambridgeshire,
Ghastly indeed.
There were acts regarding the... Yes, very unfortunate, the man said, cutting off Lord Hazelshire in a rude manner. He ignored Christopher entirely and focused right on Lady Rowena.
"It is a pleasure to see you again,
my dear. Now, shall we?
I believe we are next in line."
Rowena blinked at him and then glanced at Christopher. Her lips parted as she was about to speak, but before she could, Christopher's temper got the better of him. "How dare this dandy move in ahead of me? Who does he think he is? He must think because he is a duke, he's better than the rest. Well, I too am a duke." "Excuse me, Your Grace, but Lady Rowena has promised me the minuet." "And the cotillion," Christopher said, taking a step closer to Thornmouth, a smirk on his face.
"Is that so?"
"I believe Lady Hazelshire has employed the new fashion of dance cards for this evening. Shall I inspect Lady Rowena's dance card? For I am certain my name is written next to the minuet." "In any case, I do not need your permission, Lord." "Whatever your name is."
"Westmond. I am the Duke of Westmond."
"Westmond, eh? How very unfortunate for you.
Now, if you will excuse me.
My future bride and I are going to partake in the festivities now."
He turned his back to Christopher without another word,
leading Rowena away. She glanced over her shoulder, the expression of regret marked her pretty face. She mouthed "I'm sorry" and then turned to begin the dance. "Bride? Did he say my bride? Surely, I misheard him. It cannot be. She could not be betrothed. It wasn't possible. She was perfect for him. They were perfect together. He had to have misunderstood. I'm ever so sorry for the mix-up, Your Grace. His Grace was to be here more than an hour ago and got held up. Evidently there was an incident up in Cambridgeshire with the... Christopher shook his head and raised a hand. I apologize for interrupting, Lord Hazelshire. But did His Grace refer to your daughter as his bride? The older man broke into a proud grin and nodded as he looked at the couple dancing. Indeed, he did. They shall be married sooner rather than later. A fine match it will be. He is a bit brusque, as you noted. However, it is that attitude that has brought him far in the House of Lords and at court. He will make a good husband. I am certain. Christopher's head felt as though it was spinning. How could this be? She'd not acted like a woman betrothed, not at all. In fact, the manner in which they conversed had led him to believe that. Well, that she might feel what he felt. Or could at least. I did not realize Lady Rowena was betrothed to be married. Congratulations, Lord Hazelshire. He tore his eyes away from the dancing couple and focused on her father. Well, it is not an official betrothal as yet. In fact, tonight is the first time Rowena has met him since the arrangement was made. They shall begin courting as of now. However, it is all set. The Duke is quite eager for the wedding to go ahead. He's besotted with Rowena. Has been since they first met a year ago. Christopher could tell from the manner in which the older man spoke that he loved his daughter very much. That he wanted the best for her. If only he could see that Thornmouth was not it. He was rude and brash, and from Christopher's experience with him, utterly unsuited for someone like Lady Rowena. Well, I shall join my wife. I've promised her to try out my old dancing shoes tonight, given how it is such a glorious night for us. Do not forget to dance with Catherine now, as you promised. He wagged his index finger in jest, clearly elated by the late showing of Thornmouth. I am sure we will speak later, regarding the business of the vineyard? Of course, Lord Hazelshire, of course. Christopher bowed his head, which the Earl reciprocated, and then departed. He seems chipper. Henry's voice sounded out from behind him. Have I missed the minuet? Darn, what poor luck. I am not in the mood for your sarcasm, brother, Christopher said without looking at his brother. He was fixated by Lady Rowena and her dance partner. She appeared to make conversation with the man, who eagerly lapped up each of her words. Yet, every now and then, she appeared to glance in his direction, the same sorrowful look on her face. You are utterly Friday-faced. What has happened? Did the young lady turn out to be a disappointment? I told you not to place her upon a ped. Christopher swung around so fast he misjudged their distance, and found himself almost nose to nose with Henry. She is perfection. She is just as I had imagined. I felt. He stopped. There was no point in indulging in his daydreams any further. She is betrothed to that fool, the Duke of Thornmouth. Thornmouth? Is that so? I've heard of him. Unpleasant fellow. Arrogant. Determined to enhance his riches at the expense of just about anything. Prinny adores him, I hear. Christopher scoffed and shook his head, turning away. The news simply gets better and better. Henry placed one hand on Christopher's back. Topher, you hardly knew her anyhow. And if she led you to? She led me to do nothing but converse in a manner which was exhilarating. In any case, it appears this match is new, the betrothal is not even official. Evidently, this is the first time they've met since the decision was made. Thornmouth was late. Very late. So late, he left poor Lady Rowena in danger of having no partner for the minuet. Henry sighed and scratched his chin while nodding his head in a rhythmical motion. What is it? You are doing the thing you do when you devise one of your master plans. Christopher mimicked Henry's stance. Well, silly as I believe your endeavor to capture this young lady's affections is, I can see how serious you are. As luck would have it, etiquette and manners are in your favor. Christopher crossed his arms in front of him and nodded. Go on. You said the betrothal is not official? No offer has been made, none accepted, no contracts or dowry exchange? Christopher shook his head. I am not their barrister. However, that is what appears to be the case. Why? His brother shrugged. If there is no official betrothal, then there is nothing to keep you from conversing with the young lady, within the bounds of respectable society of course. Such as at a ball, for example. Look where we are. At a ball. So? So, go and demand the cotillion. It was promised to you, Thornmouth or not. Take the opportunity to speak to her. Then decide what you wish to do. Sometimes, he simply wanted to knock his brother on the head for his witty comments and sarcasm. Tonight was not one of those times. Tonight, he wanted to hug him. Knowing how his brother disliked that sort of affection, he refrained. I can seek her out. Speak to her. Perhaps convince her that he is all wrong for her. Henry cleared his throat. It is not up to her to decide if he is right or wrong for her. It is up to her father. He is the one you must convince. Given our poor financial state, however, it may be quite the task. You do have one thing on your side. The vineyard. Indeed. Now, the music is ending. Perhaps you had better seek out your beloved, and whisk her out of the arms of your fellow duke. I meanwhile, will remain over here, at a safe distance. Christopher tilted his head to one side, a slight smile on his face. Henry, there is one more thing I ask of you. Another? If this goes on, you will not get to keep Havisham House when you rebuy it. You will owe it to me for all the favors I do you and my precious advice. Whatever you require. For tonight, I need you to ask Lady Catherine for a dance. Her father has been asking me to, and I will, but first I must speak to her sister once more. Henry rolled his eyes so far back only the white was visible. Must I? Please. It will buy me some time if you occupy her first. With a dramatic sigh, Henry agreed. Very well, but it appears she has a partner for the cotillion. I shall request another. Scottish reel perhaps. That is at least entertaining. Now, you had better declare your right for the next dance, before the orchestra is finished setting up. Christopher scanned the dance floor and for one terrible moment, could not find her. But then, standing midway between him and her father, he spotted her. She was engaged in conversation with the Duke, who no doubt expected to share the cotillion with her as well. I will show you, Thornmouth. You are not the only one who knows how to use the etiquette of the ton to his advantage. He flared his nostrils and straightened his tailcoat as he set forth toward the couple, more determined now than ever. Chapter 10. Crawford Castle is magnificent. You will see. It is glorious. In fact, I am hosting a house party there in July, when Parliament is in recess. You should come, bring the whole family. Never too early to explore your future home, am I correct? He beamed at her in a way that made Rowena realize he was genuine. He had clearly been thinking about their future. In fact, he'd spoken of little else during their dance. It is almost as if he has envisioned an entire future for us, without knowing me or asking me for my opinion. It was not as though she had expected to be asked her opinion. It was rare that any wife was consulted on anything other than child-rearing, or perhaps embroidery. Still, it vexed her that the Duke had planned out her life for her without even meeting her. Well, they had met. She recalled it now. They danced together at a ball a year ago. She'd had trouble remembering him because he had simply blended in with the other lords she danced with. They all faded away as soon as she took to her bed. She had never met anyone who lingered in her memory, never met anyone extraordinary. Until tonight. She'd found herself unable to stop stealing glances at Lord Westmond. And he, evidently, felt the same for each time she looked at him. He'd returned the gaze. Her heart had ached when she'd had to tell him she could not dance with him. And when Lord Thornmouth had so rudely inserted himself into their conversation, and broke the news of their unofficial status, she'd wanted to break away and explain. For the look of disappointment on Westmond's face had been crushing. No blemish to your reputation, I am certain. She realized she had not heard a word of what her soon-to-be husband had said to her. Excuse me, I did not hear the last part. The chatter around us is ever so loud. His mouth twitched in an odd manner, but he gave her a nod. I said that I know it is uncouth to dance more than 2 dances with a man, but given our status there ought to be no blemish to your reputation if we do. The cotillion is next, I believe? And it has been promised to me. A deep voice sounded out from behind the Duke of Thornmouth, who turned. Rowena could not help but break into a wide grin. There he was. Duke Westmond. Excuse me? The man in whose arms she presently was in said, his voice thick with disdain. Rowena licked her lips, her eyes darting from one to the other while the music began in the background. I believe if you will take a look at her dance card, you will see my name written beside the cotillion, Your Grace. His voice was even and matter-of-fact. Lord Thornmouth turned to her, his eyes wide and wild, fury hidden beneath his handsome features. Is that so? He asked. She nodded. Indeed, it is. He requested the dance before we knew when Your Grace would arrive. There it was again. The twitch in the corners of his mouth, this time accompanied by a flaring of the nostrils. He was displeased. Displeased enough to break the betrothal which was not yet official? A part of Rowena hoped so. The silly, romantic part prone to make a cake of herself over some duke she had only just met. The rational part in her knew that she had to smooth the situation over, and now, before the dance began. I have saved the Scottish reel and the quadrille for Your Grace, in the hopes you would be able to attend. They are among my most favoured. I hope you will still agree to dance them with me? Even though that would take us to 3? She blinked at him and forced her most genteel smile onto her lips. Knowing how much the number of dances appeared to mean to him, she'd calculated that this might appease him. It did. He bowed before her. Of course. I shall dance every dance you wish with you. Now, enjoy your spin on the dance floor. Meanwhile, I will seek out your mother. She has requested my opinion on when we'd rather have the wedding. Summer or winter? Faith, Mama. She simply cannot let the matter rest. Of course, Your Grace. I am sure this will please her immensely. He turned to leave, and Rowena set her eyes on the young man who'd so brazenly demanded his dance. His jaw was clenched tight and he looked at the Duke with some disdain. The music for the cotillion was beginning and couples proceeded to the dance floor. He held out his arm for her to take, which she did. Just as they were about to step onto the dance floor, her intended husband addressed her once more. Do you have a preference, Lady Rowena? For the wedding? I must say I would find a winter wedding charming. Alas, it is ever so far away. Perhaps the summer, eh? Rowena swallowed, uncomfortable with the question, but she found herself nodding slowly. Whatever Your Grace thinks best. He clapped his hands together and smiled at her. Splendid. A summer wedding it will be. Now, enjoy your dance. He turned his attention from her to the Duke. It was a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Your Grace. His voice was laced with insincerity which made Rowena shiver. At last, he left and the two proceeded to the dance floor where they were finally alone. I'm ever so sorry, Your Grace. I had imagined since the hour was so late that he would not appear and... Please, do not fret, Lady Rowena. You could not have known. However, I must admit I found myself taken aback by the news that you are all but betrothed. She looked up at him, tilting her head to the side. I am not officially betrothed. Although an arrangement has been made, that much is true. They began their dance, joining the other couples. His hands were gripped tightly around hers as they followed the steps of the dance. He certainly appears to consider it official, judging by the manner in which he presented himself. The strain in his voice was evident. He had been as displeased by the Duke of Thornmouth's behavior. An offer is about to be made, I am certain. She found it impossible to look him in the eyes. I expect you are pleased with it? Promise to a duke, that is an achievement for any lady of the ton. There was something in his tone that gave her pause. He was upset. She found herself unsure as to how to answer. She had found herself unhappy at the change in her life. However, it was a change she'd always known was coming. Nobody has ever asked if I am pleased. Your Grace knows how it is. A lady is fortunate if a good match is made, and this is an excellent one. My father had taken great care in finding me a match that is suitable. This time, she thought to herself, thinking back to the unfortunate business with Lord Mortimer. Her father had thought Mortimer a good match. What if he was wrong again this time? She had to admit, while the Duke of Thornmouth appeared a pleasant man and eager to please her, there was something about him. He was brash and forward, which she did not care for. Beside her, her dance partner remained quiet, following the steps of the dance carefully, as if it did not come easily to him. At last, he spoke up again. Is that all you seek in life? A suitable match? Do you never wish there was more? More? Such as what? He shrugged as they twirled on the dance floor. A connection? It is ever so rare, but is it not something to strive for? She knew he was talking about the connection the two of them had discovered, yet knew she could not agree with him. Of course, and some ladies might be in a position to wait for such a connection, to indulge in such a thing. I, on the other hand, am not. She paused and glanced up directly at him. However much I might wish for it. He opened his mouth, his face suddenly soft and full of regret. Alas, the music had ended, and the couples were dispersing. It was a pleasure to share this dance with you, Your Grace. She curtsied before him and then departed, leaving him behind her. My dear Lady Rowena, I must say, you are indeed a vision on the dance floor. The Duke of Thornmouth stood on the sidelines, having spent the cotillion conversing with her parents who were now taking a spin themselves. Thank you, Your Grace is ever so kind. She noticed for the first time the scar above his left eye and wondered how he had received it. Suddenly, he reached his hand up and toward his eyebrow, and ran a finger over the scar. I received it in battle in France. She gasped and clasped a hand in front of her mouth. How terrible. Waterloo? He nodded and dropped his hand beside him. Unpleasant business, that. Let us not dwell on it further. I do not wish to have our first evening together as a future couple ruined by talk of war. He looked off into the distance and Rowena turned to see what he was looking at. Her heart sank. It was the Duke of Westmond he was looking at. He was presently speaking with Catherine, who scribbled on her dance card. Duke Westmond appears eager to dance with your entire family, it appears. Rowena wasn't sure what the undercurrent in the man's voice was. Jealousy perhaps? Just in case, she decided to further placate him. My father requested he dance with my sister, given that it is her coming-out ball, and dancing with an eligible duke is most sought after. She smiled at him. And since you are no longer available, Your Grace. His face lit up at the mention of their future union, and she found that, without his serious expression, he was quite handsome. There was even a trace of kindness in his face. Yet, she could not help but think of the way the Duke of Westmond had looked at her, the goodness that was so evident in his eyes. She shook her head, chasing the thoughts from her mind. Before her, the man she was to marry broke into a kind smile and offered her his arm. That is true, indeed. I am no longer available, and neither are you. And a glorious development it is, especially for me. Would you care to accompany me for a walk, to take the air? She nodded, not really wanting to leave, and yet knowing she could not say no for fear of upsetting him. She took his arm and allowed herself to be led into the garden, the same garden she had walked toward when the Duke of Westmond had stopped her in her tracks. This time, however, she made it outside. They walked along the lighted path past several other couples who had decided to take the same opportunity for alone time. What a lovely evening it is. She nodded. It is. He glanced at her, a grin on his lips. And what a lovely lady you are, Lady Rowena. Allow me to express the joy it brings me to be side by side with you once more. I have to confess, you had not left my thoughts since our last dance. She swallowed, remembering how she'd struggled to recall their earlier connection. Your Grace is too kind, she simply said. I am glad you think so. He paused for a moment, then looked at her intently. I realize I have not yet apologized for my tardiness. I was held up in a meeting with the Lords Portsmouth and Darton, regarding an unfortunate matter back home. You will surely read about it in the papers tomorrow. Portsmouth. Did he say Lord Portsmouth? Betsy's future employer? Could it be? Lord Portsmouth of Bedfordshire? He raised one eyebrow. One and the same, indeed. Do you know him? She shook her head. Not I, but my close childhood friend, Miss Elizabeth Carmichael, is about to be employed by them as their governess. Is that so? A new governess for the Viscount already? Well done, Portsmouth. The smirk on his face made her stomach twist into knots. What does he mean? Why does he say it in such a foreboding manner? Is he not a kind man? The Viscount? Betsy is my dearest friend and I should not want her to be in harm's way. The smirk fell from his face and he shook his head. Never you worry, my dear. Your friend will be treated very well, indeed. Now, I find myself suddenly famished. Would you care for a bite? Confused as to the sudden change in their evening, as they had after all just moments ago stepped outside, Rowena shook her head.
Very well. Perhaps you would like to accompany me to the supper room then. It was not a question, she could tell from the tone in his voice.
So, she simply nodded and followed him inside, a terrible feeling in the pit of her stomach.
Chapter 11.
Christopher found himself sitting in the armchair in his uncle's drawing room, staring into the fading fire. It was chilly and he covered himself with a blanket he'd found thrown over the back of the seat. He had returned from the ball late, having awaited an opportunity to speak to Lady Rowena once more before leaving, but had found himself unable to do so. Thornmouth had not left her side for most of the evening. For the brief moments he did, her mother had occupied her time. He had noticed her glancing at him from time to time, looking away in embarrassment each time she realized he'd noticed. It is not much, but perhaps it is a sign that she does indeed feel what I feel. And perhaps there is a chance, despite her words about duty and expectation. Christopher had found himself dancing with various ladies, most of them very eager to spend time with him, proving his notion that his title mattered more than his wealth. Toward the end of the night, and after being prompted by Lord Hazelshire once more, he'd danced with Lady Catherine. He'd hoped that his brief dance with Lady Rowena's sister would lead him to some useful information about the family. In particular about Lady Rowena and the unfortunate betrothal, but that had not worked to plan either. No, the young lady had been thoroughly occupied with talk of her own virtues and skills. At least Lord Hazelshire had seemed pleased at the sight of their dancing. He tilted his head back and let the last of the cup of ale run down his throat when the door opened, and his uncle entered. "Christopher? Why are you awake at this early hour?" "Early? Is it indeed early already? How long have I sat here alone?" "I must have not realized the passage of time, Uncle Nestor." "Is the excitement from the ball keeping you awake?" Christopher shrugged but said nothing, which appeared to be answer enough for his uncle. "I see. What has happened? Would you care to share?" He sighed and leaned his head back against the chair. "Nothing happened and it looks as though maybe nothing will." His uncle smiled kindly and Christopher saw his mother in his uncle for a brief moment. "I take it the reason for the Friday face is a young lady?" "What happened? Did she refuse to dance with you?" "Never you worry, some of these young ladies like to tease, just keep asking." Christopher sighed. "This lady is no tease, uncle. She is a proper lady." "She is." He shook his head as he thought of her. "There is something ever so special about her." "Might I know her?" He shrugged. "Perhaps. Lady Rowena Burton. She is the daughter of the Earl of Hazelshire." "I know exactly who she is. A beauty if ever there was one. Although—" he tilted his head to one side. "I understand she is imminently to be betrothed to the Duke of Thornmouth. You may remember him. You met him at the House of Lords not long ago." Christopher nodded. "I have had the questionable pleasure to get to know him better. And I understand there is to be a betrothal, but it is not yet official. Thus, it could be undone." His uncle blinked and then nodded. "In theory, yes. But it would be a scandal. Thornmouth has made quite a show of telling everyone who would listen how madly in love he is with the lady. And his father has made no secret of his willingness to go forward with a match. It would be very damaging to Hazelshire if he backed out of the arrangement. But not impossible." "No, not at all. Since there is no written contract. However, I advise you to proceed with caution. Thornmouth is not only one of the highest-ranking lords, but he is determined and no pushover. You do not want to get on his bad side. For that matter, neither will Hazelshire. This young woman must have made quite the impression on you, for you to even consider such a possibility." Christopher broke into a wide smile at the thought of her. "She is special. Her heart and her mind call out to me. I feel right when I am with her, as if there was a part of me missing until I met her. Love at first sight. I know exactly what you mean. I experienced the same with your aunt. I knew it was her when I saw her standing across the room at court. She claims she knew it too, but I suspect her of fibbing. I believe it wasn't until she heard my deep baritone voice that she fell for me. He broke into roaring laughter, for his voice was by no means deep, nor anywhere near the range of baritone. In fact, his uncle's voice was very high for a man and something he'd struggled with much of his life. So, you understand my dilemma? Somewhat. Of course, your aunt was not promised to anyone at the time, and I was in a position to provide prospects for her family. And it helped that her brother, your dear father, took to me right from the start. Christopher thought it over. He knew how he felt for Lady Rowena, and he had a good suspicion she at least was partial to him as well. Much more so than to the dastardly Duke Thornmouth. I know I do not have much to offer Lord Hazelshire. Although, he appeared eager to make a match of me with his younger daughter, Catherine. He all but forced us to dance. His uncle's eyes brightened. Is that so? Well, he certainly must see something in you, if he is willing to consider you for his younger daughter. It cannot be your wealth, for that has dwindled somewhat. For the moment. The vineyard. Summerwind wines. He is asking my help with a vineyard he purchased in Shropshire that is not going well. His uncle smiled and shook his index finger. And there it is. Your opportunity. You already have an established rapport with the father. He's willing to consider you for his daughter. Now you only have to convince him that it is his other daughter he ought to consider you to marry. Christopher leaned forward. How do I do that? Simple. Make yourself indispensable when it comes to the vineyard. Gain his trust. Let him see what a wonderful person you are. Truth be told, Thornmouth has a rotten temper and is prone to fits of rage. You are a much better prospective son-in-law, and with any luck, Hazelshire will soon think so as well. First things first. Get yourself an invitation to Lord Hazelshire's home. Christopher nodded. He already asked me to meet him at White's tomorrow. Perhaps the next step will be an invitation to his home. Uncle Nestor leaned back and crossed one leg over the other. You have a sharp mind. You are your father's son, indeed. Christopher placed one elbow on the arm of his chair and rested his head in his hand. An invitation to dinner should not be difficult to get. Making myself indispensable should not be too difficult either. I am a rather sharp tack, if I do say so myself. Satisfied with the plan, Christopher rose. I thank you for your advice, Uncle. I shall wake Henry now, for I require his assistance in this new venture. He bowed his head to his uncle and made his way out of the room, a spring in his step. He would make her his yet. Thornmouth or no Thornmouth. Lady Rowena would be his love. He was certain of it. Chapter 12. Rowena and Betsy walked along Half Moon Street, when Betsy stopped outside a shop window and gazed at a gown displayed within. It was made of fine muslin material, and sparkled as it was embroidered with pearls and shimmering lace. It was indeed fit for a wedding. This is the one, Rowena. The gown I told you about. She stood and looked at it as if transfixed. Isn't it lovely? It is the dress I shall wear when you wed the Duke of Thornmouth. And with the salary I'll receive from Lord Portsmouth, I shall be able to afford it without a problem. Rowena nodded, although there was a heaviness in her heart. Betsy's new position as governess was to begin at once. To Rowena's great sadness, Lord Portsmouth intended to move the family back to their Bedfordshire home long before the end of the season, and remain in London by himself. An arrangement Rowena found more than odd. Alas, she could not help it. These were the conditions Betsy had been presented with, and so it was to be. The two girls had decided to make the most of their time together, and spent much of the previous week indulging in their favorite pastimes. They'd visited the menagerie, that they'd stopped to watch the tigers while eating candied fruit. They'd gone to the theater as well as taking many strolls through the various parks. All the while, Betsy had found occasion to bring up Rowena's impending wedding time and again. Much to Rowena's chagrin, she found it difficult to muster the enthusiasm to match that of her mother, her sister, or Betsy, all of whom appeared extremely excited at the upcoming event. She looked at the way her friend lovingly gazed upon the gown in the window, which she intended to wear for the wedding, and wished she could be half as excited about it. Yet, she felt nothing but dread, especially since the meeting with the Duke of Westmond. She sighed at the memory. "Rowena," Betsy exclaimed, "I have never seen you in such a miserable state. I thought for certain once you met the Duke of Thornmouth you would feel relief. By all accounts, he is a handsome and charming fellow. At least according to Lady Hazelshire and Lady Catherine. You have told me nothing whatsoever about him." There was an accusation in her voice that stung. She had attempted to get information about the evening from Rowena, but Rowena had been sure to reply only in short answer, and she'd certainly not mentioned the encounter with the Duke. She placed a hand on her friend's back. "I am sorry. I simply do not feel anything at all for him, thus I have not felt like talking about it. And the wedding fills me with dread." She paused and considered her friend's kind face. They'd always told one another everything. Yet she had been keeping the secret of her newly discovered feelings from her. She'd not wanted to speak the words out loud, for fear they'd make the feelings true. But then, they are true, aren't they? I can think of little else but him, day and night. She linked her arm under Betsy's and walked with her down the sidewalk. Looking over her shoulder, she made sure she was not seen by anyone she knew, nor her words overheard. When they found themselves alone on the sidewalk, Rowena dropped her voice to just above a whisper. "At Catherine's coming-out ball, I danced with the Duke. Not Duke Thornmouth. Another young man. I have not been able to think of much but him since." Betsy's eyes grew large at this revelation. "And you have kept this news from me for nearly a week?" "Rowena. Who is the young Duke? What do you mean you can think of nothing but him?" "His name is Christopher Newmont. Duke of Westmond. He—" She got no further for Betsy's eyes widened and her mouth fell agape. "The Duke of Westmond? The same one Lord Hazelshire has been speaking of, who's to help with the vineyard? Owner of Summerwind Wines?" Rowena nodded. "The very same. Papa invited him to the ball as a thank you for helping him with the business. As I understand it, he is eager to set him up with Catherine. You can imagine how much it would please Mama to have both of her daughter married to dukes." She was well aware that her voice was tinged in anger. "And he is the one you have taken a shine to? Faith, Rowena, you must tell me everything." Rowena exhaled and cleared her throat. "There is not much to tell, for it is all rather pointless. But very well. It was curious. I felt an odd tingle within my belly when first I set eyes on him. I cannot quite explain it. It was almost as if I already knew him." She thought back of that strange moment, that odd sensation. She would not admit it to Betsy nor anyone else, but she had that feeling still whenever she thought of him. "He asked me for a dance. We agreed on the cotillion. He departed then as I waited for the Duke of Thornmouth. He was to be my dance partner for the minuet, yet he was delayed." Betsy frowned and raised a hand as if she was still in school. "If he was delayed, how did you grant him the minuet?" Rowena rolled her shoulders until they gave a little cracking sound. "Mama insisted upon using dance cards, it's all the crack nowadays. And Papa all but made me reserve several dances for the Duke, based upon a conversation they had at the House of Lords. In any case, he was delayed. Thus, I did not have a dance partner for the first dance at my own sister's coming-out ball." "Good heavens!" Betsy exclaimed, well aware of what a disaster it would have been. "I know. I swiftly made my way outside to the gardens when I came upon Duke Westmond. He graciously offered to dance the minuet with me to save me from embarrassment. Betsy grinned. Ever so charming. To save you from the gabbers in such a manner. He did. Although we did not end up dancing the minuet together, for Duke Thornmouth appeared at last. We did spend quite some time conversing, however, while waiting for the opening of the ball. And I am unsure how to say it, but something about him is ever so extraordinary. I am never at a loss for words. But with him, I found myself out of the correct ones to describe him. Extraordinary? I've never heard you describe a person as that. I have never experienced it before now. Yet, I felt myself telling him things I have not told anyone but you. I feel as though I could tell him anything at all. He listened, he didn't judge. He's just. She shook her head. Ever since that night, I find him occupying my every thought. I think of his face as I go to sleep and as I get up. He is on my mind day and night. Rowena, that is wonderful. I feared you would never experience such a feeling. Betsy squeezed her arm. No, Betsy. It is not wonderful at all. I cannot fall for a man I just met. I am to be married. Betsy shook her head in protest. Rowena, I have not seen you with a smile upon your face in weeks. Just now, as you told me about him, your entire visage lit up. You must see him again. It is my hope that I will not see him again anytime soon, for these foolish feelings must be extinguished, and I fear if I am near him, they will only grow stronger and stronger. Maybe you are meant to see him again soon. Maybe you are meant to feel what you feel. Love at first sight does not only appear in books, my dearest. I dare say, you have found it at a coming-out ball. Her voice had risen in excitement. Shh, please, I do not want anyone to hear. This cannot happen. I am to become the Duchess of Thornmouth soon. I have a duty to my family. I cannot allow these feelings to deter me from my path. Perhaps your path leads you to Duke Westmond. Would that be so terrible? You would still be a duchess in any case, if that is what you are worried about. And your father appears to like him well already, so I do not see the harm in even seeing him again. My father likes him for Catherine and for his help with the dratted vineyard. The Duke is in dire straits financially. Papa would never agree to let his oldest daughter wed a man so down on his luck. But he considers him for your sister? Betsy protested, her eyes wide. Of course. Because he believed that I will be wed soon to one of the richest men in the realm. He can then afford to allow his younger daughter to marry for title. Perhaps, by then, Westmond will have worked his way out of the poorhouse. I could never marry someone who does not have his own wealth. Betsy pursed her lips together, anger flashing across her eyes. So, he is down on his luck and yet he is offering to help your father with the vineyard. That doesn't sound like a terrible person to me. And besides, since when does being poor disqualify a person from being worthy of having a part in your life? I haven't 2 pennies to rub together, yet you regard me as your dearest friend. Rowena found herself horrified at her own insensitivity. Sometimes she forgot that despite the lovely gowns and bonnets and shoes Betsy wore, she was in fact poor. Reliant entirely on the charity of Rowena's parents. I am sorry. I did not mean to anger you nor offend you. I am simply. Her friend waved her hand, her anger forgotten. Forgive me, I suffered a moment of silliness. I know what we mean to one another, money or no. And I know that you must be torn between your duty and your heart. But truthfully, does it not appear strange to you that you met Duke Westmond the same night you met your future husband? A man for whom you do not care at all? Rowena considered the notion. It was true. She had dreaded meeting her future husband, and she'd found him as unlikable as she'd feared. Despite his obvious regard for her. He fawned over her, complimented her, and devoted much of his evening to her. Yet she did not care for him at all. In fact, Her skin crawled at the thought of him. But then, on the other hand, the Duke of Westmond had made her heart sing. While she could be her true self with one, she had to play the role she had been raised to play with the other. She'd been imagining her life as the Duchess of Thornmouth. She would not want for anything. Money, jewelry, homes, and servants would all be at her feet. But she would forever have to play the role of Duchess, as her mother had and generations of women before her. She'd never be herself or follow her own desires. I cannot even imagine a life as the wife of the Duke of Westmond. And yet, the thought fills me with happiness. She shook her head. All of this turmoil over a man she had spent a portion of an evening with. She was indeed making a cake of herself and putting her family's reputation and future at stake. No, she could not allow it. Betsy, it might have been fated. But I believe it was only to show me that my destiny is in being the lady I was meant to be. It is to test my perseverance and dedication. And I will take it as such. In any case, I am not likely to see him again anytime soon. Betsy pressed her lips together and raised her right eyebrow. If you insist. I just do not want you to miss your chance at happiness. She considered Rowena for a moment. How about this? If you do not see Duke Westmond again before the wedding, you are right. You are fated to follow the path your parents set you on. But if you do see him again, you must promise you will consider the alternative. Rowena frowned for a moment, then smoothed her forehead out. Chances of her seeing Duke Westmond again were slim, and especially if she was right and his appearance at the ball had been nothing but a test. She took her friend's hand and they shook. I suppose. The two girls carried on with their walk, turning toward St. James's Park. Betsy chatted away happily about her impending departure. Beside her, Lady Rowena Burton could not help but wonder if she was not indeed tempting fate with the promise she had just made. Chapter 13. Christopher sat at the table, his hands sweaty. Beside him, his brother had his legs propped up on the chair next to him, a book in hand. Christopher nudged him in the elbow with some force. Gadzooks. What is it, Topher? We are not in our drawing room. He pointed at the feet on the lavishly upholstered table. What if the Earl sees? Henry rolled his eyes at his brother. Yes, mother. I shall remove my feet. Here. Are you satisfied? He sat up straight, his eyes wide and his head tilted slightly in a challenge. Thank you. Now, once the Earl arrives back here, I shall resume my very best behavior. Not to worry, Topher. In any case, it seems to be going well thus far. Henry was of course correct. They had met with Lord Hazelshire for dinner at White's, the Earl's preferred gentleman's club. He'd shown himself impressed with Henry and Christopher's knowledge of the vineyard operations, and the three had swiftly agreed to make their arrangement an official and permanent one. The brothers would accompany Lord Hazelshire to Shropshire, to survey the vineyard which had given him so much trouble so far. The Earl was eager to formalize their arrangement, as he'd gone in search for his barrister who had a panache for whist and was bound to be found at the table in the back. While Christopher had used the opportunity to plan the next goal in his plan to get closer to Lady Rowena, a dinner invitation to the Earl's home, Henry had taken to acting as though they were in their own drawing room. Before Henry could give in to the temptation of his novel once more, Lord Hazelshire returned, without the barrister, but with a bottle of wine in hand. Christopher grinned when he recognized the label of their own Newmont vineyard. I have had no luck in pulling Old Brunswick away from the card table. However, I have found us something we can celebrate with. He held up the bottle, the cork already popped, and poured the wine into the glasses already on the table. I hope you did not pay for that, Lord Hazelshire. If we are to go into business together, you shall have all the wine you desire, Henry said with a smile. Ever the better then, Mr. Newmont, ever the better. Now, a toast. He lifted his glass, prompting both Henry and Christopher to rise at once, their glasses held high as well. Lord Hazelshire cleared his throat. Let us raise our glasses to our joint future venture. May it bring us all prosperity, wealth, and a relief from all the bother that came along with it.
Here, here. They replied in unison, and they took a drink of wine. Splendid. I must say, I was fond of summer wind vines before I knew that it could lead to me relief from the blasted burdens of the vineyard. They resumed their seats.
Lord Hazelshire, if I may ask. You appear not to be fond of the vineyard at all. Why did you purchase it if it was in such a terrible state?
Henry asked the question while still holding the wine, taking a sip with his eyes closed as he waited for an answer. The Earl leaned back and shook his head.
It was a mistake if ever I made one. You see, last year I intended to make a match for my daughter, Rowena, upon her marriage to Lord Mortimer.
Christopher found himself alarmed at this revelation.
Mortimer?
I thought it was the Duke of Thornmouth she was to be wed to.
She was.
Mortimer, as it turned out, was a regrettable miscalculation on my part. He appeared a good match, albeit a little unmotivated. You see, Mortimer, while rich, had no real passion in life. He mentioned during one of our meetings that he'd always had a desire to make his own wine, but had not found a suitable vineyard to buy. The fool that I am, set out and bought in one I thought was of good quality. Alas, before I could present it to him, the fool had run off with some maid to Gretna Green, leaving my poor Rowena and our entire family shamed.
Christopher's eyes widened. Suddenly, understanding washed over him. After such an occurrence,
it was understandable that Lady Rowena was not willing to let her family down once more.
It was why she was so adamant that the match with the Duke was a good one. Even Christopher had to admit, he'd appeared very attached to Lady Rowena the entire evening. Much more so than this fool, Mortimer.
What a scandal! Henry said while shaking his head. And this is how you came to be in charge of it?
The Earl nodded,
raising the glass once more. Indeed. However, I would much rather you did not divulge this information to my family.
They do not know. They believe I bought the vineyard as an investment for my son, Charles.
I would not want them to know I did such a foolish thing.
Especially Rowena.
She would only blame herself, as she does so frequently.
Christopher nodded. Even though he did not know her well, he could see this as a trait in the young woman.
They will not find out from either of us, my lord,
Christopher promised. Suddenly, beside him, Henry broke into a grin and winked at Christopher, who braced himself for what he was sure to be one of his brother's schemes.
Lord Hazelshire, as you mention your family, I wondered.
Perhaps it might be prudent of us to invite you and your family to our home in the country, for a dinner to celebrate our new partnership. Christopher frowned. Their country home was in Lancashire, far from London, much too far for a weekend visit.
What is Henry thinking?
It will be months before such a visit can be arranged.
As usual, when he doubted his brother, he was quickly proven wrong.
For almost as soon as Henry had made the suggestion, Lord Hazelshire wagged his index finger at them, with a grin on his face.
That, I am afraid, won't do.
No. I wish to introduce you to my family with haste, for they will be ever so eager to meet the young men who will finally put an end to their papa's misery. I would like you to join me for dinner at my home, this coming Wednesday. I trust this time works well for you, Your Grace?
Given that Parliament is not in session.
Christopher leaned back, relief and gratitude washing over him.
This coming Wednesday is wonderful, indeed.
And we will contribute a case of summer wind wine's finest to the occasion. He looked at his brother, who smirked, pleased with himself. Christopher, meanwhile, picked up his wine glass and watched the wine as it swirled in the glass.
It was Monday.
That meant that in 2 short days he would see her once more, and now that he was officially in business with her father, the future was wide open. Chapter 14. On Wednesday afternoon, Rowena found herself seated in the drawing room, alongside her sister and Betsy. Each had a book on their lap and were engrossed in their reading. From the dining room, sounds of plates being placed could be heard. Usually, the servants were not nearly as busy, or as visible. Their servants were among the best trained in the realm and knew better than to be heard or seen by their masters. Today, however, the sounds of footsteps on the stairs was constant. "Are we expecting guests?"
Betsy asked.
Catherine placed her book on her lap. "Faith, haven't you heard? His Grace the Duke of Westmond is coming to dine with us, along with his brother Mr. Newmont." Rowena's eyes widened, the book almost dropping from her hands. "The Duke is coming?"
"Not your Duke, silly. Mine. I am certain Papa is trying to make a match for me."
Rowena felt herself growing faint and rose. "What is it, Rowena?"
"You look ill,"
Catherine asked with concern.
"I am not ill. However, I was not aware we were to have guests. I must change into something more suitable."
"I cannot believe Papa did not mention we were to dine with guests. Mamma would be appalled."
"Yes, she would.
Alas, she is not here, so we must make do with this late notice. Come, Rowena, let me help you select a gown." Betsy got up and placed a hand on the back of her friend. "You should get changed too, Lady Catherine. They will be here soon, I'm certain. Your father has gone to White's again. I'm sure he will be meeting them there."
"Heaven forbid." Catherine jumped up.
"You are right. Without Mamma here, I am ever so tardy." Catherine raced past them up the stairs, calling for her maid to attend to her. Once they reached Rowena's chamber, she sat down on the bed at once and buried her hands in her face.
"I cannot believe it."
"He is coming here?"
"Why?"
"I told you. It is fate. And it certainly came knocking rather quickly, did it not? We only spoke about a few days ago and here it is now in all its glory." She threw a glare at her friend.
"Please do not jest,
Betsy.
How am I to get through it?"
Betsy patted Rowena's back. "Same way you get through everything else, my friend. You put on a smile, make conversation and you act as you always do.
And then you see what will happen.
There must be a reason he's crossing your path again."
"You said so yourself."
"I feel as though I am being tested," Rowena complained.
"Even so,
perhaps it is good for you to be tested. You do not want to enter into a marriage unless you are certain. You know as well as I that I do not have a say in it.
Neither do you have a say in fate.
Sometimes we are presented with circumstances in life that are out of our control. I thought my life would be very different until my parents perished. When I was a child, I did not expect to be a governess for somebody. I was certain I would be married off to a merchant by my father. Fate had another plan.
I wish I knew what it was,"
Rowena said, feeling miserable. The thought of seeing him turned her stomach into knots. The two spent the next hour getting ready for dinner. Rowena selected a periwinkle-colored round dress, with a pale yellow spencer. It was proper and something a betrothed woman would wear, not a girl in the market for a husband. She hoped to make a statement with it. There was a knock on the door, and a moment later Catherine entered. There was a big grin upon her face. "They have arrived, the Duke and his brother. You would never believe it, but Mr. Newmont carried with him a book." "A book? To a dinner engagement?" She shook her head as though it was the silliest thing she'd ever seen. At least his Grace had the good sense to bring a proper gift. A case of wine from his winery. Her sister spun her legs in an excited manner as she sat on the bed. "He's quite dashing, isn't he? Ro, you danced with him as well at the ball. Did you not think he was quite the catch?" Rowena found herself sweating. This was not a situation she ever imagined finding herself in. Not only did she have feelings for a man who was not to be her husband, now her own sister had her eyes set on him as well. Fortunately, she was safe from having to answer by the ringing of the dinner bell. Catherine rushed out of the door, unable to contain her excitement at the prospect of dinner with the Duke. Rowena pushed herself off the bed with force, but found her spirits faltering at the prospect of what lay ahead. Betsy made her way to her friend's side and rubbed her back. "Let us see what fate has in store for you, shall we?" She gently nudged Rowena forward. With each step she found herself pondering about this odd duality of feelings inside of her. On the one hand, she dreaded going downstairs to see him again. On the other, her heart called out to be near him. At the foot of the stairs, she inhaled fully to fill her lungs, and braced herself for what would certainly be an unforgettable dinner. Chapter 15. Christopher and Henry were seated in the drawing room on the plush, white, velvet-covered chaise lounge, while the Earl had taken a seat in the armchair by the fire. Christopher found his hands grow clammy at the prospect of seeing Lady Rowena in a few short moments. Henry, to his relief, appeared to be in a chipper mood today, and quickly involved the Earl in a spirited conversation about the future of their joint venture. Henry, as adverse as he was to participating in social events, reveled in details when it came to their vineyard and the production of summer wind wines. While Christopher made the connections, Henry made the actual business run smoothly. "As different as we are, we make a great team. Yes, together we will rebuild all we lost." While his brother engaged the Earl, Christopher glanced around the room. The feminine touches typical of a London drawing room were unmistakable and reminded him of the drawing room at Havisham House. Lady Hazelshire, it seemed, shared his mother's liking of white and gold decor. The walls were painting in a gleaming white, with the accents mostly gold. The large French window which overlooked Charles Street, was framed with golden drapes. Two carefully painted golden bureaus with white handles were positioned on either side of the window. Scattered through the room, in a manner which encouraged socializing and conversation, were golden chairs with rose-colored cushions. The theme extended throughout the room. A gold-framed mirror hung above the white marble fireplace around which the men were currently seated. Even the handles and decor around the fireplace door was in gold, set against amber. Catching his gaze, the Earl grinned. "Admiring Lady Hazelshire's handwork, I see." "Indeed, my lord. It is very similar to that of my dear mother, is it not, Henry?" His brother nodded, a sudden solemn expression on his face. "I noticed it too. Lady Hazelshire would have been ever so comfortable at Havisham House." The Earl chuckled. "Well, perhaps we ought to pay you a visit there one of these days." Christopher wasn't sure if the Earl simply remembered their circumstance, or if it was their sullen expression, but he instantly looked horrified. "I am ever so sorry for my misstep. It escaped me for a moment that you are no longer in possession of the home." Christopher swallowed, working hard to retain his composure. "I must appear confident. I must ensure that he knows I intend to rebuild my lost fortune. Otherwise I have no chance with Lady Rowena. Please, do not feel badly for us. We will soon be the owners of Havisham House again. It has been the London home of the Dukes of Westmond and it will be again." The Earl smiled and nodded. "I am glad to hear your determination. Well, perhaps this vineyard of ours will help make that a reality. A new line of exclusive wines might just give you the boost you need. I have heard Havisham House is a rather grand home, and I should like to see it one day. When it is firmly back in your hands." Just then, something, or rather someone, caught the Earl's eye and he rose. "My dearest, I am ever so grateful you could join us." Christopher turned and saw Lady Hazelshire walking through the doorway. She was dressed in a fine-looking promenade dress, adorned with carefully stitched flowers. "I hardly made it back in time." She turned to Christopher, her sapphire-colored eyes scanning him from head to toe. "Excuse my appearance. I was called away this morning to my son's residence." She extended a hand to him so he might kiss it as she curtsied before him. "You look lovely, my lady. And I hope all is well with your son. No bad news, I trust?" Before she could answer, the Earl broke in. No, quite the opposite. Our daughter-in-law is with child, our first grandchild. She is simply. My lord, it is no topic to discuss before dinner. Lady Hazelshire said, softly but with determination. I see she is the one who adheres to the strictest of social regulations, while he appears mellower in his approach. I wonder where Lady Rowena fits in. He looked past Lady Hazelshire, who was speaking to his brother. Where was Lady Rowena? Suddenly a terrible thought came to him. What if she was not here? What if she was out, being courted by that dastardly Thornmouth? Given that Parliament was not in session on Wednesdays, the day was often favoured by young couples for their courtship. The thought of her alone with him and just a chaperone made him want to expel his breakfast. He swallowed hard at the mere thought of sitting through dinner without her. As if she had noticed his distraction, Lady Hazelshire smiled at him graciously. She will be here shortly, Your Grace. My daughter has been looking forward to seeing you again ever since the ball. Christopher broke into a wide smile at the encouraging, yet surprising words. As have I, Lady Hazelshire. The lady of the house was clearly very pleased to hear this, for she focused her attention entirely on him, leaving Henry to converse with Lord Hazelshire. Catherine is a very refined young woman, skilled in music and the arts. She is a wonderful conversationalist, as you maybe have gathered at the ball. Lady Catherine? Christopher had almost completely forgotten about Lady Rowena's younger sister, as well as the Earl's desire to make a match of the two of them. It was Catherine her mother had been talking about, not Rowena. Of course not. Her parents certainly did not know about the conversation at the ball, nor about his intentions toward her. Quickly he recovered his wits. Lady Catherine is a lovely young woman, indeed. Wonderful dancer. He knew he should stop speaking, but he could not help but continue. As is your other daughter, Lady Rowena. Will she be dining with us as well? Lady Hazelshire's eye twitched for a moment and her smile became tight. Both our daughters will join us. A rare pleasure that I am sure to miss, once Rowena is wed to His Grace, the Duke of Thornmouth. Do you know him well, Your Grace? Christopher shook his head. Not well. I have met him on several occasions. But of course, his reputation precedes him. Indeed, it does, Lady Hazelshire said with pride. I have not seen His Grace since your daughter's coming out ball, he added, his eyes travelling to the door once more in anticipation of seeing her. Faith, I remember now. You were quite gallant and offered to save our dear Rowena from humiliation when Duke Thornmouth ran late. It was ever so good of you. I know Catherine was very impressed by your kind gesture. She was lucky that the Duke arrived in time for the minuet and saved the evening, however. Christopher stood, the smile fading from his face. It was ever so good of you to offer, the lady said. Perhaps at the next ball we can all pair up and dance the quadrille together. She turned her head to Henry. We will find you a nice lady to dance with you, and we shall have a full set. She clapped her hands together and laughed at her idea. That would be splendid, would it not, Christopher? He loves the quadrille, Henry said. It was obvious to Christopher that his brother was being facetious. However, to those around them, he appeared eager. Splendid. Did you can hear, my dear? We shall all dance the quadrille at the next ball. Perhaps at Almack's next Wednesday, what do you say? My lord husband, perhaps you can send word to the Duke of Thornmouth to see if he might join us? Of course, dearest. I shall do so after dinner. Ah, well, it appears my daughters are arriving. It is either them or a herd of rhinos broken out of the menagerie. The Earl chuckled once more at his own joke. James. Lady Hazelshire hissed, the Earl's first name slipping out of her mouth. However, he was not wrong. Rapid, noisy footsteps could be heard running down the stairs, and a moment later, 3 shapes appeared at the door. Christopher's heart sang with joy when at last he saw her. Lady Rowena was as ravishing as he remembered. Her long dark hair was braided up and wrapped around her head, and small flowers adorned the braid. The Earl stepped up to his daughter. "Your Grace, I trust you remember my daughter, the Lady Rowena." She curtsied before him but did not meet his eye. "Your Grace, an honor to welcome you in our home," she said. Very briefly their eyes met. He saw an uncertainty in them, almost as if she was afraid to look at him fully. He, on the other hand, reveled in the opportunity to lay his eyes upon her beautiful face. What an extraordinary beauty she was! The moment passed all too soon, for behind her, her sister waited eagerly to be announced. "And my younger daughter, Lady Catherine," Lord Hazelshire said, beaming with pride. Unlike her sister, Lady Catherine was eager to meet him again. She stepped before him, curtsied deep and then flashed a bright smile at him. "Lady Catherine, a pleasure to see you again. And you, Your Grace. Perhaps after dinner I might entertain you with some music. I've just studied a new piece by Beethoven. I recall you said you were fond of him?" Christopher nodded, even though he remembered no such thing. Indeed, he remembered nothing of the conversation they'd had at her ball, for he'd been entirely occupied with thoughts of her older sister. When Lady Catherine stepped aside to greet his brother, Christopher saw the third young woman before him. He recalled her vaguely, as one of the people who'd exited the carriage when he'd first set eyes on Lady Rowena that morning. "This is Miss Elizabeth Carmichael, our ward. She will be leaving us shortly to take appointment with Lord Portsmouth," the Earl explained as the young woman curtsied. "Lord Portsmouth, you said?" His attention focused on the young woman before him. She nodded once, as she eyed him with an odd curiosity. "Indeed, I am to be their governess. Have you met their children, Your Grace?" "Ever so, darling." He swallowed. "I have not had the pleasure, although I know Lord Portsmouth. We were at Eton together." Her eyes lit up. "Perhaps you may give me some advice and pointers before I take my new position, then." He nodded at her graciously and she rushed to Lady Rowena's side, excitedly whispering to her. The lady looked up at him, a small smile on her lips. Christopher suddenly had an uncomfortable feeling in his stomach. It was easy to see the bond between the two young women, and he wondered if it was wise of him to tell them the truth of Lord Portsmouth. He was a well-known rake. Despite being married to the beautiful but shy Viscountess Portsmouth, he was known in the gambling rooms of London for the high-stake games he enjoyed, and for his roving eye and hands. He'd heard a tale that he'd made a maid with child, and then put her out of the house. This was of course beyond it, and perhaps best not shared with either of the young women. The party moved into the dining room, which was as lavishly furnished as the drawing room, albeit much more masculine. In this, it reminded him of the Earl's study. The furniture was heavy and mahogany, and the dining table which could easily have seated a troop of 10. For tonight, however, the chairs had been spaced out to have room for just the 7 of them. It was covered in white tablecloth and covered with dishes. He spotted soups, fish, bread, and various serving bowls. The Earl took his seat at the head of the table and indicated for Henry and Christopher to sit on either side of him. To his great delight, Lady Rowena was seated beside him, next to her mother. Her sister and ward were across from her. He soon found that his delight was short-lived, for she still did not look at him and sat in a stiff manner, hands folded in her lap. Why is it that she cannot even look at me? Have I done something to offend her? Around him, dinner plates were being filled and glasses raised. Yet he could not help but continue to stare at the woman beside him. He decided he had to break the awkwardness and leaned toward her. "It is a lovely home you have. The drawing room is particularly distinct." She glanced up and their eyes locked at last. "You are fond of gold then, Your Grace?" He shook his head. "Not at all. I find it ghastly, in fact." A smile appeared on her face and she leaned in. "As do I. But please do not tell my mother." It shall be our secret," he promised with a wink. "Although I must admit my mother was very fond of the same type of decor as yours. She would not have been out of place at the court of King Henry VIII, for the taste in unique furnishings. The same is true for Mamma." She looked at her mother who was eating her soup, an eye on the pair. Before he could say any more, a footman approached Lady Rowena to serve her meal and her attention was diverted. For the rest of the first course, he found himself unable to converse with her further, for the Earl was ever eager to either talk about the vineyard, or to further conversation between Christopher and Catherine. Catherine, of course, was excited to be able to share her many virtues with the visiting pair. Before long, Christopher, and by extension Henry, who sat and ate while rolling his eyes discreetly, knew a lot of the young woman's accomplishments. "I spent a summer learning Latin as well, it was ever so difficult," Lady Catherine said, and Christopher found himself nodding once more, wishing that the meal might end. He then would be able to retreat to the drawing room, where conversation with Rowena might be more to his liking. At last, the second course was served. Throughout dinner, Christopher's yearning to be alone with Rowena grew stronger and stronger, and yet he was beginning to feel that his plan to get closer to her by way of a family dinner had been a miscalculation. Between the second course and dessert, while the servants were busy removing dishes and bringing more, Christopher tugged on Henry's elbow, indicating toward the window which overlooked the garden. "Henry, I require your assistance." His brother pursed his lips. "I dare say you do. You are seated right beside the lady of your heart, and yet you've hardly exchanged a word with her." "It is because the Earl is ever so eager to have me get to know his younger daughter. Henry, I fear I shall have my entire evening occupied by learning all about Catherine and nothing of Rowena." "Either that, or the vineyard." He sighed. "And what would you have me do about it?" Christopher scratched his head. "Well, if you see opportunity, perhaps engage Lady Catherine in conversation during dessert? If you cannot, I know she is eager to show off her musical skill after dinner. Perhaps once she is finished, distract her then. And the Earl and Lady Hazelshire, as well. I am certain the young woman, Betsy, will take a hint that I wish to converse with Lady Rowena and give us the space." Henry sighed. "Distract them? How? With a magic trick? You have your head in books all day long. Does it not inspire your imagination?" "I rely on you, brother." "Very well." Henry muttered and made his way back to the table where dessert was about to be served. "Havisham House will indeed be entirely mine by the time this is all over and done with," he said under his breath but loud enough for Christopher to hear. When they returned to the table for the dessert course, Christopher felt so full that he did not think he could eat another thing. However, the Earl had indeed spared no expense and the table was once again laden with offerings. "Are these lemon cheesecake bites?" Henry said with his eyes wide. Christopher smiled, for his brother was all but salivating over the cake. "They are. They are my favorite," Lady Catherine said and took a piece for herself. She was about to reach for the bath buns which were laid out next to the cake, when Lady Hazelshire cleared her throat, causing the young girl to remove her hand. Beside him, Lady Rowena had reached for the smallest piece of tea cake. He noted how she looked toward her mother, who gave her an almost unperceivable nod. "Do you not care for the cheesecake, Lady Rowena?" He leaned in and asked quietly. She turned and dropped her voice. "I do, Your Grace. I am fond of all sweets, especially the bath buns. However, my mother does not approve. She is ever worried about our waistlines, Papa's included. Otherwise, I would have 2 pieces." She giggled a little when she said it, and the sound brought him an immense feeling of joy. "Perhaps I shall smuggle a piece out for you." He was delighted when she responded with another suppressed laugh. Showing that he was entirely serious, he reached for the buns, placing 2 pieces on his plate. Then, making a great show of looking around the table to ensure nobody was watching, he pulled his handkerchief out of his pocket. "And now, for the maneuver." He winked at her and slipped the wrapped bun into his inside pocket. Ready for the ladies' enjoyment later on this evening. You are not like any of the other lords I've met, Your Grace. Now we must only find occasion to exchange the contraband. It was a compliment. Of this, he was certain. I simply aim to please, Lady Rowena. And we shall, in the drawing room after dinner. They smiled at one another, and for a moment, Christopher felt as though there was nobody else in the room but the two of them. Wrapped in the warmth of each other's company. He would have gladly remained this way beside her for the rest of the evening, but reality caught up to him much sooner than he'd hoped. From across the table, the sound of someone clearing their throat drifted to his ear. It was Henry, alerting him to the fact that he was losing his sense of place. At once, he saw Lady Catherine looking from him to her sister and back, her face darkening. Christopher swallowed, suddenly reminded of the fact that he did not simply have to win over Lady Rowena any longer. He had to do it by also convincing the Earl that he was not the right match for his younger daughter, and do so without causing the young girl humiliation. He closed his eyes, wincing at the pounding headache, which insisted on making its way toward his forehead. When he opened his eyes, he caught sight of Lady Rowena once more as she stole a glimpse at his face. She blinked at him and flashed a tiny smile before turning her attention back to her mother. It was a small gesture, a small smile, but it was enough. Yes, it was enough to convince Christopher once more that it would all be worth it. Chapter 16. The party was settling in the drawing room, or as Rowena and Betsy liked to call it, the Gilded Cage. Her father was occupied with the young Mr. Newmont, no doubt deep in conversation regarding their fledgling business. Catherine, on the other hand, had taken the opportunity to converse further with the Duke. Although, and she had to admit this pleased her immensely, he continuously looked in her direction, so much so that it did not escape Betsy's attention. Rowena, I cannot believe I am saying this, but you are enamored of him, are you not? Shh, Rowena hushed, even though nobody was near them. I am. She wanted to deny it, but there was no way she could. Her friend knew her all too well. It is true. I have tried my best to not look at him, not engage with him, but I cannot help myself. I long to talk with him. She pressed her lips together, trying to keep from grinning as she leaned in closer to her friend. He spirited a bath bun away for me to indulge in later, as I told him Mama is very restrictive of our sweets. Betsy broke into giggles. Indeed, he did? How charming. He does appear besotted with you. Rowena's eyes grew large. Do you believe the others have noticed? Betsy shook her head, an eye on Rowena's father, who was still engaged with the Duke's brother. I should think not. It is only I who noticed, for I looked for signs. We must find a way for you to engage with him. Rowena sighed and glanced over at her sister, who was beaming at the Duke while he appeared rather bored. I am ever so torn, Betsy. Before she could say another word, Betsy had raised her hand and waved at Catherine. Join us for a game of whist, the both of you. Betsy. In response, her friend simply shrugged. Rowena felt her back stiffen, as her sister and the Duke came toward them and took a seat across from them. I adore whist. Don't you, Your Grace? Catherine purred, her head tilted to the side. Rowena felt the urge to roll her eyes at her sister but refrained. If it were not for her own feelings for the Duke, she would be in complete support of her sister's flirtatious ways. She was, after all, out in society now and in need of a husband. I play, but it is no passion of mine. I much prefer chess. Rowena's heart jumped. Chess? He nodded as he picked up the cards that Catherine had just dealt. My father taught me when I was a very young boy. It was one of the few activities I could share with him. Rowena plays chess frequently with his lordship. Betsy quickly said. The Duke's eyes grew wide as a smile appeared on his handsome face. Is that so? Well, Perhaps one of these days I shall challenge you to a game. If you enjoy losing to a woman, certainly. Rowena replied, surprised at her own feistiness. I take it as a challenge accepted then, Lady Rowena. Catherine glared at Rowena, for she was taking the attention from the man her sister already considered her own. Not knowing, of course, that Rowena had lost her heart to the Duke. To avoid further antagonizing her sister, Rowena decided to change the topic to something her sister could participate in. As she played her hand, she smiled at her sister. Catherine, how is your Latin coming along? I heard you mention it at dinner. Her sister's face brightened. As I told the Duke, it's been ever so difficult, but I am making progress, Rowena. She turned her head toward the Duke, who was currently scanning his cards in deep concentration. Your Grace, do you speak any languages other than English? He looked up over the rim of the cards. In fact, I do. I speak a little Hindi, from my time in India. India? Is that so? You must tell me all about it. Rowena shook her head, knowing full well that Catherine had no interest in travel. She found the journey from their country home to London taxing. For the sake of the Duke, however, Catherine turned herself into a keen traveler. She does what she was raised to do, as was I. Present ourselves as that what our intended wishes to see. Whatever pleases our future husband. Whatever pleases society. Suddenly, Rowena found herself growing angry at it all. The way she'd been raised by her parents to be prim and proper. The way she was expected to marry not for love, but convenience. The way all the women in their society were nothing but pawns in the hands of the men around them. Her eyes fell on Betsy. Perhaps she was indeed the lucky one. Despite her poverty and tragic upbringing, Betsy had a choice. She could be a governess. Or a teacher. Or a nun. Or, if she wished, a wife and a mother. Nobody was forcing her to choose any one path in life. She sat her cards down, feeling hot with a rage she had never known before. I am ever so sorry, but I feel the need to take the air. I am feeling rather faint. Beside her, Betsy jumped up. Should I accompany you? No, it is quite all right. Remain here and entertain our guests. With that, Rowena made her way past her father, who looked up from his conversation with Mr. Newmont in surprise, as she fled out the door. Rowena slipped out of the back door into the small garden that lay beyond the house. An apple tree was in bloom beside a mighty oak. The setting sunrays worked their way through the thick leaves, giving the evening a shimmering glow. She sat on the bench under the oak tree and closed her eyes, when the crunching sounds of feet walking across leaves raised her attention. Your Grace. She jumped up when she saw him come her way. I did not mean to disturb you, but I grew worried when you departed with such haste. She blinked, thinking of what to say. The truth was that a part of her had hoped he would follow her. Yet another part of her was horrified at the idea of being alone with a stranger. The damage to her reputation. And what would the Duke of Thornmouth think? She shook her head. This was the kind of thinking that had been put into her head her entire life. She lifted her head and smiled at the Duke. There was no need to worry. I simply needed to breathe the air. May I? He pointed at the bench she jumped up from. Of course. She took her seat again and indicated for him to join her. When he did, she felt herself grow hot and cold all at once. The scent she'd been so bewitched by at the ball lingered about him once more. He stuck his hand into the inside of his tailcoat and retrieved the well-wrapped bath bun, handing it to her with a sheepish grin. I assume now is a safe time to give this to you. If you'd like to enjoy it now, I am more than willing to stand guard. Perhaps His Grace might be willing to share? She unwrapped the bun, making sure to keep the handkerchief spread across her gown to keep crumbs off it. He gave her a slight nod and Rowena broke the precious bun in half, giving him the larger of the two. He frowned. May I? He said, before taking the smaller piece from her and placing the larger back into her lap. She decided to accept the gesture without protest and took a small, delicate bite of the bun. "You are ever the lady, are you not?" he commented while taking a bite out of the bun that left almost nothing in his hand at all. "It is how I was raised. To have perfect manners at all times." She shrugged and placed another piece in her mouth. The sweetness filled her every sense and she closed her eyes for a moment, relishing it. When she opened her eyes again, he saw that she was looking at her, his head cocked to one side. "What is it?" "Your Grace is staring at me in the most alarming manner." He shook his head. "Nothing at all. I simply thought to myself that it must be exhausting for you, to have to be aware of how you carry yourself at all times. It must be a burden." She shrugged. "It is what I was born to do. And I hesitate to call it a burden. Not when there are others less fortunate than I. The little girls in the orphanage with nobody to look after them, or those in the poorhouse. They might look upon me and laugh if I said I felt my life a burden." She grew silent then. It was true that she often felt as if this life she was raised to have was cumbersome, but it was a gift compared to the hardships of others. "We each carry our own lot, no matter what class," the Duke said. "Although I understand you well. My mother felt as you did. She spent a lot of her time at the local parish in Lancashire, raising funds for the vicar and the nunnery. She was particularly fond of the Foundlings Hospital in Blackpool. What an extraordinary woman she must have been. While Rowena loved her mother, she could not imagine Lady Hazelshire engaging in such work." "She was," the Duke said, his voice thick with melancholy. To her surprise, she saw a tear spring into his eye and he wiped it away hastily. The urge to place her hand on his overcame her, but she forced herself to keep it in her lap. "Your Grace," she began, but he quickly forced a smile back on his face. "No, let us not talk of such sad things. How are you enjoying your suite?" She looked at her lap where most of her half was still sitting. "I am enjoying it, thank you. I am simply trying to make it last, for I may not get another for some time. Not if my mother has anything to do with it." He shook his head. "Dash it all. If you were my wife, you would have all the buns you could eat." She grew cold at his words, and he appeared to understand at once that he'd overstepped the bounds of their uneasy connection. "I apologize, Lady Rowena. I should not have." "Well. No. I should. I am not sorry at all. You must know how I feel about you. It is obvious to all." "I do." She looked away, taken aback by this sudden, serious change in their conversation. "And what of you, Lady Rowena Burton?" "I am not. I cannot." She shook her head quietly. "Lady Rowena." To her utter shock, he took a hold of her hand. The feeling of his skin on hers sent her entire world into a spin, but she did not pull it away. She had no desire to. "You are a diamond of the first water. I have not been able to take my eyes off you since the first day I saw your portrait in your father's office. It might be silly of me, but I have imagined this, us, together and talking, for so long. And I have a strong feeling that you feel the same. Please, if I am making a cake of myself, tell me and I shall stop." "If I was a woman that could make her own destiny," she said quietly, looking him in his beautiful eyes, "I would be ever too pleased at your declaration. I would tell you that I too feel the same, that I have thought of nothing but your Grace ever since the ball. Alas, I cannot make my own destiny. I must do as my father has planned. I must wed the Duke of Thornmouth, as much as I wish I did not. We are at a point non plus, your Grace." She was shocked at her own words. She'd known them to be true. She'd carried these feelings in her heart with no intention of letting them escape her mouth. But something about him had forced her, something about him made her act against everything she'd ever been taught. "You can make your own destiny, Rowena. We can." The Duke looked at her with pleading eyes, and she felt herself melt at his word. She was about to reply when "Rowena, quickly. Your mother is looking for you." Betsy appeared in the door, her voice full of urgency. "You cannot let her see you out here." Her eyes settled on the Duke. "Nor you, Your Grace. Follow me, quickly." Rowena got up, the handkerchief and bun still in hand, and rushed up the steps into the house, the Duke behind her. "Let me take this," Betsy said, and took the bun from her, tucking it safely away in the pocket of her dress. Footsteps could be heard on the marble floor, heading their way. Rowena looked around, panic rising. Rush up the servants' staircase and then descend from the front, claiming to have recovered from a dreadful headache. "The Duke and I will stroll in, and I will say that you have found me out in the garden, exploring on my own, and we fell into conversation about." He stopped for a moment, scratching his chin. Then he snapped his fingers. "Lord Portsmouth. We were conversing about Lord and Lady Portsmouth, given that I know him, and you are to work for him." Betsy's pointed her index finger at him. "You are a genius indeed, Your Grace." "Betsy? Is it you are here?" Lady Hazelshire's voice called out. "Quickly," Betsy urged, and Rowena ascended up the narrow servants' staircase as quickly as she could, rushed down the hall of the second floor, and stood at the top of the steps for several moments to catch her breath. She leaned forward to hear the conversation below. "Eaten together," the deep voice of the Duke carried up the steps. "Isn't that a lucky coincidence, Betsy? How fortunate. I hope you were able to give dear Betsy some pointers on the likes and dislikes of the Portsmouths. She is eager to make a good impression, are you not?" "Indeed, Lady Hazelshire. I am ever so pleased to discover. You want the Duke for yourself, don't you?" Her sister's voice suddenly came from behind her. Rowena's heart dropped and she spun around. Her sister stood before her, her usually pale face red with rage and her eyes wide. Her hands were balled into fists. "Catherine, please. That is such a silly notion. Horsefeathers. Do you take me for a fool? I saw you. I saw you in the gardens, sitting beside him as if you were a pair already. Sitting so close to him, it was all but indecent. Wait until I tell Mama." Rowena's mind raced. Her sister had seen them. Had picked up on their feelings. It was a disaster. An utter disaster. She reached her hands out to her sister and placed them on either side of her shoulders. "No, please. Catherine. Do not act rashly. I can explain it all." Catherine's own arms zoomed up and pushed Rowena's down with such force, she felt a pain shoot along her shoulders. "Explain how you have your eyes on the Duke of Westmond, when you're already promised to the Duke of Thornmouth. How one duke is not enough for you, you must have both to satisfy yourself. What do you want with Westmond anyhow? He's purse-pinched, compared to Thornmouth." Rowena found an unexpected rage on behalf of Duke Westmond rise within her. "If you are so concerned about him being purse-pinched, why are you upset over my liking him?" Her sister's eyes grew ever wider. "So, you admit it? You are fond of him? He is supposed to be for me. Papa will ensure he restores his fortunes in no time at all. And with the Duke of Thornmouth as his brother-in-law, it would take no time at all for him to rise in favor with the other lords in court." Catherine stemmed her hands on her hips before raging on. "You just can't stand the idea of not being the only duchess, can you? It would simply kill you if your younger sister was a duchess too. What would kill me is to see my own sister wed to the man I desire. There. I have told you. It is the truth. I do desire him. My heart yearns for him. I can't explain it, it simply is. And I know that it can never be. I know my duty. I know whom I must marry. But the idea of seeing you by his side for the rest of my life, while I am so near him and yet so far, I cannot bear it. Tears shot into her eyes as something in her sister's face changed. Her jaw, set tight in rage before, grew slack and she blinked at her. "Rowena? Catherine? What is all this ruckus?" Their mother swiftly made her way up the steps. Before Rowena had a chance to say another word to her sister, their mother stood before them. Changed from her promenade dress into a shimmering, silk evening gown, she stood before them, looking sternly from one to the other. "Well? What is this noise? It is unseemly for such behavior when we are in the company of a duke." Right then, her eyes fell on Rowena and for a moment, her expression softened, only to be replaced within seconds with annoyance. "Rowena, you look a state. What is the matter with the both of you? Catherine?" Lady Hazelshire fixed her gaze on her younger daughter while a feeling of resignation overcame Rowena. If her sister told their mother the cause of their spat, it would all end right here on the steps. Whatever hopes she'd harbored in regard to the young man downstairs would be dashed. All she could do was turn her face toward her sister, and silently plead with her once more, knowing the young woman held her future in her hands. Chapter 17. On the following Saturday, Christopher found himself in his seat at the House of Lords at an unusually early hour. A special session had been called in order to respond to the riots, which had been broken out in Cambridgeshire the previous day. Cambridgeshire, the home of the Duke of Thornmouth, had been particularly hard hit by rising unemployment and the high cost of grain, causing unrest. In fact, it was he who was currently speaking on the floor. "We cannot allow the mob to take over our streets and run amok in such a manner. We must show them the strictest of justice. We must weed out each and every one of these rioters. We must make examples out of them all to prevent this behavior spreading elsewhere. Death to them all, I say," he presently shouted to the cheer of many of his fellow lords. "Disgusting, I declare," Nestor mumbled beside Christopher. "All these people want is to work and to provide for their families. It's lords like Thornmouth reveling in their riches, while letting their population starve that leads to these circumstances." Christopher turned to his uncle. He was glad to hear him speak in such a manner for the common people. He leaned into his uncle. "It is not due to the lords who caused this state, by repealing the income tax and by allowing an inflation to occur?" His uncle nodded, a look of pride flashing across his face. "It is indeed, my boy. I did not know that you have such wisdom of the running of the country." He shrugged. "Mother often spoke of the plight of the less fortunate, and how things came to be as they are. In addition, Father was a keen parliamentarian, as you know." Just then, the Duke of Thornmouth turned to them, interrupting his heated speech. "Has the Duke of Westmond or the Earl of Totham anything to say, or do they just enjoy their own personal conversation while the country is aflame?" Christopher's nostrils flared at the direct challenge and he sucked in a breath of air. "Topher, it is not wise to—" Uncle Nestor started, but it was too late. Christopher had already risen. "Indeed, I do, Your Grace. I question the wisdom of you calling for the death of these men, when it is in part your doing which has caused these riots." "My doing?" Thornmouth replied, a smirk on his face as he turned to his fellow lords. "Do you hear this? It is our fault. Our doing." He turned back to Christopher. "Indeed, it is. You have eliminated the income tax, which placed undue burden on the poor, who are left to pay the bulk of our national debt through indirect taxation. In addition, you have done nothing to increase employment opportunity in Cambridgeshire. It is no wonder they are rioting. The impertinence of the Duke of Westmond is outrageous," Thornmouth hollered. "To come here as a new member of our prestigious House of Lords and to lecture us is unheard of. I will not contradict you in saying I am new. However, I will say that my fellow peers look no further than Lancashire and its surrounding counties, to see that proper attention to these matters would have gone far in preventing these riots and discontent." He looked out over the assembled crowd and spotted two familiar faces. "My father had the foresight, along with Lord Daunton of Cumbria and Lord Westcott of Yorkshire, to ensure the population had proper access to grain and opportunity for work. I, along with them, intended to carry forward that approach. Are you with me? For a moment, Christopher held his breath. The two lords he'd called out, Taunton and Westcott, were strong allies of his father, among the few who had assisted him in his dying days, both financially and with visits. Christopher, however, has been neglectful in maintaining the relationship, given that his focus had been on rebuilding his fortunes, as their alliance was already strong. What if they will not stand with me? What if I have made a fool of myself? Am I about to damage my entire future because I could not help but engage Thornmouth? In reality, if any other lord had stood up and spoken in the manner Thornmouth had, Christopher would have remained silent. He would have felt the same malcontent and the sentiment displayed, but he would have held his tongue. But their mutual interest in Rowena had spurred him to speak out, much to his own surprise. Then, to his relief, Lord Taunton and Westcott exchanged a glance, and both called out, "Aye, we are." The young man's face darkened, and Christopher saw how the corners of his mouth twitched. "So, what is your suggestion then? As you seem to have all the answers, Lord Duke." He tilted his head to one side and waited. "He is sure I will fail, and that I will not have an answer. In truth, I do not. I had not planned to speak up, and now I am the center of attention." It occurred to him that this was his opportunity to shine, to show the other lords that he could be counted on, and that he could lead as well. He took a deep breath, and conjured up in his mind the images of those most dear to him. His mother, who had always been proud of him and believed in him, Lady Rowena, who he'd fallen in love with in such a short time, but whom he'd love forever if she let him, and even his father. A proud parliamentarian. Would he too be proud? Christopher glanced at his uncle, who looked up at him, a smile on his face and expectation in his eyes. Christopher took a deep breath. "I agree, we cannot allow this behavior to stand, lest it spread throughout the country. However, we cannot execute every rioter, as it will only spread more discontent throughout the entire realm. Instead, we must appoint a special commission to deal with the ringleaders. Sentence them. Execute the leaders if you must, though show mercy to the rest. These are men and women who simply want to work and provide for their families. It is we nobles who have made it impossible for many of them." "You are a regular Lord Byron, I see," Thornmouth quipped, but to Christopher's joy, many of the lords who had previously cheered Thornmouth remained silent. An older lord sitting just to the right of Thornmouth, even hissed at him to let Christopher continue. "I am certain if we show mercy and give all involved proper fair trials and measured sentences, we will see an end to further rioting. Then, we must ensure there is work for the paupers, access to necessities such as grain. It is our responsibility to ensure events such as what happened at Hale and Littleton do not occur again." He nodded at his fellow lords and took his seat. Beside him, his uncle called out, "Here, here," which was swiftly joined by an array of other lords. He noted that many of the lords who cheered his notions were of the opposing Whig party. He spotted Earl Hazelshire seated among the Whig members. He did not cheer. However, when he and Christopher locked eyes, he smiled at him and gave him a nod, which meant that while he did not approve, he at least respected Christopher's courage. Thornmouth, meanwhile, scowled and continued for a little while to defend his position until, looking spent, he yielded the speaker's position to the Lord Speaker. Christopher sat, shaking with excitement at this, his first exchange in the House of Lords. His uncle patted him on the back. "Well done, my boy." Christopher turned to his uncle. "It occurs to me that my views appear to align more with the opposition than with our side." His uncle shrugged. "Your opinions may not always align with our party. Mine don't always align either. That does not mean you cannot forge alliances with the other side, when particular matters strike you as important. It is what your father always did. He followed his conscience, and it is what brought him the respect of his fellow peers." Christopher leaned back, glad he had done what had felt right. He had only a moment to revel, however, for when he looked up, he saw Thornmouth glaring at him. A moment later the man pointed at him and mouthed, "You and me," and pointed outside. Christopher felt a rage build inside him once more, and shrugged at the man in a non-committal manner. Inside, however, he was itching for a talk. By the end of the special session, a compromise, much in line with Christopher's suggestion, had been struck. A special commission was to be convened and the rioters tried by the judges. Suggestions were made as to suitable punishments, ranging from time served in the local jail to being sent to the colonies via ship. Execution appeared to have fallen out of favor, much to Christopher's relief. He found himself rather popular with the Whig lords, but to his surprise, even a few of the Tory lords came up to him and slapped him on the back, comparing his style of speaking to that of his late father. He was offered snuff by Lord Tratford, an influential peer of the Tory faction. Another, Lord Sunderton, invited him to take dinner at the well-known Whig Club Brooks. By the time the Prince's chamber had emptied, Christopher was very pleased with the inroad he'd so inadvertently made with his fellow peers. "Didn't know you had it in you, did you?" A familiar voice came just as he was readying himself to leave. He turned and saw Lord Hazelshire approach. "I had not planned to speak, but the Duke all but called on me." Lord Hazelshire grimaced. "I will say, my future son-in-law has a distinct manner of handling himself, and it usually serves him well. I am not certain the same can be said for today's events." Suddenly, Christopher's heart sank. He'd not considered the possible repercussions of him challenging Thornmouth so publicly. He knew how important a peer he was and how much Lord Hazelshire seemed to relish their connection. "I hope my speaking out against the Duke's plans has not placed you in an awkward position," he started. Lord Hazelshire waved his arm dismissively. "This is politics. Isaac knows this well." "Isaac?" Christopher had to think for a moment and then remembered. Isaac Travers was the Christian name of the Duke of Thornmouth. He was surprised to hear Lord Hazelshire use it with such ease. It was highly unusual to refer to anyone by their first name, let alone one with whom you were not yet related. "He is trying to show me that he is closely connected to Thornmouth without pointing out the obvious. However, he genuinely does not seem concerned." "Well, then, that is good to hear." He shrugged. "Especially if you and he are going to be family one day." He winked at his obvious reference to the union he sought between Catherine and Christopher. Thus far, he'd been able to avoid having to discuss the matter, but he feared the time would come where that was not possible anymore. Quickly, he changed the subject. "Speaking of your daughters, how is Lady Rowena? I was ever so sorry to hear she took Hill at our dinner." Lord Hazelshire nodded. "It is indeed. My wife believed it was simply the tea cake she ate. She is not fond of sugar, Lady Hazelshire. She claims it causes headaches and all manner of other ailments, among them Rowena's sudden illness. But she recovered well after a good night's sleep. In fact, the very next day, she and her mother went to St. James's Park for a carriage ride with Isaac." Christopher's heart sank. "Is that so?" "So, the courtship is proceeding well?" "Slower than I would like, but proceeding it is." Hazelshire smiled, pleased indeed. He had to think quickly, for if the courtship was proceeding, then he had little time to convince Rowena to give in to what their hearts wanted. He had to find a way to see her again, and soon. Then, it came to him. Lady Hazelshire mentioned a visit to Almack's. The dance at the Almack's took place each Wednesday evening. While still 5 days away, at least it would be something to look forward to and a certainty to see Rowena. By Jove, she did. And I was to remind you of it today. It appears our dear Catherine is eager to dance with you again too. To tell the truth, I believe it would be a marvelous distraction for all of my 3 roses. They are certainly in need. Is that so? Christopher wondered what could have happened in the past 3 days, to cause the need for distraction for the Burton ladies. Our ward, Miss Carmichael, you met her at the dinner. She has departed to take her position with Lord and Lady Portsmouth. She has been a part of our family for so many years, and I must admit her absence is felt rather profoundly. Rowena has taken it particularly hard. They are ever so close. And Catherine. He shook his head. Betsy was her mentor for so many years. And my wife. Well, sufficient to say, an evening at Almack's may do them all well. Christopher bit his bottom lip, as he thought back to the lovely young woman who'd all but saved them from being discovered by Lady Hazelshire. He was genuinely concerned for her well-being, for Lord Portsmouth was known to be too personal with his servants. He considered once again raising his concerns with Lord Hazelshire, but after today's display he did not wish to push his luck. He would instead speak to Rowena. Your Grace? Hazelshire's voice drew him from his thoughts. I am sorry, my lord. I was lost in thought. I asked which church you attend on Sunday mornings. Christopher hesitated for a moment, for in truth, he had not attended church since the death of his mother. However, he had for many years, and it was this memory he now relied upon. My family has long attended St. Martin's in the Fields. The Earl's eyes lit with recognition. Ah yes, a good place to worship. I have attended service there once or twice myself. However, I do prefer St. George's of Hanover. Our church. Suddenly, a thought popped into Christopher's head. I have heard many good things about it. I must admit, I have grown a little tired of St. Martin's. The vicar is somewhat repetitive. Perhaps I ought to visit St. George's of Hanover instead one Sunday. He had no way of knowing if the vicar at St. Martin's was repetitive or not, but it had been as good a cause as any to sway the conversation. And it was working. Why don't you attend church with us in the morning? Bring your brother. We shall all attend church and perhaps take the air after. I know several ladies in my family would be eager to see you. Christopher knew well he was speaking of Catherine and Lady Hazelshire, but in his heart, he knew that it was Rowena who really wanted to see him. And he, her. With a wide grin, he accepted the offer and arranged to meet the family in front of the church the following morning. Now he only had to convince Henry that a visit to the church was in order to further his plans. Pleased, he bade the Earl farewell and made his way to his carriage. He was about to board, when he felt a hand on his shoulder and found himself rudely spun around. He was not surprised to find himself face to face with the Duke of Thornmouth. Broad-shouldered and with a scar above his eyebrow, he was a menacing figure, especially with a scowl on his face. He leaned forward so their foreheads were almost touching. You would be well advised to stay out of my way, Westmond. In politics and in life. Christopher placed his hands on the other man's chest and pushed him away. I do not appreciate your rank breath so close to my face, Thornmouth. He glared at him. If Thornmouth intended to disrespect him, then he would do the same. Is that all you have? Childish insults? You are nobody. You are a duke in name only and everyone knows it. You are on the rocks. Everyone knows that also, most of all Lord Hazelshire. Christopher scoffed. Lord Hazelshire and I have engaged in a lucrative business venture together, and as much as I appreciate your concern regarding my financial situation, it shall not be a problem for much longer. I have heard of this unfortunate business partnership. And I told Lord Hazelshire I wish he'd consulted with me before, as I would have strongly advised against it. However, what is done is done. So, I have a word of advice for you. Several, in fact. 1. If any harm comes to Lord Hazelshire due to this business arrangement of yours, you will answer to me. 2. You will not repeat today's display. You will not ridicule and embarrass me in front of our fellow peers. And 3. You will stay away from my betrothed. If I hear that you were around her again, as you were this past Wednesday, I will destroy you. That is a promise. I do not believe there is an official marriage contract between the two of you, unless I have missed the news. Thornmouth shoved him against the carriage, prompting Christopher to return the favor, which sent Thornmouth to the ground. Enraged, he scrambled to his feet. "I have loved Rowena for longer than you have been, Duke. She is mine. I will make an offer in short order. She will accept, and she will be the Duchess of Thornmouth by year's end. There is nothing you can do about it. Now, you will heed my warning, or I will make sure you lose what little you have left." Christopher knew he had to retain at least some control, for he could not afford to go into an outright war with this man. He appeared rather unstable. "There is no need for any of this quarreling. As you well know, politics are politics, and I shall continue to challenge you whenever it suits me, with no regard as to whether you are embarrassed or not. If you cannot take a challenge, perhaps you are not suited to call yourself a peer of the realm." He inhaled sharply, ready to attack when Christopher raised his hand. "However, as for the other matters, the business arrangement is to my benefit as much as the Earl's, so I would have no reason to sabotage or bring harm to it. And you do not need to fear for your union with Lady Rowena. The Earl has clear intentions for me to wed Lady Catherine, once my finances are in order." The lie crossed his lips with ease. He knew he had to convince him that he had no intention toward Lady Rowena. If he did, Thornmouth would certainly make an offer at once. And with a valid contract in place, breaking it and making Rowena the Duchess of Westmond would be ever so much more difficult. Thornmouth squinted at him and shook his head. "I despise you, Westmond, and the thought of having to call you family causes bile to rise inside of me. I warn you once more, stay away from Lady Rowena. Do not cross me. You will be sorry." "That is a promise." With that, he turned around and marched off into the distance, leaving Christopher to exhale. He slumped against the carriage and closed his eyes. Now that he had made closer acquaintance with his rival, he realized one thing. The fight for Rowena would be much harder than he'd anticipated. Chapter 18. Rowena shifted from one foot to the other, nervously licking her lips. Her eyes scanned the crowd outside of St. George's of Hanover for not one, but two familiar faces. She had to admit, she was not even sure who she was more eager to see, Betsy or the Duke. Her heart had leapt with joy when her father announced the Duke of Westmond and his brother were to join them for the service. After the abrupt end to their evening, she found herself even more eager to see him again. And then there was Betsy. It would be the first time she'd see her friend since she'd left to take her posting at Lord Portsmouth's London home, and she could not wait to hear what her posting was like. "I wonder if the Duke really is in search of a new church," Catherine said quietly as she leaned over to her sister. "I suspect he only said so as an excuse to see you again." "Shh, Mama might hear." Catherine shook her head. "Mama is not paying us any attention. She is too busy showing off her new dress to Lady Marlborough to care what we are talking about." Indeed, it was true. Lady Hazelshire was deep in conversation with Lady Marlborough, parading around her beautiful silk round dress. As the lady patroness of the famed Almack's, Lady Marlborough was a woman whose opinion mattered more than most. At least if you cared about that kind of thing. It is odd how until a few weeks ago, she would have been attempting to partake in the conversation to gain favor with Lady Marlborough. Now, she did not care to be involved. She looked at her sister, who was also eagerly scanning the crowd. Rowena felt a warmth wash over her. She had almost forgotten how scared she'd been that Catherine might give away her secret infatuation with the Duke. Now she wondered how she could have ever doubted her sister. After their mother had confronted them both about their unsavory argument, Catherine had taken all the blame. Claiming the argument was over a missing bandeau, Lady Hazelshire had scolded them both. Then she'd ordered Rowena to bed, for she truly had done her best to look miserable in order to make her headache look believable. That had, of course, led to her not being able to say goodbye to the Duke. Well, not really. She'd made sure to stand at the window and watch him when he and his brother left. She knew in her heart he would turn and glance up at the window to see if she was there. She didn't know how she'd known, but she had. Indeed, he did turn to look at all the windows facing the street until their eyes had locked. "You are thinking of His Grace, the Duke of Westmond, this very moment. Admit it." Catherine grinned. Rowena blushed but did not deny it. Before they could converse more, Catherine pointed up ahead and jumped up and down in excitement. "There she is. Betsy." Rowena turned and found her feet wanting to break into a run as her dearest friend approached them. Reminding herself to maintain proper decorum, Rowena made her way toward her friend and the two embraced, followed by Catherine. They had only been apart a few days, but it felt like forever. Betsy, to Rowena's relief, appeared happy and smiled from ear to ear. "I have missed you, my dearest friends," she said. "And we you. I am ever so pleased Lady Portsmouth let you come, even though they favor St. Martin's in the Fields." Betsy shook her head. "She knows this will be my last chance to visit the church before we depart for Bedfordshire." She was quite understanding. The reunion was ever too brief for Lord and Lady Hazelshire were quick to join them. "This looks like a very merry reunion. May I join?" The voice made Rowena's blood run cold, for it belonged to none other than the Duke of Thornmouth. She tore her eyes away from Betsy and faced the man she was meant to wed. "Your Grace." She curtsied before him, followed by her mother, who'd rushed over, and sister. "My dear Rowena, how lovely you look. A vision. A diamond of the first water, indeed. Tipping over the butter boat, isn't he?" Catherine muttered under her breath, as she glimpsed at Rowena, who forced a smile on her face at the compliment. The words felt hollow, not at all like the last time she'd heard them, spoken in the garden beneath the apple tree. Spoken by the man she truly longed to see. "I did not know you were joining us today, Your Grace," Rowena said, sure to make her voice sound neutral. She could not allow the disappointment she felt to bleed through. "I had not planned on it, but I woke this morning feeling in a pious mood. I have not attended church enough, I must confess. I recalled Lord Hazelshire mentioned that you attend this church, so I decided to do so as well. I trust you do not mind?" She minded. She minded very much. Not only did his presence ruin her reunion with Betsy, it ruined any chance she had of spending time with the Duke of Westmond. Or Christopher, as she'd grown to think of him. "Of course not, Your Grace." She blinked, her eyes darting back to the scar above his eyebrow. "I wonder if he really received it at Waterloo. I do not know why, but there is something about him that I find untrustworthy. Lady Catherine, as beautiful as your sister. It must run in the family." He nodded his head toward her sister, who gave him a crooked smile. "Where is your paramour?" "The Duke of Westmond?" Catherine swallowed and looked at Rowena, who bit her lip. "I am uncertain. I am sure he will join us soon," Catherine said. "Well, His Grace must be delayed," Lord Hazelshire said as he looked around. "And so is my son, it seems. Perhaps we had better take our seats." Rowena saw that the crowd had begun to file into the church. With a heavy heart, she took Duke Thornmouth's arm and headed inside. Rowena found herself relieved to be seated between Catherine and Betsy, thanks to the quick action of her sister. The moment the Duke stepped away from the pew to greet an acquaintance, she'd slipped into the seat next to her sister, forcing him to sit beside their father. Rowena saw the way he glared at Catherine, and it made her ever more reluctant to have anything at all to do with him. The row of seats behind them was empty. Usually the pew was taken up by their brother, Charles, his wife, and sometimes her family. It is where the Duke and Mr. Newmont would have sat, had they arrived. As it was, the entire pew was empty. She took the opportunity to lean over to Betsy. "How is your posting? How are the children?" She smiled. "They are a delight indeed. And Lady Portsmouth is such a lovely woman. The Viscount is a little odd." I do not think he likes me much. He is always looking at me in an unsettling fashion, as though he does not approve of me. Rowena patted her friend's hand. Do not worry, I am sure he is simply worried for his children. Once he knows you better and sees how reliable you are, he will certainly warm to you. I hope you are right, Betsy said with a sigh. Oh, look. Catherine whispered from beside them and nodded her chin to the entrance. Looking over her shoulder, Rowena broke into a wide grin. There he was. The Duke of Westmond. He was heading down the aisle next to his brother. Trailing a short way behind them was Charles, their brother, and his wife, Margaret. Margaret was round with child and Rowena found herself surprised to see her here. She'd taken to her bed for several days now. The small group slipped into the empty seats behind them, and chatter ensued between the family members. We were delayed. The carriage broke down several streets from the church, Charles explained, his blue eyes wide with excitement. It was ever so fortunate that the Duke and his brother stopped and asked if we required assistance. Well, that was ever so kind of you, Your Grace, Lord Hazelshire said with a wide smile of appreciation. It seems you rescue every member of our family, Lady Hazelshire added with a polite chuckle. Charles slapped Christopher on the back. Judging by the look of disappointment on his face, His Grace was hoping to find someone other than myself and my wife in the carriage. He meant Catherine, of course, but Rowena could not help and smile to herself. He looked at her then, a mischievous sparkle in his eyes as he winked at her. Discreetly he pointed his index finger at her and mouthed you. She felt herself blush and had to remind herself where they were. Why is it that whenever I am near him, I feel as though we are alone? As though we are surrounded by a cloud of anonymity, a wall no one but he and I may step behind? She shook her head to clear the thoughts from her mind, as up ahead the vicar entered, and she had to pull herself out of the delirious state being near him put her in. Rowena found herself having a difficult time following the sermon for several reasons. Knowing that Christopher was seated behind her and feeling his eyes on her certainly was one. Behind them, she heard Margaret moaning in a low tone about the discomfort she was going through, soothed by Charles. "Isn't he handsome?" her sister suddenly whispered into her ear. "The Duke?" Rowena asked, perplexed by the sudden comment. To her surprise, Catherine shook her head, glancing behind them with a smile. "Henry, the Duke's brother." Rowena frowned, forgetting all of her mother's warning. "Henry? I thought you consider him a bore." She found her sister looking back once more at the young man who was seated beside Charles. To her surprise, he too appeared to smile at her sister. She elbowed Catherine gently and they broke their gaze. "I thought he was a bore too, but after you took Hill after the dinner and had to remain in your chambers, I had to find entertainment somewhere." Papa and the Duke were often engaged in conversation, especially when Charles called later in the evening. Charles? Having been forced away for the evening thanks to her feigned headache, she'd missed the entire rest of the night. "He called around after you went to bed. Took up all of Papa and the Duke's time. If it had not been for Henry asking me to play him some music, it would have been one boring evening. Henry even danced with Mama." Rowena's head spun. She'd had no idea any of this had taken place, as she'd spent the evening with Betsy, the last evening they had together before her departure. "Does this mean you? Are you enamored of the Duke's brother?" Catherine shrugged. "He is a very nice young man. He is going to lend me one of his books." Books? Rowena felt as though she had woken in some other reality, where her sister was an avid reader. "Is that so?" Catherine smiled and picked up the prayer book before her. "It is. He's very well read. And I shall be too, with his help. A lady can never have too many virtues, Rowena." With that, she threw herself into the hymn that had just begun, leaving Rowena to look back at the young man who watched her sister intently. Once the service was concluded, the Burton and Newmont families gathered in small groups outside the church. Rowena had hoped she would be able to converse with Christopher. However, the Duke of Thornmouth quickly resumed his place at her side. "A lovely service, was it not?" he remarked, standing so close to her, she felt as though they were already betrothed, rather than promised to one another. "Indeed." Rowena nodded, even though she had not paid any attention whatsoever to the service. She looked ahead and saw Christopher standing beside her father, brother, and sister-in-law, while Henry Newmont conversed with Catherine, a few steps away. Just off to the right, her mother was deep in conversation with Betsy. It always touched Rowena to see her mother with her best friend. There was something so maternal, so kind about her whenever she was with Betsy. "So does Miss Carmichael enjoy her posting with Lord Portsmouth?" the Duke of Thornmouth asked her. She looked up at him and found herself suddenly irritated by the ever-twitching corners of his mouth. It was irrational, she knew it, but it bothered her. Does he do it on purpose, or is it a nervous tic? Deciding to ignore it, she looked past him and at Betsy, nodding as she did so. It appears as though she does. Suddenly, she recalled a remark he'd made at Catherine's coming-out dance. A smart remark about the Viscount's need for yet another governess. It had bothered her then, and now that she thought of it, it bothered her still. "You know the Viscount well, do you not?" He nodded, evidently pleased that she had decided to engage him in conversation. "We were at Eton together." "Good man." She nodded, mulling over her questions in her head and deciding how to put them to him. "Do you consider him a good employer? I mean, for someone like Betsy?" He looked over to Rowena's mother and friend, the twitching becoming stronger, as if he were trying to keep from grinning. "He is always very attentive to his staff, the Viscount. He will take care of her as he has all his governesses." This reply vexed her more than soothed her. How many governesses has he had? His children are still young, surely there can't have been too many. The Duke shrugged. 4 or 5, I believe. He has a need for. Well, he goes through rather a lot of servants, it appears. He likes a change. A change? The words came out shriller and louder than she had intended. This appeared to take the Duke by surprise, and she noticed that several members of her party, Christopher included, turned to look at her. "I meant, that is not good at all for Betsy. She is looking for a long-term position." She? To her surprise, Duke Thornmouth smiled at her and placed a hand on her shoulder for a brief moment. "Do not fret, Lady Rowena. Any friend of yours will be under my protection. I will speak to Louis and ensure your friend is treated well. I will let him know she is eager for a long-term posting. I'm sure if she proves herself, he will be keen to keep her around." Rowena studied his face. His regard for her, indeed his affection for her, was evident. She was not quite so sure about his sincerity. Something about him was just not right. Something about his promises rang false. She cast a longing glance at Christopher, who was so close, yet so far. No, something about all of this was wrong.
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.
Chapter 19. Christopher glanced at Rowena, who looked as uncomfortable as he felt, at the sight of the Duke of Thornmouth hovering over her. The Duke, it had to be said, looked as if he were entirely unaware of the discomfort he was causing the young woman. On occasion, she would sneak a glance at Christopher, and he smiled at her as encouragingly as he could. "Isn't it?" The young Charles Burton's voice drifted to his ear. Christopher turned. He had found himself drawn into conversation with Lord Hazelshire, and their son and daughter-in-law almost as soon as he'd stepped out of the church. The topic of conversation was of course the vineyard in Shropshire. To his great relief, Henry had joined the conversation after spending time fawning over the young Lady Catherine. Secretly, he relished in his brother's newfound infatuation, for it would give him much ammunition in their good-natured brotherly spats. Henry had eagerly joined in the conversation, allowing Christopher's mind to wander. It settled, of course, on Lady Rowena. She was mere steps from him, and yet he could not be alone with her. There had to be a way. He was just coming up with a plan, when he was drawn back into the conversation by her brother. "Excuse me?" I was lost in thought for a moment. The young Viscount smiled. "I see that. You are as enthralled with my sister as I was told, it seems." Christopher's blood froze for a moment, until he realized that he was talking about Catherine, not Rowena. Christopher forced a smile on his face and nodded. "The women in your family are all rather lovely. Your wife, of course, included." He dipped his head toward Lady Margaret Burton, who stood beside her mother-in-law, who joined their group. The Viscountess had one hand over her stomach and breathed heavily, while Lady Hazelshire fanned her with a small fold-up fan. "And that brings me back to what I was just saying, Your Grace," Lord Hazelshire said. "The name for the wine we shall be producing at our new vineyard. 3 Roses Wines." Christopher smiled. He was not at all surprised. "Yes, it is lovely indeed." Beside him, his brother's face lit up. "And the wine will be a rosé, so it is even more perfect." "Indeed, indeed." Lord Hazelshire looked more relaxed than Christopher had ever seen him. "Let us plan a trip to the vineyard. The 3 of us and you, Charles." The Earl looked at his son, who eagerly nodded. "Now that we have expert assistance, perhaps it will not be as vexing as it had been in the past." Charles turned to Henry. "It has been rather the nightmare, I must confess. Especially now with my dear wife so close to giving birth." He turned his head to Lady Margaret Burton and smiled. Christopher felt himself both touched and envious at the same time. He wished he could look at Rowena the way Charles looked at his wife. So openly affectionate, so free to love her with all his heart. While he found himself lost in thought again, Henry took the reins of the conversation and, to Christopher's surprise, proposed a rather ingenious idea. "Why not bring your family along, my lord? I understand Lady Hazelshire and your daughters do not enjoy your long absences, so why not bring them? While the vineyard is in need of assistance, it is beautiful, and the house is in good enough condition for an extended stay." Henry, who had travelled to Shropshire early on to survey his property, nudged his brother in the elbow and winked. Christopher found himself consumed by gratitude. Bringing the Burton family along would mean he would be able to spend time with Rowena without having to make excuses. What a splendid idea! Don't you agree, my dear? The Earl beamed at his wife, who did not look as thrilled as her husband. She blinked, her sapphire eyes narrowed. To visit the vineyard? In Shropshire? My dear, I am not so sure if. Let me assure you, Lady Hazelshire, now that we have a plan for the future, you will see the property in new eyes. Especially now that we have settled on so beautiful a name for the wine. Henry was quick to dispel the Countess' doubts. I assure you, Mother, the property is quite beautiful, now that I can think of it without dread anymore. While the operation itself will require a lot of work, the property it sits on, and the house that goes along with it, is breathtaking. This appeared to appease Lady Hazelshire. In fact, she appeared to grow fond of the idea, for her eyes lit up as a thought took shape in her mind. Parliament will be on recess a fortnight from now. We ought to go then. Perhaps we will have a ball, and a dinner party. We should get to know the neighboring landowners. Suddenly she clapped her hands together in delight. Let us invite His Grace, the Duke of Thornmouth. Rowena will be delighted to have her future husband come along with us. Christopher's stomach turned and he wanted to strongly protest. However, the young Viscount, Charles, did it for him. I am afraid that would not do, not for this trip anyhow, Mamma. While Parliament is in recess, the Duke has volunteered to be on the special commission to deal with the rioters in Cambridgeshire. He will be occupied with the matter for weeks, if not months. His wife, Margaret, leaned into him and whispered something in his ear, before leaving the group. Of course, the Earl said and faced Christopher. You see, Your Grace, your fellow Duke bears no grudge over your suggestion. Indeed, he has embraced it. Christopher wanted to sneer, for he knew Thornmouth only wanted to be part of the special commission to remain in control. However, if it kept Thornmouth away from Rowena, he was all for it. He glanced toward the lady of his heart and found that she had at last broken away from Thornmouth. The Duke stood a few feet away from her, holding court with a few of his most loyal followers. Rowena, meanwhile, was deep in conversation with Lady Margaret Burton. He noticed with distress that she'd paled, and her mouth was set in one thin line as she listened. Then, suddenly, the two women linked arms and walked toward the shade of the church. Beside him, the rest of the group was engaged in lively chatter about the upcoming trip. Once more, I found myself faced with a merry group of Burtons. What a jolly family I am to marry into, a voice suddenly broke in. Christopher looked up and took in a gulp of air, when he realized who the owner of said voice was. None other than the Duke of Thornmouth, who'd freed himself from his group of admirers. Your Grace, I had hoped you would be able to join us, Lady Hazelshire said with a wide smile as she fell into a deep curtsy. As did I. However, as you well know, once one is in a certain position of influence, one's attention is always requested somewhere. The smile on Thornmouth's face made Christopher want to land his fist directly on it. However, he knew that would be a terrible idea. He curled his twitching fingers into a ball and blinked at the man. It must be ever so vexing to be so important. The sarcasm was thick in his voice, but if he noticed it, Thornmouth ignored it. It is, my Lord Duke, it is. It is quite tiring to be so in demand. Perhaps one day you too will experience it. I had a good taste of it in the House of Lords, just a few days ago, if you recall. And I must say, I am quite pleased you decided to take my advice and assist in the formation of a special commission. The young Duke scoffed. I am sorry to inform you that a special commission had long been considered, before you so rudely brought the matter up during my speech. I know you are still becoming accustomed to the ways of the House of Lords, so I will not hold your ignorance against you. Once again, Christopher fought the urge to lunge at Thornmouth. He was as arrogant as he was cocky. I would love to plant a facer on him. It would make my entire year. Alas, he knew he could do no such thing. His entire plan to win Lady Rowena relied upon him showing the Earl that he was the better man, and the better match for his daughter. To his surprise, it was the Earl himself who stepped in to diffuse the unfortunate discourse which had erupted between them. Now, I would say that the Duke of Westmond had a splendid idea, previously considered or no. And I am certain that under your Grace's leadership the special commission will be a smashing success. Christopher swallowed, wanting to say more but knowing he could not. To his delight, it was Henry who stepped in. I am certain Lord Hazelshire is correct. However, it is ever such a pity that His Grace will not be able to join us at the vineyard with the rest of the Burton family. Henry shook his head, keeping his eyes on Thornmouth, whose mouth twitched and dark eyes grew ever darker. The vineyard? He asked, his attention turned to Lord Hazelshire. Indeed, Your Grace. We will be making use of the recess to visit the vineyard and show it to the family. It is a pity you cannot make it. Thornmouth's nostrils flared, knowing he was trapped. If he excused himself from the special commission in order to attend, he would look as though he did not take his duties seriously. If he went, he would hand a win to Christopher, who could not help but smirk. Although, as he soon found, he'd smirked a little too soon. It only took Thornmouth 2 clicks to recover himself. With a bright smile, he turned to Lady Hazelshire. It is ever the pity that I cannot accompany you this time. But I am certain there will be many occasions in future. We are to be family soon, after all. As he said it, he glimpsed at Christopher, who crossed his arms in front of his chest. That is true, Your Grace. Lady Hazelshire beamed. By God's grace, we all will be. She looked from Christopher to Catherine, the two exchanging an uneasy nod.
I wonder what became of the spat between Lady Catherine and Rowena.
They appeared quite close, seated in the pew. Lady Catherine has been decidedly restrained.
He wished he could see Rowena, to speak to her and discover what had happened after they had so hastily been torn away from one another after the dinner. She had yet to return from the church, and he was growing ever more concerned about the serious expression upon her face. As the banter between the family and Thornmouth carried on, Christopher felt his feet itching with the need to move toward the church. Sensing his unrest, Henry leaned into his brother, placing an arm on his shoulder.
"You wish to seek her out, do you not?"
he murmured.
When Christopher nodded, Henry sighed.
"Very well.
I shall, once again, rescue you."
After a few more minutes had passed, Henry began to frantically pat at his waistcoat. "By Jove, no," he said quietly, although loud enough that Lady Catherine, who was standing beside him, could hear. "What is it, Mr. Newmont?" Henry shook his head. "It is nothing."
"I must be."
He broke off, stuffing his hands inside his pockets, then sighing dramatically.
No, I did not. I must have."
"What is it,
young man?"
the Earl now asked, one eyebrow raised. Henry shook his head.
"I seem to have misplaced my pocket watch. Or rather, my father's pocket watch.
I had it when we went into the church, for I glanced at it to see if the service began on time. And now it is gone."
"How dreadful!" Lady Hazelshire exclaimed.
"Your father's, you say?"
"Yes, it was."
I must have dropped it in the church."
"I will do a search, if you will excuse me."
"Christopher, would you assist me?"
He looked at his brother with an expression so pathetic, Christopher nearly broke into laughter. Composing himself, he nodded. Of course.
Please, let us go quickly." The two bade their farewells and set off toward the church when, to their shock, Lady Catherine spoke up. "I will help you. I have a keen eye and 3 pairs are better than 2. Christopher wanted to protest, but thought better of it when he saw the determined look in the young woman's eyes. "Of course, my lady. I am grateful." Henry smiled at her and together the 3 made their way toward the church. Once they had made it a few steps from the group, Christopher turned back just in time to catch the Duke's glare. Shuddering, he pressed on. "You may wish to hide your dislike for the Duke, Your Grace," Lady Catherine said as they went. Before he could express his surprise at her words, she continued. "Just because my parents have not seen through you, does not mean that I haven't. It is only lucky that I know of your entanglement with my sister and I can assist, for I must say, the 2 of you are rather helpless." She shook her head and looked from one to the other, although she did not speak with maliciousness, rather there was amusement in her voice. "I do not know what you are talking about," Christopher meekly replied. The young girl rolled her eyes at him. "The lost watch was a good ruse." "Alas, I knew it to be just that. Mr. Newmont, I saw you looking at it in your pocket the moment before you claimed it lost." Henry's eyes widened as he looked at the young woman, a grin playing around his lips. "Is that the case?" She nodded with a grin. "Indeed. And for you both to hasten to find it, in the same church Rowena presently is in, was rather obvious as well." They were approaching the entrance as the shadow of the large church fell over them, taking away from the sting of the heat. "So, you decided to come to the rescue?" There was sarcasm in Henry's voice, but Christopher knew by way he looked at Lady Catherine, that he did not dislike her quite as much as he'd claimed. The opposite, in fact. "I have decided to save my sister from having to spend her life with a man she does not love and who is, to say the least, insufferable." She glanced back at them, determination on her small, round face. "Perhaps if she gets to choose the husband she wants, so can I." She shrugged as she stepped through the front door of the church,
the group falling silent as they followed. Then, as his eyes adjusted to the dark, Christopher saw her, and once more, his heart leapt. Chapter 20. Rowena sat in the pew beside her sister-in-law. She'd never been particularly close to Margaret. She was a nice enough woman but a rather plain girl, raised to be nothing but a wife. To be obedient, loyal, and perfect. Rather like me. Yes, it is true, Margaret is just like me. A plain, boring, perfect wife of the ton. Rowena shook her head at the realization. Still, it was not her concern at this very moment. No. Right now her fear, her worry, were not for herself but for Betsy. She glanced at her sister-in-law. Thank you for telling me. She squeezed Margaret's arm. I grappled with it. I like Betsy well enough, but I do not know her as you do, and I do not want to alarm her unnecessarily. But being close to Lady Portsmouth as I am. She shook her head and sighed, placing her hand over her belly as she often did these days. It must be difficult for her, Rowena said when the sound of a door opening drew her attention. She turned back, expecting worshippers to enter for the next service. Her breath caught in her throat as she saw that it was not a stranger, looking to pray, but her sister, Catherine. Followed by none other than Christopher and his brother, Mr. Newmont. Beside her, she realized Margaret had been talking and she'd heard not a word of it. I am sorry, dear. What was that? Margaret looked up at her, a small smile on her thin lips. Her eyes were round and amber-colored. Usually they stood out, giving her face a unique appearance. Today, however, her eyes looked as tired as the rest of her. I was just saying how fortunate I am to have wed your brother. I cannot imagine being stuck in a marriage with a rake like Lord Portsmouth. Lisbeth is ever so miserable with him, and yet can do nothing but endure. Rowena swallowed, filled with gratitude that her brother had grown into an honorable man who did right by his wife. Along with the gratitude came a wave of fear once more. Fear for Betsy, who was now stuck in a house with a man who, if Margaret was right, viewed his servants as his property, the female ones in particular. She glanced back at Christopher and her sister, frowning as they entered her line of sight. What are they all doing here? Certainly, they have not all come for me. Catherine. Margaret's voice filled the empty space in the church. Margaret, are you well? Catherine asked as she slid into the pew beside them. Faith, no. I am swollen and ready to hold this child in my arms, but apart from that I am as well as can be expected. Have you come for us? Catherine locked eyes with Rowena when replying. I have come to assist the Duke's brother in search of his watch. Rowena listened with her eyes narrowed, as her sister told the tale of the missing watch. All the while she kept the Duke in sight. Suddenly, an idea rose inside of her. I shall assist them. Catherine, why don't you escort Margaret back to our parents? She is ever so tired. It's been a vexing day. Perhaps we can take the air in the shade a little, Margaret. What do you say? We can sit on the bench by the lake and watch the ducks, before rejoining the others. Margaret nodded and rose, assisted by Catherine. Indeed, that is a lovely idea. I could use some air, these old churches are ever so stuffy. As she made her way down the aisle she stopped in front of Christopher. Your Grace, thank you again for the assistance. It would have to be on a hot day such as today when our carriage broke down. She curtsied. You are a blessing upon this family, Your Grace. Christopher bowed and bade her farewell, as Margaret and Catherine made their way out of the church, leaving Rowena alone in the church with Christopher and his brother. Rowena had longed to be alone with him again, ever since their sudden separation at the dinner. However, now that she was opposite him, she felt herself swept away by a wave of emotion. It felt good to be near him, all alone with him, save for his brother who had made his way to the opposite end of the church. He stood to the side in front of a painting, pretending to be captivated by the artwork. Your Grace. She smiled at him, suddenly at a loss for words.
Lady Rowena, I am ever so pleased to see you again. I have longed to. His words trailed off and he tilted his head to one side, squinting at her. Something is the matter.
Is it I? Is my presence troubling you?
I assure you I had no intention to make you uncomfortable. It is just that
He hesitated and she watched as he bit his lip, like an unsure schoolboy. Despite her bad mood, it made her smile to see him so suddenly shy and unsure, for she felt the same whenever she was near him. It is just what, Your Grace? He blinked and looked at her, a sparkle now in his eyes. It is just that I have longed to be alone with you ever since our evening last week, and I have not had the opportunity. I know we have only known one another a short period of time, but I must confess that I think of you day and night, and I do not care that it isn't right to tell you what I think. I do not care that. To her own surprise, she reached out and placed her hand on his arm. I feel the same, she heard herself say. Shocked that such words have crossed her lips, and for a man she was not promised to at that, Rowena cast her eyes down. Her heart beat out of her chest. She felt him place his hand over hers, squeezing it gently. I cannot tell you how much it means to me to hear these words. She looked up, sadness settling in her eyes. And yet, you know that there is nothing we can do about these feelings. You saw this for yourself today. My family is settled on my marriage to the Duke of Thornmouth. I am not in a position to make my own choice. And Lord Thornmouth is to make an offer of marriage soon, as you heard. My father told me the Duke has requested an audience to discuss the terms after the trial. She could tell by the sharp intake of air that Christopher had been unaware of this development. She had longed for nothing but to get away from Thornmouth all day. While his affection for her rang true, she'd wanted to be near Christopher, stand beside him, and talk to him as they did now. Come, sit with me, he said and led her to the pew to their left. As they sat, she found herself shocked at the closeness with which they took their seats. He was so close to her that she could feel the heat radiating off his body. When she moved, their legs briefly touched, sending shockwaves up her spine. I will do all I can to keep the Duke from making an official offer. He will have to wait for some time now, in any case. He will be required in Cambridgeshire for some time. And we will be in Shropshire. Her big, brown eyes that were so soulful blinked at him. He smiled and filled her in on the events she had missed. He has thought it all out. While I have been pondering over my feelings, unsure of what the future holds, he has planned out everything in detail. She smiled at him and found herself, rather boldly, reaching for his hand. Noticing, he clasped it at once and their fingers intertwined. As happy as she was to be near him, and alone with him at last, she could not drive the heaviness that the conversation with Margaret had brought from her heart. And he noticed. You still have not told me what weighs upon you so. Please, let me share the burden of your worries. She sighed and leaned back, knowing there was not much time. Catherine could only keep Margaret occupied with the ducks for so long. In no time at all they would have to join her family again, and if the Duke and his brother continued to be missing, someone would come looking. They could not find them sitting in the church like this. No. There was no way. If she was to confide in him, she'd have to do so now, and quickly. You remember my friend, Betsy Carmichael? She asked and he nodded eagerly. Of course, she is the one who so graciously saved us from discovery. She took a position with Lord Portsmouth, I believe. Rowena found herself relieved that he remembered as much as he did. She has departed already. Today was the first day I have seen her since she left. And while she appears happy, I have received news, via my sister-in-law, that has left me racked with worry. She looked around the almost empty church before leaning in. Margaret is close friends with Lady Portsmouth, and she has told me that Lord Portsmouth. Well, he has not just a roving eye, but he is rather personal with his servants. And She swallowed as the horror of Margaret's revelation resurfaced. Margaret told me that he has thus far not been able to keep away from many of the governesses they have employed. He charms them. One he made with child and put her out of the house. She shook her head. And this is not beyond it. Margaret knows this from Lady Portsmouth herself. The poor woman is racked with having to live with a man such as Lord Portsmouth, although it is her burden to carry. I feel for her. However, I fear for Betsy, for Lady Portsmouth told Margaret her husband has already commented on Betsy's beauty. He squeezed her hand as she told him all she'd learned. I do not know what to do. Betsy is not the kind of girl who would give in to the seduction of a married man. I fear what will happen when he inevitably turns his attentions to her, and she refuses. He sighed, lessening the grip on her hand. When their eyes locked, she saw genuine compassion in them. I must admit, I too have heard these stories about Lord Portsmouth. It is not unusual for a noble man to take advantage of their servants, nor unusual for them to end up with child. However, I have heard Portsmouth does not take rejection well. He hesitated and she could tell that he was holding back. You have heard this about Lord Portsmouth from other lords? He nodded. It was all beyond it, unlike your revelations. Oftentimes, you cannot trust what is said in the halls of Whites and Brookes. There is rivalry, and there are rumors that spread. He shrugged. But it appears you have a direct source to confirm the rumors. Unfortunately. I was envious of her, not long ago. She said the words quietly, directed to the front instead of at him. Shame washed over her for having been jealous of her friend. Envious? The surprise in his voice was unmistakable. She looked at him and shrugged. When I found I was to be wed, I expected it all of my life. Still, knowing it would happen made me feel resentful of not having a choice in the matter. While Betsy is poor, I thought she had at least the choice to do as she pleased. She shook her head. And now she is going to be so far away, in Bedfordshire. If something were to happen, what would she do? London is far, Shropshire farther still. She sighed and shook her head. As much as she liked the idea of being at the vineyard, and of being alone with Christopher, it scared her that they would be even farther from Betsy, should something happen. I must tell her what I have learned, but I fear it will only upset her. Christopher sat beside her, still holding her hand. He'd begun to gently rub his hand over the back of hers. Perhaps it is best to let her know you have heard rumors. Should Lord Portsmouth indeed make uninvited advances toward her? Rowena sighed. If only there was a way to watch over her, to have her be near someone she could turn to. Some ally. Alas, the only people I know who are familiar with the Portsmouths are Margaret, who is pregnant and wields no influence whatsoever, and the Duke. She glanced up at Christopher, and caught the way his eyes briefly widened at the mention of his rival's name. Thornmouth. He spat the name out like an over-salted spoonful of soup. Rowena nodded. They are friends. We spoke of Betsy earlier, before I knew the true extent of Portsmouth's character. He told me his friend has had 4 governesses in recent years. He assured me Betsy would be under his protection, although he sounded amused more than concerned. And of course, he is nowhere near the Portsmouth's Bedfordshire home either. Beside her, he let go of her hand and rubbed his temples. After a long moment, he looked at her, resignation written all over his face. I have a solution. One I do not like, but one that is certain to put your mind at ease. She twisted toward him so they were face to face. You do? Faith, Christo. She stopped herself. While she'd come to think of him by his Christian name, she'd not called him by it thus far. Your Grace, that would be wonderful. I am not certain that it is quite as wonderful as you think. He sighed again, shaking his head as if he could not believe what he was about to say. As you know, the Duke of Thornmouth is on the Special Commission for the Cambridgeshire trials. Given that Lord Portsmouth is from Bedfordshire, He has a vested interest in the outcome of the trial. Perhaps it could be arranged to have him be placed on the council as well. Rowena thought about this for a moment. She'd heard all about the riots. The country appeared utterly divided as to what to do with them, and she'd heard about the fierce argument between the two dukes at the House of Lords. Beyond feeling pride at Christopher's insistence to stand up and be heard, she'd not concerned herself with the matter more. But now, it all seemed to make sense. Since Lord Portsmouth and the Duke of Thornmouth are friends, I would imagine it would be no bother for the Duke to have his friend appointed. It would mean an extended stay at Cambridgeshire for Lord Portsmouth. Certainly, he would not bring his family there for the trials. Or would he? Even if he does, at least Betsy will be nearer to the Duke of Thornmouth, who might provide her with the protection he'd assured her of. Rowena scratched the side of her head where her hair was beginning to stick to her skin with sweat. Once Rowena's family returned home and the London season was over, they would be close enough for Betsy to return home, should the need arise. It is a splendid idea, Your Grace. I hate to ask Lord Thornmouth for anything at all, for I do not wish to be in his debt, but I must, for the sake of Betsy. She glanced at Christopher. She could hardly believe that he would have suggested such a thing at all. He despised Thornmouth, she knew it by the mere way in which he looked at him. And yet, he'd all but encouraged her to turn to him for help. She found herself surprised that this, his willingness to lose out on being the hero in order to save Betsy, made her feel even closer to him. She placed her free hand onto the inside of his forearm, feeling the strength of his arm and the smoothness of his skin. You are a good man, Your Grace. A true, good man, and I am ever so fortunate to have met you. Even if we can never be more than what we are right now, I will count myself fortunate to have known you, to have been near you. He removed his hand from hers and cupped her face. We will be more than what we are now. We will be together every day until the end of our lives if it is what you wish. I will make it so, I declare. You will be my wife, the Duchess of Westmond, not the Duchess of Thornmouth. You will see. All you need to do is tell me that this is what you want, what you desire. It is. She whispered the words more so than spoke them out loud, hesitant still to let the true strength of her feelings be revealed. It is what I want. I cannot explain how I feel, for I have never experienced anything like it, but I know that when I am with you, I am alive. With him. She shook her head as much as she could. Say no more, Rowena. You will be my wife. We will be together. I will find a way. Trust me. Before she could say anything else, he leaned forward and placed his lips on hers. She closed her eyes, losing herself entirely in their kiss. Rowena. The voice came from the distance, and ripped them both from their state of bliss. Horrified at having been caught out, she jumped up from her seat and turned toward where the voice had come from. Beside her, Christopher also jumped up, and together they glanced into the light, where a dark figure had just entered the church, just in time to observe their first, passionate kiss. Chapter 21. Christopher rose early and stretched until his joints popped audibly. He stepped to the window and looked out over the vast landscape before him. Acres upon acres of land stretched out, almost as far as the eye could see. He'd already rode along the perimeter of the property with Henry, as Charles and Lord Hazelshire, and assessed it. The vineyard held much promise. He'd felt good about his decision to go into business with Lord Hazelshire, without having seen the property for himself, but he'd known he could trust Henry's judgment. He'd not been wrong. He knew enough of the grape-growing business to know that, while this vineyard had been mismanaged, it could well be the answer to all of his money troubles. The land was fertile, the vines before him would soon grow heavy with grapes. He looked out to the west where an abandoned winery stood. Once, this vineyard had produced its own wine, but the building was now in a terrible state and would need to be rebuilt almost from the ground up. It would be worth it though to produce here, instead of having the grapes brought to the winery that produced summer wind wines. Christopher's eyes were drawn to movement down below. Two women were walking with a parasol to protect their fair skin against the sun. He opened the window, feeling the heaviness of the hot summer's day that lay before them. Leaning out, he peered at the women. "Good morning," he called out without using their names, for fear one of the women beneath the parasol was Lady Hazelshire. It was not. He was uncomfortably reminded of the day at St. George's of Hanover, when he'd first found the courage to kiss Rowena. That terrible moment when he'd been certain they'd been caught out. That everything was over before it had the chance to begin. And the relief he'd felt when he'd seen the face of her sister instead. She'd come to warn them of the impending arrival of their mother. It had been a close call. Too close for Christopher's liking. He treaded more careful now. "Your Grace." Lady Catherine waved at him, a smile on her face. Beside her, Rowena looked up. Her dark hair had been bound back into a bun with a few strands of hair falling into her face. "Join us," Catherine called up. Rowena smiled up at him, her entire face lit up by the sunlight, giving her an even more ethereal glow. He was about to reply, when he heard a door open and the harsh voice of Lady Hazelshire drifted to his window. "Catherine, it is entirely unsuitable for a lady to be hollering in such a manner. We might be in the country, but we still have our manners to maintain." Noticing the direction her daughters faced, she looked up. The expression on her face changed at once and she fell into a curtsy. "I am sorry, Your Grace, I did not see you there." He dipped his head in her direction. "Never mind, Lady Hazelshire. And please forgive your daughter. I drew her into conversation in this awkward manner. I shall join you presently." He stepped away from the window and dressed. He'd never enjoyed the aid of the valet when dressing himself, as he found it a rather tedious manner of dressing. Instead, he threw on a pair of trousers, a white shirt with a brown waistcoat, and a matching hat. Peering into the small looking-glass on the wall, he nodded at himself and made his way downstairs. "You have risen at last, brother," Henry greeted him when he passed through the parlor toward the front yard. Henry was dressed down, like Christopher was. "I did not find the need to rise early," he replied, causing his brother to chuckle. "Is that so? I see this visit was just what you need to further your plans regarding the Lady Rowena. I saw you sneak away into the old well-house last night, followed by your lady love not long after. I trust you had an enjoyable time." Henry winked. Indeed, Christopher had found that the old property offered a great many places where two young people could hide away. For the past few evenings, while Henry had kept the Earl and Lady Hazelshire busy with plans for the future, Christopher had taken the opportunity to at last spend time with Lady Rowena. They'd sat side by side, looking out over the landscape, their hands always clasped. The hours had flown past as they talked and found more and more in common with one another. The previous night, she had fallen asleep with her head leaning against his shoulder. It was a lovely evening indeed. "Oh, Henry. Rowena is all I thought she would be and more. She is loving and caring to those around her. Kind, charitable, and ever so smart. If only I could free her from the clasp of Thornmouth. If only she could be mine already and we could start out lives together." He shook his head. "Am I making a cake of myself, allowing myself to live out this dream while we are here, removed from reality?" Henry patted his shoulder. "You are well on your way. This afternoon, we will speak to the Earl about the winery. If he is willing to front the money for the repair, and we provide experts, we will make a profit of this property very soon. And our money worries will be forgotten." A smile spread on his brother's face. "Havisham House might be within our reach before the next London season, brother." Christopher nodded. "I can only pray you are right, Henry." Outside, he saw the two young women pass by, accompanied by their sister-in-law, who, to everyone's surprise, had insisted on making the journey to the vineyard. His attention was at once diverted. His brother shook his head. "I shall not keep you from your lady love," He motioned toward the door, and a moment later, Christopher stepped through, followed by his brother.
"Good morning, Mr. Newmont," Lady Catherine said, the moment she laid her eyes upon Henry.
Lady Margaret Burton stood beside her, looking flushed from the sun and exhausted. She had served as chaperone whenever Lady Hazelshire was occupied, but the task was clearly too much for someone in her condition. Henry smiled at Catherine and bowed to the group. There was a slight blush on his face as he caught the eye of Catherine, and Christopher tried hard to avoid grinning. He'd noticed that, while his brother still had his nose in a book most of the day when he was not occupied with business, he had been spending considerable amounts of time with Lady Catherine. He appeared to enjoy her company a great deal, as she did his. "Your Grace." Rowena greeted him with a curtsy.
"Lady Rowena, you look lovely today.
The sunshine appears to agree with you."
She smiled shyly, a light blush on her face. "Indeed, Your Grace."
Their eyes locked, and for a moment, he found himself lost in their unspoken love. It was her sister-in-law who interrupted the moment. "It is ever so hot. I am parched. Would you mind if we stopped for a cup of tea and perhaps a small bite to eat?" She looked from Rowena to Catherine, as the younger sister broke into a wide grin. She turned her face toward Henry. "What a wonderful ideal, Margaret. Perhaps Mr. Newmont might be so kind and accompany us to the kitchen for a tea?" Taken aback, Henry's eyes grew wide. "Of course, Lady Catherine. I am rather thirsty myself. I mean, I would." Gathering his wits about him, Henry extended his arm for her to take. He motioned for Lady Burton and Rowena to go before him into the house, but Rowena hesitated. "Margaret, if you do not mind, I would rather continue my walk. I am ever so eager to take in the view of the vineyard. The afternoon sun bathes the property in such a lovely light. I thought I might take inspiration and paint it later." Her sister-in-law looked uncertain for a moment and glanced at Christopher, as if assessing him. She is concerned to abandon her chaperoning duties, yet she knows she cannot be in two places at once. "Very well, I shall ease her mind. The light is indeed charming at this hour. I wish I could see it for myself. Alas, I must depart. I am to meet Lord Waxworth at the inn in the village. He owns the neighboring property. It is always good to know thy neighbors." As expected, this declaration of his imminent departure eased Lady Burton's mind. With no unmarried bachelors roaming the property, Lady Rowena's reputation would be quite safe. "Very well then. The three of us shall take our tea, and Rowena, I cannot wait to see the painting you'll produce. I am sure it will be lovely." With that, she made her way into the house, while Lady Catherine took Henry's arm and followed. "I hear the Well House has lovely views of the vineyard." He winked at her as if they had not spent the last few evenings there. "You may wish to explore there, Lady Rowena. I would offer to show you myself, but I must depart." He spoke loudly, knowing his words would carry into the kitchen. "A shame, indeed," she replied, equally loud. "But I am certain I will find it myself. I hope your meeting is a success." She curtsied as he bowed. "As do I." With that, the two departed into opposite directions. A few short moments later, Christopher made his way around the back of the property, hidden from the view of the kitchen. He climbed the steps of the old well house and looked around to ensure nobody saw him. Then, he stepped inside. To his delight, Rowena was already there, standing near the edge where the view was indeed beautiful. "I feel rather like a naughty child," she said with a grin when he approached. "As do I, however, I must admit, there is some fun in that as well. I have much enjoyed our explorations in recent days." They had been fortunate to have opportunity for such explorations, due to the unexpected freedom. The Countess, for example, had fallen in love with the vineyard and the beautiful scenery, and the Earl had taken great pains to show her the area as well as the nearby village. This left Rowena and Catherine under the supervision of their brother Charles and sister-in-law, neither the ideal chaperone. Their brother was often too occupied to pay them attention, and Lady Burton was simply too exhausted. Henry was correct. His plan to come to the vineyard with the entire family had at last given me what I so desired. Time with Rowena. I have had a letter from Betsy. It came with the messenger for Papa. She showed him the letter, with the seal of House Portsmouth already broken. I trust she is still well? Christopher swallowed, still uneasy with the fact that Rowena was forced to request the assistance of the dastardly Thornmouth, to ensure Betsy was looked after. They have arrived at the Thornmouth estate and will be staying at the castle for the duration of the trials. She sighed. It is not what I had hoped for when the Duke arranged for Lord Portsmouth to be on the commission. I had hoped he would leave his wife and children in Bedfordshire. Rowena turned and attempted to step onto a stone bench to sit on the wall surrounding the well house. Seeing her struggle, he helped her by placing his hands around her waist and lifting her. She placed her hand on his shoulder for support. They looked at one another, reveling in the closeness that had developed between them. In any case, at least I know that the Duke will be available to assist Betsy, should the need arise. Christopher removed his hands from her waist and climbed up the wall beside her. Their legs dangled over the low edge, feet just above the ground. I am sorry you had to ask him for assistance. It makes our situation all the more difficult. She shrugged, glancing out over the vast expanse. He did his best to assure me that the rumors about Lord Portsmouth are just that, rumors. He said not to pay attention to what the Ton says, but there is something about him. Something I cannot trust. Rest assured, once your father agrees to give me your hand in marriage, we will set up a home for ourselves and Betsy will come and work for us. She can be your lady's maid if you like, or governess to our children. Rowena smiled and nodded. They had discussed what their future might be one day, and the promise of having her best friend live with them was one he had easily made. Suddenly she turned and clasped his hand. Christopher, when will we be able to speak to my father? I do not know how long I can keep this up. The Duke could make an offer, an official offer, any day now. I am certain he will once the trials are over, and then it will be all the harder to convince father that he is wrong for me and... He placed a hand on her cheek, and she pressed her head into his hand. I will speak to him, and soon. I only wanted to ensure that the whole family sees the potential in this property. I wanted to show your father that I am capable of rebuilding my fortune, and thus will make a good husband. I think he sees it now and it will allow me to make my move. But when? Her voice was full of worry. I have this feeling of dread inside of me, of worry. She is right. I cannot delay much longer. I would have liked to wait until the first harvest, but I must speak to him. Henry and I will travel with your father to visit the neighboring vineyard tomorrow. I will speak to him on our return. Once he is further reassured that this venture will be a success. She nodded and leaned her head against his shoulder, closing her eyes as they bathed in this quiet moment of solitude. That evening, the group gathered for dinner around an old, oak table in the dining room. Like the rest of the house, it was in need of repairs. After an early evening shower, the roof had sprung several leaks, and buckets had been placed around the room to catch the water. There is a leak in our bedchamber as well, Lady Hazelshire said, nodding at the leak. Ah yes, the house has good bones but needs repairs, Lord Hazelshire said before biting into a piece of fresh-baked bread. At least the kitchen appears in a good state, judging by the delicious meal the cook has prepared for us. Lady Hazelshire sighed deeply. What is the matter, Mamma? Rowena asked. She was seated across from Christopher. Beside her sat Catherine, who was opposite Henry, which was an arrangement that seemed to suit the young people just fine, for they stole glances at one another throughout the evening. It is nothing. I love this house, but it does vex me just how in need of repair it is. I had envisioned balls and dinner parties. In the future I am sure this will be a lovely house for entertaining, but in its current state. She shook her head, poking her fork into the venison before her. Now. Let us not get discouraged. Balls and dinner parties can wait. First, we must get the vineyard up and running, the Earl said before facing Christopher. Your men are arriving by week's end? He nodded. Christopher had sent for a group of his best workers, as well as his chief vintner, to help with the planting of the crop. I assure you, Lady Hazelshire, once our vintner Mr. Carson takes charge of the property, we will be producing the finest wines in the region. Then this will be the country home of your dreams. The woman smiled at him. In recent days she'd warmed to him, something which delighted Christopher more than he could have admitted. We will need to conduct repairs on the winery, above all. Otherwise there will be no wine produced here. We could have the grapes taken to Lancashire to be produced there, but it would be an inconvenience. Henry chimed in. The Earl shook his head. I have thought long and hard about the discussion we have had. I agree with His Grace, the Duke. It would be much more effective to repair the winery and produce Three Roses wine here. And also repair the house. We must have a house to entertain. Connections, as Mr. Newmont has explained to me, are everything in the wine business. So. He folded his hands on the table and looked around, a grin on his old face. The wrinkles on his forehead deepened with the wide grin. I have taken it upon myself to secure additional funding for our project. While I fund the renovations of the house, my investor will give us the money to repair the winery. Henry and Christopher exchanged an alarmed glance at one another. My lord, we will not be in a position to repay any loans for some time. Not until we produce at least the first. The Earl waved a hand. Not to worry, Mr. Newmont. My investor will not hound us for the money. He has a vested interest in the success of this venture. He is about to be family, after all. The grin widened and he beamed, looking around the room before settling his eyes on Rowena. My dear, it appears your future husband is more generous than we knew. He has offered, of his own volition, to put up the money to repair the winery. Isn't that splendid? Christopher's entire body froze as he locked eyes with Rowena. The Duke of Thornmouth is offering the money? She said in a quiet, defeated voice. Isaac. He requested we call him by his Christian name. And yes. He has already set the transfer of the funds in motion. In fact, he and I have been discussing the matter via messenger for the past 2 weeks, ever since he departed for Cambridgeshire. That, and the other pressing matter, of course. The other matter? Rowena sounded meek, as though she might pass out. The betrothal. I am pleased to say that His Grace has made an offer, and I have accepted. You are to wed, my dear. It is official at last. Before he knew what he was doing, Christopher jumped up as the chair fell onto the ground behind him with an almighty bang. The eyes of the entire table swerved to him as he stood, hands balled. Chapter 22. Rowena's heart raced as she watched Christopher stand at the table. He looked as though he were about to protest her father's statement. A part of her wished he could. She envisioned him standing there and telling her father that he loved her. That he wanted to marry her and that the Duke of Thornmouth was wrong for her. Yet, another part of her knew this wasn't the way to have that conversation with her father. Not in front of all these people. She wanted to jump up, to do something, but was frozen in her chair. My lord. Christopher said, a tremble in his voice. She looked at him and shook her head, terrified of what he might say next. To her great relief, Henry Newmont jumped up and quickly stepped next to his brother. Topher, has the son got to you again? He placed a hand on his brother's forehead, but she saw that he was also squeezing his arm. Hard. Certainly, to keep him from speaking. You are hot as a hearth. His Grace has been out in the sun a lot. Catherine nodded eagerly beside her. And it has been ever so hot. Rowena agreed. Perhaps it might be a good idea for His Grace to lay down and rest. Suddenly, Christopher exhaled and relaxed his body, uncurling his fists. He seemed to fall into himself, as if he just realized the gravity of his action. "You are right, Henry. I had a sudden onset of feeling terribly unwell. It must be the sun. By Jove, Your Grace. Rowena is right, you best retire for the night and take your rest. We can't have you getting seriously ill," Rowena's mother said, with concern in her voice. Henry Newmont shook his head. "This is just like in India, Lady Hazelshire." Christopher was so concerned with exploring the area he ignored the sun, and before you knew it, he took ill. Hallucinated as well. It was dreadful. Despite the seriousness, Rowena had to smile at the young Mr. Newmont's inventiveness. He can surely be counted on in a crisis. Just like Catherine. She glanced at her little sister, who'd so eagerly assisted her and Christopher in their clandestine courtship. She watched as Henry led Christopher away. For a few moments nobody spoke, then Margaret cleared her throat. "The poor Duke. I know just how he feels. I find this heat ever so vexing. And he is riding around in it all day long, making connections. Just this morning he rode all the way to the village to see Lord Waxworth." Lady Hazelshire raised an eyebrow. "He rode into the village? In the heat? It is no wonder he is so perplexed this evening. Poor man. He was acting rather peculiar, but now I understand. I shall have the cook bring him a meal later." Her eyes settled on Catherine. "Perhaps you and Margaret could pay the Duke a visit later, check on his well-being." While Margaret nodded eagerly, Catherine sighed, and Rowena swiftly kicked her under the table, prompting her sister to eagerly nod. "Of course, Mother. But now..." Lady Hazelshire broke into a grin. "Now, we must hear all the news from Papa." She glanced up at her husband as she resumed her dinner. Lord Hazelshire had been sitting quietly at the table, observing the events as they unfolded. He was a patient man, but Rowena could see that he was eager to tell them the details of his conversations with the Duke of Thornmouth. Well, not everyone was eager. "I feel as though I might faint. I cannot believe this. And to buy into the business. What gall." Her father, meanwhile, placed his fork down and rubbed his hands together. "His Grace has been ever so occupied with the trials, but they are expected to wind down shortly. He will then make his way to London within the fortnight, and we will put up the banns at St. George's and His Grace's parish." "His Grace does not wish to buy a license?" "It is so much simpler," Charles said. Rowena had a mind to throw a bowl of soup at him. Buying a license meant a wedding could take place much sooner, whereas reading the banns would take at least 3 weeks. The marriage banns had to be read for 3 consecutive Sundays, in each of their parishes, which would give her several weeks to find a way to undo the whole thing before the wedding. Unless Charles gave her father ideas. She swallowed and peered at the two men. To her great relief, it was her mother who, unknowingly, provided support. "I would much rather we stick with tradition. You already forewent the reading of the banns, Charles. We must not go down that route twice. I've had rather a few comments about the matter." Then she turned to Rowena. "However, I hope to see you wed soon thereafter. Thus, once we return to London, we must begin making purchases for your trousseau. There is so much to get." She licked her lips, and Rowena could see that in her mind, her mother was making lists of all the items that would have to be purchased. She found herself growing more and more anxious. She had to speak to Christopher. There had to be a solution. Suddenly, she felt Catherine's hand on her wrist, and she realized she had been wringing her handkerchief under the table for some time without realizing. Her sister eyed the handkerchief and shook her head, prompting Rowena to return her hands to the table. She noticed that the palms of her hands were an angry red. "Rowena, we must write to Betsy and let her know the good news," Catherine said in a chipper tone. This delighted their mother, whose eyes sparkled. Yes, yes, you must.
I shall as well.
I have already written to her to let her know how anxious I have been for this offer to be made.
She will be ever so delighted that it has happened. She pursed her lips as a thought came to her.
I wonder if I can speak to Lady Portsmouth, so Betsy may be allowed some days' leave for the wedding.
She certainly needs to be a part of it.
She is family, after all. Rowena's heart softened toward her mother, as she appeared genuinely eager to have Betsy there. I wonder if I should have told her of the terrible news I learned about Lord Portsmouth.
However, it would have put her in a terrible position.
She would have had to choose between her loyalty to her ward and to the Tun. An impossible prospect for someone like Lady Hazelshire, who was so concerned with her family's social standing. A thought came to her. Perhaps I could be excused to write to her at once? She eyed her father,
who nodded. Of course.
If you complete the letter tonight, I can have it sent with the messenger to the Duke's. I mean Isaac's home. It is rather convenient to have Betsy and the Portsmouths staying at Crawford Castle.
Indeed, Rowena said as she rose, placing the handkerchief on the plate.
Then, she turned and rushed out of the room, heading toward the staircase where she pretended to walk up the steps. In reality, she waited a few moments and then removed her shoes. Quietly and on her tiptoes, she made her way outside into the darkening night.
Rowena stood under Christopher's window, which was lit with a dim light of beeswax candles.
She shook the handful of pebbles she'd collected and tossed several up into the direction of his window.
They produced a banging sound much louder than she had anticipated, and she quickly dove behind a stone wall, fearful of being detected. To her relief,
a moment later someone stepped up to the window and opened it, peering outside. It was Henry Newmont.
Rowena stepped out from behind the wall and looked up at him, waving so he would see her.
He leaned out the window and she stepped closer,
calling as quietly as she could. The Well House.
He nodded and disappeared inside. Her message relayed,
Rowena rushed up the hill toward the Well House. The iron gate was closed, and she wedged it open with some difficulty. Once inside, there was nothing to do but wait.
What are we to do? Once the banter read it as official. She glanced out over the vast landscape before her. These past few days had been like magic. Like a dream. A dream that had so cruelly come to an end. She felt foolish to have considered that this might become her reality. That by some otherworldly intervention the Duke of Thornmouth would simply disappear, and she'd be allowed to be with Christopher. The thought alone of being married to a man she did not love made her miserable. Rowena?
Christopher's voice sounded out in a whisper. She turned and the moment she laid eyes on him she broke into a run.
Christopher.
She called out his name, louder than intended.
Moments later,
she fell into his arms. He wrapped his arms around her, and she realized that this was the closest they had ever been. Even during their clandestine meetings these last few evenings, they had always maintained a physical distance. Nothing beyond the innocent holding of hands, or the quick caressing of one's cheek or arms had happened between them. Now, being in his arms, Rowena was more convinced than ever that this was where she belonged.
I am ever so sorry that I lost my composure, he said as he let go of her. The shock of his announcement took me so by surprise. She nodded, tucking an errant hair behind her ear. I was fearful you would make an announcement of your own right there. He grimaced.
I very nearly did.
If not for Henry I would have ruined it all for us.
But Rowena, this cannot happen.
The betrothal cannot be made official or it will all be over. She nodded, allowing him to take her hand as they walked to the small iron bench at the far end of the Well House. I know.
We have little time.
Father intends for the banns to be read as soon as we return to London. What will we do? There was silence for a moment as he squeezed her hand harder.
I will have to speak to your father. I was planning to do so tomorrow, but that was before Thornmouth inserted himself into the business. Now everything is even more complicated.
I will come with you, to speak to him. Perhaps the two of us together. Christopher shook his head. No. I must speak to him alone. I cannot let the woman I intend to wed do my work for me. I will see him in the morning. She swallowed. What if he is against it? What if he will not relent? He looked out over the vast expanse below. His angular face was illuminated by the faint moonlight, making him look all the more handsome. When he turned back to her, there was a determination in his eyes she'd not seen before. If he says no, there is always Gretna Green. Her breath caught in her throat. Gretna Green? Christopher, I. He shook his head. There is no other option. It is that or we must part. And I cannot imagine life without you. She placed a hand on his cheek. Neither can I, Christopher. Gretna Green. Rowena knew several girls who had gone against their families' wishes and wed the men they loved at Gretna Green. Two of her friends had run away to Gretna Green to wed, and the results could not have been more different. Her friend Hester, the daughter of an earl who owned the house next door to theirs on Charles Street, had run away to Gretna Green 2 years prior. She'd wed her sweetheart, a lowly baronet, much to the shock of her prim and proper family. After the marriage, her father had begrudgingly accepted the young man into the family. Now they were about to have their second child. Her friend Charlotte, however, had not been as lucky. After running away with a merchant she'd known for less than 2 months, her family had all but cast her out. Rowena hadn't seen nor heard from Charlotte in years. The last she'd heard, she was living in poverty, after her merchant paramour had left her with a small child. I know Christopher would never do that to me, leave me by myself in a terrible pickle. But would Papa and Mama ever forgive me? Sensing her reluctance, Christopher cupped her face. It will not come to that, I am certain. I will speak to your father tomorrow. All will be well. She blinked, not believing that he was as certain as he tried to sound. Faith, Christopher, am I making a cake out of myself? Hoping that I can have what I truly want, even when the odds are so against us? He lifted her chin so they were eye to eye. If you are making a cake of yourself, then so am I, for I want this as much as you. And I will make sure that we can be together, Rowena. I cannot be without you. You have changed me. You have made me better. You have inspired me. She sighed as she looked up at him, tears springing into her eyes. As you have inspired me. I never questioned my destiny before meeting you. I never ventured to think that I might be more, have more. You have turned my entire life upside down, Christopher Newmont. And I love you for it. For a moment, she was horrified at her own rash words. To declare one's love to a man was entirely unheard of, and she had just done so. Would he think less of her? She needn't have worried at all, for just a moment later, she felt his warm lips on hers. She closed her eyes, and as she sank deep into his arms, he withdrew his lips just long enough to whisper, "And I love you, Rowena Burton," before kissing her once more. Chapter 23. Christopher stood at the fireplace where a small fire was now going. He glanced at the letter in his hand once more and then balled it up in frustration. Tossing it into the fire, he watched as the paper was eaten by the flames. Bad news? Christopher spun around, surprised to hear his uncle's voice from behind him. He'd been so lost in thought that he hadn't even heard him enter. "Uncle Nestor, I did not know you were home." His uncle nodded. "I returned a moment ago from the House of Lords. I was saddened to see you not in attendance, once again." A feeling of guilt washed over Christopher, for the accusation and the disappointment was evident in his uncle's voice. "I meant to go, but I was distracted." His uncle took a seat in the armchair and nodded at the fire. "Chilly, are you?" He shook his head and sat opposite his uncle. "Not particularly. I felt the need to burn a letter." "I see. Nestor crossed his legs and propped his elbow up on the arm of the chair, letting his hands support his head. You have been in a sullen mood ever since you returned from the vineyard. It has been almost 2 weeks since they had returned. 2 weeks that felt like 2 years, or perhaps 2 decades.
I know, Uncle Nestor.
I am sorry. It has been vexing. I wish you would confide in me, so I could help.
I take it this has to do with the Earl of Hazelshire's daughter? I heard an official offer has been made by the Duke of Thornmouth. Banns are to be read this Sunday at St. George's of Hanover.
Christopher swallowed, the disappointment of the past week threatening to overwhelm him. He leaned back in the arm of the chair, shrugging.
This news of the imminent reading of the banns did surprisingly little to change his already sullen mood.
He had expected as much.
Topher? The use of his childhood nickname drew Christopher out of his thoughts. He glanced at his uncle whose old face was marked with worry.
At last, Christopher sighed.
I did what you advised and made myself indispensable to the Earl.
Without Henry and me, he would never be able to make the vineyard profitable. I endeared myself to him, as did Henry. He appeared fond of me. Alas.
His uncle's face lit with understanding.
You spoke to him about his daughter, and he was not amenable?
He nodded, thinking back to the conversation with the Earl with a feeling of dread.
I did. I had planned to wait,
but Thornmouth made an investment in the vineyard without my knowledge, and made an official offer.
I could not wait. I went to the Earl the very next day, laid out my plan to rebuild my fortune. I confessed that I am moon-eyed over Lady Rowena, and that I would do anything for her. I asked him for her hand. He shook his head, recalling the Earl's surprised face, and then his crushing reply. He said that he had only wished I had come to him months ago, before Thornmouth began his campaign for Rowena. He wished that I still had my fortune, that he might consider declining Thornmouth's offer. Alas, since I am not currently plump in the purse and Thornmouth has so entwined himself in the Earl's affairs, he could not grant my request. In addition, he was rather perturbed at my deception. So perturbed in fact, that the Earl had cut short their visit to the vineyard. The family had packed their belongings the very next day and returned to London, giving Christopher no time to speak to Rowena. The last he had seen of her, was when the Earl had ushered her into the carriage the next morning. Since then, they had been able to communicate only via notes, passed back and forth with the help of Henry, Catherine, and Rowena's loyal housekeeper and maid. Uncle Nestor nodded. This is why Henry has been meeting with the Earl in your place of late. The Earl has deemed it best if he conducted business with Henry for the time being, at least until after the wedding. Once Rowena is wed to Thornmouth and has moved to his estate in Cambridgeshire, I may resume visitations with the Earl. Christopher nodded. Uncle, it has been 2 weeks since I saw her, held her, or kissed her. He considered his uncle's face for a moment and then took a deep breath before carrying on. We were to elope. I was to meet her this evening, at the park. His uncle's eyes grew wide and his mouth dropped open. Elope? You plan to take her to Scotland? Gretna Green, yes. Uncle Nestor's jaw clamped shut as he sat and took in this news. I cannot say I approve. However, if you love one another as you say you do, then perhaps there is nothing else that can be done. Alas, it seems something has gotten in your way. Christopher rose, the despair rushing up his spine. I received a note, sent by her housekeeper to tell me she cannot meet me. It appeared to have been written in haste, for there was no explanation. Only cannot meet tonight. Urgent matters interfered. Matters more urgent than our escaping London? He dropped back into the armchair. I fear she has changed her mind. Now, let us not be so hasty. Wait until your brother returns, he might have news. No, he has gone to White's to dine with the Earl and her brother and... He stopped mid-sentence as an idea had formed in his mind. He jumped out of the chair. I must leave, Uncle. Do not wait up for me. He rushed out of the room as his uncle's voice called out his name. He didn't stop. He couldn't. Half an hour later, Christopher found himself in front of the Burton family's London home. He had not been here since the fateful dinner some weeks ago. He had not planned to return here until he was wed to Rowena. Not wanting to endanger their plans to go to Scotland, they had avoided seeing one another in secret. But now with their plans so suddenly changed, he had no choice. I must see her. I must find out if she changed her mind about me. What if she has? What will I do? How can I go on? He pushed the thought from his mind and ducked across the street and around the corner to the back of the house. He looked at the darkened windows, unsure of what to do next. He could not simply knock on the servant's door and ask for Mrs. Wooster, the housekeeper or the maid. He glanced up at the windows and thought of the night at the vineyard, when Rowena had thrown pebbles at his window. If only I knew which window is hers. Perhaps I ought to take my chance and... Your Grace? He spun around and found himself face to face with Mrs. Wooster. Is something the matter? Has nobody answered your call at the front door? The housekeeper was standing before him, a basket with fresh fruit and vegetables under her arm. He wetted his lips and glanced around, unsure of what to say. To his relief, he did not have to. The older woman nodded once, curtly. The old woman shook her head and then sighed. It is Lady Rowena you are here for, I take it. Very well. She blinked and looked up at him. You should know nobody in this household is fond of the Duke of Thornmouth. Us servants do talk to one another. I am sure you do, Mrs. Wooster. She looked at him up and down. I know your former housekeeper, Mrs. Leeds. Christopher smiled at the mention of the kind older woman who had long served as their housekeeper. He recalled her gentle, unassuming nature. Her presence had soothed him after the devastating loss of his mother. Mrs. Leeds retired earlier this year, he said. I know. And with a generous gift from your Grace, I heard. She clicked her tongue. So, as I said, I supposed you are here for Lady Rowena? He swallowed and nodded. I am. I don't suppose you could. She sighed dramatically, hoisting the basket full of fresh fruit she was carrying higher up on her hip. I suppose. However, if I end up losing my position over this, you best believe I will be coming to knock on your door. He smiled at her sass. And I will gladly welcome you in and give you a position. Not that you will be in need of one. Your word to God's ear, Your Grace. She gave him a curt nod and without another word, disappeared into the house. Christopher paced in the backyard for what felt like an eternity. In reality, it was certainly no more than 5 minutes when the back door opened. He spun around and Rowena stood in the dim light, squinting as her eyes adjusted to the darkness. Christopher? She called out quietly and he rushed toward her. They had not seen one another in person in nearly 2 weeks. He wanted to wrap his arms around her, to pull her near, but he hesitated. He still was unsure why she had decided to forego their plan to go to Gretna Green. What are you doing here? The surprise was evident in her voice. What am I doing here? Certainly, you could not have expected me to do nothing after receiving such a note from you. He hesitated for a moment, then added. Am I to understand your note meant you have decided to wed Thornmouth instead then? Her eyes widened with horror. No. Never. I love you, nothing has changed. She looked up at the dark house and then took his hand, pulling him gently further away from the house. When they were hidden behind the large apple tree, she looked up at him. I want us to go still, but I cannot tonight. Something has happened. Relieved at her insistence, he placed his arms on her shoulders. Then what is it? Rowena, please. What has happened? What could have happened that is so grave our plans had to be changed? She sighed heavily, her shoulders sloping forward. It is Betsy. I received a note from her via messenger this morning.
She said that Lord Portsmouth has been making advances toward her. She has stalled and denied his desires while they were at Crawford Castle.
Under the Duke of Westmond's eye, he held back. However,
with the trials concluded, they have returned to the Portsmouth's country home in Bedfordshire.
Christopher grunted. He hadn't known that the trials were concluded. If he had attended the House of Lords in recent days, he would have.
Alas, due to his feeling ever so melancholy, ever so Friday-faced, he had remained at home and missed this news. This must be why Thornmouth is to return to London this upcoming Sunday. Due to the end of the trials. Betsy says in recent days Portsmouth has forced his way into her bedchamber twice, and she has had to fend him off. He did not take kindly to her refusal to give in to him, and she is fearful.
She must leave there at once.
I do not believe it is safe for her to stay there. As much as he despised Thornmouth, at least Rowena's dearest friend had been saved under his protection.
That is grave news indeed. I agree. She must leave and be returned here to London.
I know. I have replied with a message telling her to take one of Portsmouth's horses and return to Crawford Castle. She is to seek out Thornmouth and request that he return her to London when he sets out. Once she is here, this coming Sunday, I will take her to speak to my mother. To tell her everything. Surely, with my support, and the Duke of Westmond there, they will allow her to return to our home.
Christopher scratched his chin.
Why can we not go to Scotland anyhow? Now that you have set her on her way, and she is sure to be returned here safe and sound? A flash of anger crossed her face, and he knew at once he'd said the wrong thing. If it were your brother who was in danger, would you arrange a safe passage and then depart before he arrives? Before you could provide him with the comfort he would certainly be in need of after such an ordeal?
She crossed her arms and glared at him. He raised his hands from her shoulders in a placating motion. I apologize. I was thoughtless. I have simply been so frazzled, so vexed by the events of the past weeks.
He shook his head.
I wish there was another way.
I prayed that your father would just accept me and allow us to be together without having to deceive and hide. I let my own sorrows cloud my better wisdom.
Of course, she wanted to be there when her friend arrived. Of course, she wanted to support her. Betsy was to Rowena like a sister. How could he have been so thoughtless as to think it another way?
Her face softened.
As do I, Christopher. I wish there was another way too. I fear what will happen once we return from Gretna Green. I think of it day and night. Will father cast me out? And if so, what will happen to you and your business? This will be a scandal that could ruin us both.
Are you uncertain?
He asked the question as he braced himself for her answer. She shook her head. Never for a moment. I want to marry you and be by your side. I am simply fearful. I thought my life would be a certain way, and now it is quite the opposite. It scares me, but I know what my heart desires. You. And only you.
He gave her a wan smile and stroked her cheek.
It soothes me greatly to hear you say so. She placed her hand over his.
Sunday night we will go. Once Betsy is safely back here in London and under Mama and Papa's protection. I will sneak away, and we will go. And when we return, we will start our life as the Duke and Duchess of Westmond. No matter what. No matter what. He said and leaned forward to kiss her gently on the lips. Chapter 24. The days until Sunday appeared to last forever. Rowena felt herself in a whirlwind of feelings. On Thursday, she received a message from Betsy, letting her know she was on her way to Crawford Castle, having borrowed one of the Viscount's horses from his stable. While this had soothed her, she could not calm her racing mind. There were so many questions, so many concerns. What would her condition be when she returned? Would her parents allow her to live with them once more? And what of the scandal she was about to bestow on the family? No matter what,
If they escaped to Gretna Green and wed, even if her father forgave them, the scandal would be crushing. Thornmouth was certain to exact revenge against her father, her brother and most of all, Christopher. Certainly, this would make it all the harder for poor Betsy to find another position. Rowena bit her nail, an unladylike habit she had forced herself out of years ago, but which had returned with a vengeance these past few days. Will my desire for happiness ruin my family? Why must I be forced to make such a decision? If only Papa could undo the promise to Thornmouth. Rowena dropped her hand to her side and jumped up. She had to speak to her father. She had to convince him. She rushed down the stairs to the first floor where her father's study was. Without hesitation, she knocked on his door and stepped inside. They had not spoken to one another much since the events at the vineyard, and she knew he was sorely disappointed in her. It was written all over his face whenever he looked at her. She was only glad that he had kept the conversation with Christopher from the rest of the family. She could not imagine her mother's reaction to the revelation that she had been meeting with Christopher in secret. "Papa? May I speak to you?" He was seated behind his large mahogany desk and peered up at her, a frown on his forehead. With a sigh, he motioned for her to sit in the seat before him. She swallowed. Whenever she was in his study, they always sat in the chairs by the fire, always played chess. Not today. Perhaps never again. She took her seat and crossed her feet at her ankles, hands folded in her lap. "We have not spoken to one another in some time," she started out. "That surprises you?" She shook her head, not showing him how much his question stung. "I am sorry that I was not more forthcoming regarding the matter of the Duke of Westmond." Her father raised his hand to stop her. "I do not wish to speak of this. I told the young man that I would put the whole matter aside. We will pretend as though it didn't happen. Once you are wed to Isaac and have settled at Crawford Castle, he and I will continue to work together to make the vineyard a success. Of course, I cannot allow him to wed Catherine now, not under these circumstances." He sighed and shook his head. "However, I believe everything can still go its proper way, just as long as all involved carry on as usual and not. Papa, we cannot continue as though nothing happened. And you never once asked me for my opinion on the matter at all. The fact is, I do not care for Isaac Travers. I cannot stand to be near him, in fact. The thought of being his wife makes me ill." Her father rose and walked back and forth behind his desk, his arms were crossed behind his back. "I am sorry that is how you feel. However, I am sure in time you will change your mind." Rowena shook her head. "Papa, I do not believe I will. Please, I implore you. Do not force this marriage upon me." Her father sighed and shook his head. "I know I made a mistake selecting Lord Mortimer for you, and I apologize for the hurt that has caused you. But with Isaac, I am certain. More than certain. Indeed, just consider all that he has done for us, investing in the vineyard as he has." She sneered. "He has given money. That is certainly no hardship for one as rich as he. That is precisely why it is so imperative that you wed him. He has wealth. In fact, he is among the wealthiest in the country. And one of the most influential. You already know what would happen if we suddenly rescinded on this betrothal." Rowena sighed. "If you fear what he might do if we offend him, then he is clearly not as good a man as you make him out to be." They locked eyes for a moment, neither saying anything. "Rowena, I like the Duke of Westmond well enough. He is a nice fellow. Perhaps one day, he will rebuild his fortune. At that time, I am certain he will find a suitable wife to make a home with. However, that time is not now, and that wife will not be you. This conversation is over." He rose and strutted across the room, holding open the door. The coldness in his gesture and the very fact he was all but ejecting her from the room hit her hard. She swallowed and nodded briefly at him as she went. She'd just turned the corner of the hall when he called for her. Rowena? Isaac will be here shortly. I expect you to greet him and be cordial. You are, after all, soon to be wed. She did not reply. Instead she marched forward and went back to her chamber. If her father would not relent, there was nothing else to do. She would ensure Betsy was settled, and then, tomorrow she would meet Christopher and they would go to Scotland. It was in the early evening when her father's voice called for her. She exited her bedchamber, having ensured that her small satchel of clothes was stowed safely beneath the bed before making her way downstairs. Her heart beat quickly in anticipation with reuniting with Betsy. Faith, I cannot wait to see her. I must tell her everything that has happened and everything I have planned. Indeed, she had not confided in anyone when it came to their plans to rush away to Gretna Green. While Catherine was well aware of the failed attempt to end the impending marriage arrangement, Rowena had not told her any more. She did not want to involve her sister more than she had to. Especially now, when it was becoming ever so clear that her sister's feeling for the young Mr. Newmont were growing stronger. When she arrived at the bottom of the steps, she heard familiar voices drifting toward her from the drawing room. Bracing herself, she stepped through the door, scanning at once for Betsy's familiar face. Her parents stood with the Duke of Westmond, engaged in eager conversation. Her sister stood beside them, quietly listening and nodding along, as a proper lady should. She smiled when she saw Rowena enter. "Where is Betsy? Why is she not here?" Certainly, he would have brought her here at once. Concern bubbled in her stomach as she locked eyes with the Duke. He smiled at her broadly. "My dear Rowena, what a pleasure to see you again. It has been too long." He bowed and kissed her hand as she forced a smile on her face. "Your Grace." She curtsied, and when she rose, she noticed his eyes were still fixed on her. "Please, call me Isaac. I have told your dear papa that I would much prefer it. We are family, after all. Or as good as." Isaac. The name felt heavy as she said it, unlike Christopher, whose name flowed off of her tongue like honey. She wanted to ask where Betsy was, and why she hadn't come with him, but now was not the time. Before she could even consider asking him, her parents approached and led the small group into the drawing room, in anticipation of dinner. "I bet you are quite relieved that the ghastly business at Ely was resolved at last." The Duke nodded with vigor. "Am I?" "Yes. But I must say, I am pleased with the result. The leaders of the riot are either being executed or sent to the colonies, and the lesser troublemakers will be punished accordingly. A work well done, if I may say so myself." "Indeed, Your Grace. The commission did a wonderful job," her father said. As her parents all but fawned over the Duke, Rowena found herself wishing there was an opportunity to speak with him alone about her concerns. Why is Betsy not here? She was to travel with him. Why has he come alone? Is she waiting somewhere? The servant quarters, perhaps? She was about to make up an excuse in order to step outside and investigate, when her father turned to her sister. "My dear, your mother told me you have been studying a new piece on the pianoforte. I think it would please the Duke, excuse me, Isaac, immensely if you played it for us." The Duke flashed a broad smile at the young girl. "Indeed, it would." Catherine curtsied and gave a short nod. Then she proceeded to the pianoforte at the other end of the room, seating herself on the bench. A small chaise sat near the pianoforte, and it was there that the Duke led Rowena now. Her parents had taken their seats in the armchairs by the fireplace. Once they were seated on the chaise, Rowena leaned over to the Duke and quietly asked the question that had been burning on her lips. "Where is Betsy? Why has she not come with you?" He shook his head and took a drink of his cognac. "Do not worry, she is fine. Safe and well back at Lord Portsmouth's residence." Rowena thought she had not heard him quite right. "She is at Lord Portsmouth's residence still? But I advised her to seek your assistance in returning to London. She told me she was on her way to Crawford Castle. He sighed heavily and seated himself upon the chaise, patting the seat beside him. If he believes that I will play the obedient wife to be while he has left my dearest friend in danger, he is sadly mistaken. Please, Your Grace, answer me. Why has she not returned here with you? Isaac. Please call me by my Christian name. You will be my wife soon enough. She swallowed. She knew she would not get her answers, or indeed anything from him, if she refused his request. Very well, Isaac. It sounds ever so lovely coming out of your mouth, Rowena. He placed his glass of cognac on the table beside the chaise. A whiff of his perfume wafted to her nose. She noted that he was seating himself closer to her. Too close for her comfort, but still far enough apart to maintain decorum. She looked up at him, noticing again the scar above his eyebrow. She had to admit, the way he looked at her was not threatening. Indeed, one could call it tenderness. And yet, she felt no tenderness in her heart for him at all. Isaac, please. My mind is in a state of worry over my friend. Please help me set these sad thoughts aside. He smiled at her benevolently. Now is not the right time to talk about the matter. It is rather rude to interrupt your sister at her play, is it not? He nodded with his chin toward the front, where her sister had just begun another piece of music, this one by Beethoven. For a moment, she caught her father's eyes. He looked at her with an expression of relief on his face. As if it only took the Duke of Thornmouth's mere presence to squash Rowena's feelings for Christopher. She sat back, fighting the urge to want to cross her arms in front of her chest. She knew this would be a petulant way of showing her dissatisfaction with his words. Instead, she remained graceful, nodding once to acknowledge his decision and then looked back at her sister. Inside, however, her blood was boiling. Chapter 25. Christopher sat on the small porch in front of his uncle's London house and scanned the street. He knew it was much too early in the evening for Rowena to appear, yet he could not stand to be inside the house any longer. He'd been pacing the halls of the house for hours, waiting for time to pass. He didn't yet know when she would arrive, but he knew it would be late in the day. They were going to slip away under the cover of dark. He tapped his foot on the ground and sighed when someone approached the house. With his heart leaping, he jumped up in anticipation. Topher. What are you doing sitting on the porch? Rather unusual for you. He sat back down as Henry made his way up the steps and plopped into the chair beside him. Topher? What has happened? You look vexed. He turned to his brother, a wan smile on his face. He stopped. He had not confided in his brother about his plan to go to Gretna Green, but perhaps it was time to do so now. Yes, he could not leave his brother in the dark. He cleared his throat. I am waiting for Rowena. Henry's eyes widened. You are waiting for Rowena? But how? Why? He stopped, a grin appearing on his face. You are putting it in motion. Your plan. Who says I have a plan? Christopher asked innocently. His brother shook his head. Do not act coy with me, Christopher. All this passing notes back and forth. I knew there had to be a plan in the making. There was no way you would allow Thornmouth to marry her. Nor would she have agreed to it without a fight. The only question is, what is the plan? What are you going to do once she is here? He widened his eyes. You are leaving for Scotland, aren't you? Christopher nodded slowly. There was no point in denying it, even if he'd wanted to. There were not many options for pairs such as himself and Rowena, that wanted to be together but were prevented from doing so by society. We are going to Gretna Green tonight. He felt his stomach leap with excitement at the mere mention. I must not allow myself to grow too hopeful. It has all come apart once before. Yet, I cannot contain myself. Topher. I do not know what to say. It is not ideal. Certainly, it will complicate our relationship with her father. And I apologize if it causes difficulty when it comes to the business, but Henry raised his hand. You cannot let the love of your life be forced into a marriage with that arrogant oaf.
I understand. And so will the Earl.
In any case,
what is done is done.
A haunted expression crossed his face, followed by a sigh. Although it will make it more difficult for my future plans. Christopher frowned. I am certain the Earl will eventually accept our union and any impact on the business will soon ease. I did not mean to make you doubt that your future is in danger. I am certain the Earl will overlook the manner in which you wed his daughter. If nothing else, he is a shrewd businessman and he will see the success of the vineyard come to fruition.
I was talking more about my personal plans.
He swallowed and blushed, averting his eyes. Suddenly, it dawned on Christopher just what he was talking about. Catherine. You had made plans to ask for the Earl's permission to court Catherine. He had of course known that his brother was enamored of the young woman. He did frequently mention her, and many days he could be found poring over his stack of books, selecting which to loan to the young woman. And of course, Christopher had noticed the way the two young people looked at one another at the vineyard. Yet, the seriousness of his brother's feelings had escaped him. Until now. Well,
I had considered it. Not for a while.
I suspected you had some grand scheme when it came to Rowena, that I thought it best to wait. I was going to speak to him maybe once we bottle our first wine. He shrugged. But perhaps it is not to be. Perhaps it was silly of me to consider. A crushing guilt descended upon Christopher. Is my happiness going to come at the cost of his? Can I allow such a thing? Before he could worry about the matter more, Henry turned to him. Please, do not worry on my behalf. I can see you are just by the way you look at me. Take your love to Gretna Green. Make her your wife. I will do all I can to keep you from being discovered. Once you are wed, perhaps you can repay me. Henry, you are a blessing indeed. It is what brothers are for, isn't it? I will indeed owe you Havisham House once we get it back. It will be the least you deserve for all the support you've given me. Henry winked at him. I shall remind you of that when the time comes. Christopher chuckled and then returned his gaze to the street, where people were still filing past. I shall keep you company until she arrives, if you like. I would like that, thank you. Henry raised his legs up on a small wrought iron table that sat by the steps, and leaned back. Together, the brothers sat on the porch, eyes peeled to the street, an anxious silence between them. Chapter 26. At last, the final overture of the piece her sister was playing came to an end. Rowena willed Catherine to look up at her, rejoicing when she did. She mouthed air to her sister, their secret code word for when they needed a way out of their current situation. To her relief, Catherine winked at her at once and placed the music sheet down. You look pale, Rowena. What is the matter? Is it the headache again? Rowena placed a hand on her forehead. I am afraid so, Catherine. I could really take the air, that usually helps. Not again, my dear. We ought to call the physician in, her mother said, genuine concern in her voice. Her father, meanwhile, sat quietly. No need to fret, Mamma. I am sure taking the air will set me right. She turned her face to the Duke. Perhaps Isaac, you could accompany us? His eyebrow twitched but he replied with a nod of the head. Of course. Please, let me accompany you. Perhaps a cup of tea might ease your headache? He rose and offered her his arm which she took, although begrudgingly. Perhaps if the fresh air does not help. Together, the three departed the drawing room, leaving her parents behind to entertain themselves. They made their way downstairs to the yard. Once they stepped through the door and the air hit Rowena in the face, she sighed. "You feel unwell? Here, let us sit," the Duke said, and led her to the bench she'd sat on with Christopher such a short while ago. Catherine, meanwhile, busied herself with the rose bushes that grew at the far end of the garden. She bent down and sniffed the blooms, giving them privacy. "Perhaps we can speak somewhat more privately here," Rowena said. He seemed taken by surprise by this statement, having apparently assumed the matter closed. "Oh, you mean about your friend? Do not fret," he said at last. "She is quite safe. She came to see me as you instructed her to do. And on a horse which she took from Lord Portsmouth's stable to boot. She requested my assistance in returning to London. However, my counsel to her was that this would be unwise." Rowena's eyes grew wide. "Unwise? But why? Lord Portsmouth has made advances toward her, unwanted and uninvited." He sighed. "Yes, so he has. And I spoke to him about this. In fact, we had quite the stern talk. I made it quite clear to him that he is to not bother your friend anymore." He agreed. "You spoke to him? How? When?" "After speaking to Miss Carmichael at length, I transported her back to Bedfordshire and then met with Lord Portsmouth. After this, I went on my way and left your friend where she belongs. At her place of employment." At the mention of Betsy's name, Catherine rose and turned, her eyes widened with surprise and concern. Rowena shook her head, not wanting her sister to involve herself in the conversation. As it was, she could not understand what had happened to change Betsy's mind. Betsy's letter had sounded so desperate. She'd been so eager to return to London. And Betsy agreed to stay? He shrugged. After I gave her my assurances that the matter would be dealt with, she appeared calmer. Of course, I advised her also, that to insist upon leaving after Lord Portsmouth already saw the error of his ways, would be a terrible move on her part. One that I could not support. Rowena blinked, taking in the information. You refused to take her to London with you? Again, she noted Catherine's head as it turned toward them, growing ever more curious at the conversation. She also noted that something in Thornmouth's expression changed and he took a step back. I do not care for the tone you are using. I was only looking out for her. She is a young woman from an unfortunate circumstance, who had the good luck to be raised by a noble family. Something that enabled her to secure a wonderful position. One that someone with as little experience as she possessed, would not have been possible without her connections. However, to leave such a position would place a stain upon her. A question mark would follow her wherever she went. He shrugged. It would be most unfortunate for her future. So, I encouraged her to stay. Eventually, she saw that I was right. As I trust you will as well. He left her behind. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe she would have agreed to stay. Rowena stared at him blankly. He was so sure of the correctness of his action that he appeared confused at her reaction. You appear vexed. What can I do to ease your mind? He touched her arm and she flinched, which caused him to frown at her. Rowena, I must admit, I am taken aback by your reaction. You know this is the best thing for her. He stopped speaking and placed his hand inside his waistcoat pocket. Here, see for yourself. I asked her to write you a note to reassure you. He handed her a folded letter. It was not sealed, as all of Betsy's other letters had been. She furrowed her eyebrows as she opened it. My dearest Rowena, I am sorry to have alarmed you. The Duke of Thornmouth has given me his wise counsel as to the reality of my situation. I understand now that my place is here, with Lady Portsmouth. I was wrong to run away. I am fortunate Lord Portsmouth has taken the Duke's advice and forgiven me for my transgression. Please, do not fret. I am well. Your loyal servant, Betsy Carmichael. Your loyal servant? Transgression? This does not sound like her at all. She glanced up at him and narrowed her eyes, and she reread the note. When she was done, she folded the paper and looked at him. Why was her letter not sealed? He shrugged. I told her it was not necessary to seal it. In any case, she wrote it in haste, as I was in a rush to get on the road once more. It is a note from a servant to her former master. What great secrecy or need for privacy could it contain? She spun around. You speak of her as though she is less than us because she is not of noble birth. He swallowed and shrugged. Those who have not had the good fortune of being born into our society cannot be faulted for not being equal. But Rowena, they do require a strong hand and firm leadership. As much as I respect your parents, they have been lax, it appears, when it comes to preparing your friend for life outside of the comforts of your family. Rowena's head spun as she took in his words. She has been prepared well enough. She is a lady in her own right, and she does not deserve to be lusted after by some rake like Lord Portsmouth. She certainly does not deserve to be told she is making a mistake, when she is trying to save herself. The Duke flushed red as he took in her words. You read her words. She has seen her error. She has been forgiven. There is really no need to be so upset. So, you read her note. He shrugged once more. Of course. I wanted to make sure she eased your mind sufficiently. Has she not? Rowena, I must say, this is all very irregular to be in such an uproar over a servant girl. You understand she was simply a ward? To have such close bonds with her is rather odd, I must say. And as for your tone and actions, you advised her to steal a horse. I do expect better from the Duchess of Thornmouth. Rage rose inside of her. She had known he was arrogant. That he considered himself better than most. Smarter and worthy of more. She could not believe that once upon a time she'd shared a daydream with Betsy, of living at Crawford Castle with her as her governess. He would never allow such a thing. The pressure of the past few days erupted inside of her, as she balled her hands into fists. Across the little yard, she could see that her sister had turned toward her. Her face was a mask of confusion. Rowena regretted at once not involving her sister more in the events surrounding Betsy. She was, after all, like a sister to them both. I will never, ever become the Duchess of Thornmouth. I would rather die than be your wife, she said, being sure to keep her voice low. While they were outside, voices carried easily, and she did not want neighbors or perhaps her parents to hear. His face fell as he took in her words. You do not mean it, Rowena. I most certainly do, Isaac. She spat the name at him as she said it. I cannot be married to a man such as yourself. No amount of money, influences, or connections to the crown are worth that. I will marry for love, with my best friend by my side. Catherine broke into a clap but tucked her hands behind her back at once when Rowena shot her a glare. While it was a comfort to know her sister supported her decision, obvious glee was the last thing they needed. It would only incite the Duke further. Rowena. He took a step back, pale-faced now. His lip was twitching rapidly. That is Lady Rowena to you. She had to leave. There was no keeping her here now. She had to find a way to get Betsy out from under Lord Portsmouth's grasp, as she was certain he would find a way to have his revenge on her for running away. There was no way he would simply forgive such a transgression. Why would he even want her to remain? After she had made such accusations against him? Horrible thoughts swirled through her mind. It did not matter why. She had to be brought back from Bedfordshire. Everything else could be addressed later. She set off toward the back door. Where are you going? His voice was just above a hiss and it chilled her bones. He grabbed her by the elbow, stopping her in her tracks. She was only grateful that her sister was there to witness the rough way with which he was treating her. In fact, Catherine was already interfering on her behalf. Let go of my sister. My father would be outraged at this display. Rowena, come, let us go inside. No, Catherine, I must go and find Betsy. You are doing no such thing. His voice rumbled now. Certainly, the servants, and perhaps her parents, would hear them soon enough. He continued to hold on to her arm. Perhaps I ought to scream. Perhaps I ought to draw attention. But it would only result in a lengthy explanation. In the meantime, who knows what danger Betsy might be in? Instead of screaming, she did the opposite. She lowered her voice further, glaring at him. You will let me go at once. No matter how tight you hold on to me, I will never be your wife. She yanked her arm free and took a step back. For soon, I will be wed. I will be a duchess. However, not the Duchess of Thornmouth. Catherine gasped at this declaration, her eyes wide with excitement. She turned as his voice at last lost all restraint. I knew it. That Westmond cad. You are making a mistake, Rowena. She rushed back inside, followed by Catherine, and they made their way upstairs. You are hysterical with worry. I understand. Please, let us speak to your parents. He called after her. Never. She replied as she ran, already regretting having told him what she and Christopher intended to do. The words had left her mouth before she could control them. The anger had forced her to reveal more than she should have. Now there was no turning back, no matter what he said. Rowena. I love you. I forgive you. He called. Quickly, Cathy, I must get my satchel from my chamber. If I do not hurry, he will find a way to stop me. The two rushed upstairs when suddenly, another familiar voice called her name. Her mother. She stopped on the stairs, listening. Where are you going? To Christopher? Where is your satchel? Catherine asked. Under my bed. She replied, and without another word, her sister rushed away. Lady Hazelshire, we must speak to the Earl at once. At once. We must not lose one precious moment. The Duke's voice was full of hurry. Their footsteps faded away into the distance, and a moment later, Catherine returned, thrusting the small satchel into her arms. Here is it, now go. I will stall them. Rowena closed her eyes and considered turning back. For a moment, she thought about telling her mother everything. Perhaps if she told her what she'd learned about Lord Portsmouth, if she knew Betsy had found herself in need of shelter, and if she knew the Duke had refused to provide it, maybe she could see Thornmouth for who he was, and send help for Betsy. No. As much as her mother loved Betsy, she would never go against the word of the Duke. Not while he had a written note from Betsy. Not without seeing Betsy before her and hearing her own words. And she'd all but told the Duke that she intended to undo their union and wed another. No. She'd have to go. There was no other way. She turned to Catherine. They will come after me. They will be here any moment to stop me. But Cathy, Betsy is in grave danger and I must go. I will make excuses as long as I can. Do what you must to make sure Betsy is safe. And you are happy. The sisters embraced, and then Rowena opened the door, stepping into the darkness of the night. Chapter 27. Christopher found himself overcome by a yawn. Perhaps you ought to sleep for a while? It's a big trip to Scotland, Henry suggested. Christopher shook his head. No, it is quite all right. I am sure she. Christopher. Her voice sounded so full of panic and fear that it made his heart drop at once. He turned and saw her rushing toward him, her hair in disarray, a small satchel in her hand. He was down the steps in a flash and wrapped his arms around her, not caring that this display would be met with not only stares, but rumors throughout the ton. He lifted her off the ground for a moment. What has happened? He wiped a tear away with his thumb. Faith, Christopher, we must help Betsy. He frowned.
Betsy?
Why, what has happened?
Has she returned in a bad condition?
Was something done to her? No, that is the problem. She has not returned at all. She was not with Thornmouth when he arrived.
Hurriedly she told him what had happened over the course of the evening.
I am not at all surprised that this man could not be trusted to do as he promised. Another reason to get her away from him. Where is she now then?
Still at Portsmouth's house?
Henry asked, having observed the exchange from the porch.
Yes, she said as he led her up the steps and into the house.
He left her there.
Who knows what Portsmouth will get up to now that she has so openly defied him.
I must help her. Please, Christopher. She turned to him as they stood in the parlor.
She is in danger.
I know it. The letter was forced. She would never write in such a manner, not to me. I must help her.
He nodded, understanding at once that their trip to Gretna Green was again on hold.
Of course,
he knew that Betsy's safety was paramount to anything else.
I will go there myself and get her. Do not fret. We shall return her here. A thought entered his mind. Perhaps if your father sees just how untrustworthy Thornmouth is, we will not be forced to go to Gretna Green after all. Her eyes widened at the prospect. If not my father, then my mother, for she loves Betsy like a daughter. The prospect of possibly being able to wed the love of his life in a righteous manner after all, and thus enabling his brother to court Lady Catherine, eased Christopher's mind. However, the young Miss Carmichael had to be rescued first and foremost. I shall take a horse and ride to Bedfordshire. I will ride all night if I must. I wish to come with you, Rowena said, determination in her voice. Christopher exchanged a glance with Henry, who cleared his throat. Lady Rowena, it might not be advisable for you to take on such a journey. Besides, Lord Portsmouth might be in rather a foul mood at the prospect of having Miss Carmichael removed from his home. It is best you remain here, safely with my uncle. I will go with Christopher. She sighed but then nodded in agreement. I supposed you are right, but will I not be an imposition upon your uncle? I am certain he will love your company, as will our aunt, Henry said with a smile. Now Christopher, as for the horses, it may be wiser to find a carriage, as we must transport the young woman back with us. The door to the downstairs drawing-room opened and their uncle stepped into the parlor. Glancing around the small group, he furrowed his eyebrows. What is this then? And his gaze settled on Rowena and a smile appeared on his face. Well, if it isn't Lady Rowena Burton. He bowed before her and she returned the gesture with a curtsy. Even when in distress, she is still ever the lady. My lord. She nodded her head when she rose. What is this I heard about the need for a carriage? This time, it was Henry who took it upon himself to tell their uncle what had occurred. When he concluded, Uncle Nestor gave one curt nod and slapped his hands together. Right. I will have a carriage readied at once. You are in luck. I have horses stabled at posting houses at Barnet and St. Albans, as it is on the way to Pembrose Manor. You will have to find another posting house closer to Bedfordshire, but that ought to do for the first part of the journey. Thanks. He called out rather loudly, and the butler appeared at once. Have the carriage readied, as my nephews will be needing it. And have Mrs. Dorchester prepare a room for our guest, Lady Rowena. The butler bowed and rushed off to attend to his tasks. Now. Uncle Nestor rubbed his hands together once more. Are we expecting any visitors who might be in search of Lady Rowena in your absence? Christopher exchanged glances with Rowena and Henry, answering his uncle's question. Very well, perhaps the young lady and I can return to the drawing-room and join your aunt. We may come up with a plan to handle any such visitors. Meanwhile, you and Henry might ready yourself for the journey. He looked Christopher up and down. He was dressed in a fine pair of pantaloons as well as his new tailcoat, the very same one he had made for Lady Catherine's coming-out ball just a few weeks ago. "This is what you were going to don for the journey to Gretna Green?"
"Christopher."
Uncle Nestor shook his head. "Such fine attire would be tarnished at once." He turned to Lady Rowena. "I must say, my nephew could indeed do with the firm hand of a capable wife." He motioned for the drawing room. "My wife, Lady Totham, would surely be glad for your company." Rowena took Uncle Nestor's arm and retreated into the drawing room, leaving Christopher and Henry to prepare for the journey to Bedfordshire. "Now, with 3 changes at the posting houses, you should be there in just under 5 hours. Perhaps 6. Uncle Nestor said as they were boarding the carriage behind his London home. Rowena stood back. Their aunt, Helene, had not joined them. Her arthritis made walking almost impossible for her, and thus she tended to remain confined to a chair in the living room. "Thank you ever so much, Uncle, for everything you've done." Christopher felt himself growing emotional as his uncle smiled at him. "You are like sons to me, the both of you. Especially given that your aunt and I were not blessed with any of our own. Now, you had better hurry." He patted Henry and Christopher on the back and made his way inside the house. Henry climbed into the waiting carriage, leaving Christopher alone with Rowena. "My dear." He walked up to her, placing one hand on her face. She pushed her cheek into his hand and closed her eyes. "All will be well. I promise I will return Betsy back to you safe and sound, and then we will wed." "It is all I can hope for, Christopher. And you are right, with Betsy telling my parents about the poor behavior of the Duke of Thornmouth, they will have no choice but allow us to wed. Indeed, you will see. You will be my wife and the Duchess of Westmond before week's end." He leaned forward and kissed her gently on the mouth. She returned his kiss, stroking his hair. Then, they parted, and he climbed into the carriage, leaving her behind in the care of his aunt and uncle. They had traveled for almost 5 hours, stopping only to change the horses who were driven fast and hard by the coachman. Despite the violent bumping, Christopher had been able to get some rest when Henry shook him awake. "Topher, we are almost here." He blinked his eyes as he woke. Outside, darkness had swallowed the world. Up ahead, several brightly lit windows from a manor illuminated the night. Christopher leaned out the window. "Mr. Thorpe, stop the carriage here," he called, and it slowed to a halt. "It is best to keep some distance from the house, in case Lord Portsmouth decides to put up a fight. I'd rather not have him attempt to hinder our exit." Henry sighed. "These are not the best walking shoes, I will have you know," he said, and pointed at his elegant shoes. "You should have listed to Uncle Nestor." With that, Christopher jumped out of the carriage and made his way toward the grand mansion, with Henry close behind. They were almost at the front door, preparing themselves to knock, when Henry grabbed Christopher's arm. "Look." There was alarm in his voice, and Christopher frantically followed his gaze. There, just above their heads, was a window on the first floor which stood open. A long rope, strung together out of what looked like bedsheets, hung from it. On it, dangling precariously, was a woman. "Betsy?" Christopher said, although not loud enough for the woman to hear. The woman slid down the makeshift rope rather too speedily, a yelp escaping from her mouth. "Topher, quickly, give me a boost. I'll climb up on your shoulders. I should be able to reach her and assist her down that way." At once, Christopher bent down, interlacing his hands to make a makeshift stirrup. "Miss," Henry called out, sitting on Christopher's shoulders as they had often done as children. "Do not be frightened, we are here to help." The young woman turned her face toward them. It was indeed Betsy Carmichael. She, however, did not appear to recognize them, for she attempted to climb back up the rope in a panic. "No, no, no," she exclaimed. "Betsy. Rowena sent us." "It is I, the Duke of Westmond. Christopher called, louder than he had intended. Your Grace? The woman said, the shock apparent in her voice. It is. Climb down toward my brother, he will assist you down. And then we will take you home. A cry of relief escaped her mouth. Bless you, Your Grace. The strain was evident in her voice as she climbed down. We must hurry, She got no further, for from up above, a man's voice hollered. Hell and damnation! He exclaimed at the sight below him. Betsy, what are you doing? You are not running from me again? You won't get far. The man leaned forward and grabbed a hold of the rope, yanking at it in an attempt to pull it and the young lady back up. No! She called out. He could see how tight her grip around the rope was. Drop down, just drop. I'll catch you. Henry called. He reached his arms up. He could almost reach the young woman, only a few inches, and he'd be able to grab her by the waist and help her down. It is too far, she replied. The man, who Christopher assumed was Lord Portsmouth, continued to wrestle with the rope. You'll have to drop down, Betsy, or you'll fall by accident. It's not as far as you think. Henry can catch you, Christopher said. Betsy, don't you dare. You will only hurt yourself. I will pull you up, Portsmouth called. Trust me. It was these words, an insult as much as a promise, that seemed to convince the young woman that dropping into the arms of Henry was a safer bet. I'll let go, she called. I am ready, Henry replied. A moment later, Christopher felt himself pushed down as the woman landed in Henry's arms. He swayed but kept steady, keeping the two people depending on him safe. After a moment, he saw from the corner of his eye how Betsy Carmichael dropped the short distance to the ground beside him. The next moment, Henry jumped down from his shoulders. Your Grace, I thank you ever. Christopher raised his hand. No time for that. Let us hurry. I'm sure the gentleman, Portsmouth I assume, will come for us any moment. He will, Betsy exclaimed, her eyes large and fearful. Our carriage is over yonder. Henry pointed into the distance. The three broke into a rush across the grass, as the main door to the manor opened. Betsy Carmichael, you have not been dismissed, the man hollered. Christopher looked back and took in the sight of Lord Portsmouth. He was shorter and stouter than he had expected. His reputation as a rake and dandy had led him to believe he would look rather different. Must be charming, to have such a reputation, he said as he ran. He is, Betsy confirmed, equally struggling for breath. Meanwhile, Henry had run ahead of them and was at the carriage, opening the door for them. Mr. Thorpe saw them coming and hurried back on his seat, ready to gallop forward. Henry helped Betsy into the carriage and then followed, reaching his arms toward Christopher as he brought up the rear. Go, go, he called to the coachman, who whipped the horses into a frenzied gallop. Behind them, Lord Portsmouth, now joined by several servants, had almost caught up with them but stopped. Christopher leaned back, out of breath. As the carriage made its way down the road, he turned to Betsy Carmichael, a grin on his face. A pleasure to meet you again, Miss Carmichael. Out of breath, and her face red with exertion, she nodded. And you, Your Grace. Chapter 28. My dear, the old woman said, turning to her. I must take my leave. It has been a pleasure talking to you this night, but I am ever so tired. My bones are no longer young like yours. Of course, Lady Totham. It has been a pleasure, Rowena replied. The old woman smiled at her kindly. As she attempted to rise from her chair, she groaned. At once, her husband, Christopher's uncle, was by her side, assisting her up. Her heart swelled at the sight of it. I can only hope Christopher and I will be like this when we reach their age. Once the lady was standing, Leaning on her husband, she placed one hand on Rowena's wrist. "I'm ever so grateful my nephew has found a wonderful girl to marry. My brother would be ever so happy." She sighed deeply. If only he had lived to see it happen. Now, my dove. No reason to be sad. He is always with us, your brother. You know that." The Earl patted her hand and then faced Rowena. "I shall retire as well. You are more than welcome to remain here for a while longer. It is a lovely night." "It is indeed, my lord. And I may well remain here for a little while. I have found myself rather vexed today and it is ever so peaceful here." He nodded at her. "Very well. I shall see you in the morning, to break the fast. And do not fret, should anyone come back to look for you, we will tell them all the same that you have not been seen." With that, the Earl and Countess departed, leaving Rowena on the porch alone. Rowena leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes. She felt a sense of peace at last. She wasn't sure why. Betsy was not back as yet, and she was still in danger of being forced into a marriage she didn't want. But she felt at ease. She'd spoken her piece to the Duke of Thornmouth. Used words and a force she'd never dared use before. It had felt good to stand up for herself, and for Betsy. A yawn overtook her, and she rose. She'd planned to stay awake until Christopher returned, but she knew that would not be until the early morning. "Perhaps I ought to rest. The hours will pass much faster if I am asleep." She blinked and stretched her arms when she spotted movement on the road up ahead of her. She frowned and tilted her head. "Oh, aren't you lovely?" she exclaimed at the sight of the small orange and white kitten that was sitting by the bush up ahead. She'd always longed to have cats, but her mother was opposed to them. She'd always been a dog person and Pugsley, her mother's pug, did not care for other animals. Rowena slowly made her way toward the cat, bending over and sticking her hand out for the cat to smell. "Good baby, can I pet you?" She was almost close enough to do so. One more step and she was next to the kitten. The kitten cautiously sniffed her hand and cautiously stepped toward her, allowing her to stroke its soft fur. Rowena wondered if it belonged to anyone. If it did not, she would gladly take it to wherever home was going to be next. Now that she had broken out of her role of the perfect lady of the ton, she was determined to do the things she'd always wanted. And having a cat was one of them. "Shall I take you in? I'm sure the Earl's cook has a cup of milk for why." She got no further for darkness fell upon her. The last thing she saw were the cat's white feet, rushing away as something was being lowered over her head. She was yanked backward and fell hard onto the ground. She kicked her legs out as hard as she could and tried to scream. Alas, it was futile, for the bag which had been placed over her head muffled her sound, it being so tightly pulled over her mouth. She felt herself lifted high off the ground, perhaps over somebody's shoulder, and then dumped into the back of a carriage. As she hit the floor of the carriage, she heard a muffled, male voice call out, "Not so hard." But it was too late. She bumped her head so hard on it that darkness swallowed her up. Rowena's eyes fluttered open. Darkness appeared to surround her. She scanned the room she was in and found there to be no windows, and no light except for a small tallow candle at the other end of the room. She sat up, letting her legs dangling over the side of the bed as she found her feet. She slid forward, and the moment her feet touched the bare wooden floor, she realized she did not have shoes on. Standing up, she made her way across the room toward the candle, taking care not to bump into anything. Where am I? What has happened to me? Rowena's hand traveled to the back of her head where a small bump had risen. She recalled behind, tossed into a cart or carriage. She took the candle holder with the candle into her hand, and shone it around the room. It was an attic chamber, she could tell by the size and the way the roof sloped. It was small and dreary looking. She staggered toward where she believed the windows would be but found there were none. Running a hand along the brick wall, She soon felt the outline of where once a window had been. It was now bricked up. She took a few careful steps and confirmed that another window, on the other end of the room, had also been bricked up. No surprise. Due to the notorious window tax, many homes had windows that had been bricked up. A large portion of those bricked-up windows were located in the areas used by servants. Despite the wealth of many of the peers of the realm, they did not care to pay higher taxes so their servants could enjoy daylight. Her father had, in fact, bricked up several of the windows in their home as well. Rowena felt her heart flutter with fear. As her eyes were beginning to get used to the darkness, she glanced around. Yes. These were servant quarters. The bed she had woken up on was narrow, the mattress thin. The blanket and pillow were of low quality, rough to the touch. A narrow armoire stood in the corner and a wash basin next to it. A small, unstable-looking table sat in the corner of the room along with a chair. Where is the door? It must be here somewhere. Why can I not find it? She made her way along the wall, looking carefully for the door that would lead to her freedom. She could not find it. She felt herself growing faint with the heat in the room. Without ventilation, be it window or door, the heat of the day lingered in the room long after the sun had set. Or had it set? She was not sure what time it was at all. How long had she been asleep? Panic rose inside of her. I must find the door. I must find my way out of this room. She began to bang on the wall. Hello? Help me. Please. Anybody? Can anyone hear me? She pressed an ear to the wall, listening carefully. There was nothing. No sound at all. Devastation and fear overtook her and she slid to the floor, tears springing into her eyes. How long have I been here? I remember it was evening when I saw the cat and was then taken. When was that? How much time had passed? She had no idea. The tallow candle was burning down toward the end. It would go out soon, then she'd be in darkness. She banged against the wall once more, calling out as loudly as she could. The fear of being swallowed by the dark consumed her. Please, please, help me. She shouted out as loud as she could. Tears streamed down her face as she tried to force her breathing to slow. Who could have taken her? Thornmouth. But to what end? Surely, he knew he could not force her into marriage. No. But who else? Someone who wanted money from her father? The announcement of her impending union with the Duke of Thornmouth had enticed envy among some of the ton. In fact, she knew it had. She'd seen the way some of the ladies at church had looked at her. Friendly on the outside, but they'd whispered behind her back. Isaac Travers, Duke of Thornmouth, was one of the most eligible bachelors in all of London, and one of the richest men in the country. Together with her father's wealth, they would have been richer than any other family in England, save for the Prince Regent. That kind of wealth and power attracted envy. But kidnapping? And from the porch of the Earl of Totham? Who would have known she was there? Who could have figured it out? Then it came to her, the obvious answer. Father. It must have been father. He must have sent one of his men to take me in an attempt to keep me from running away with Christopher. She looked up. Anger had replaced the panic and she crumpled her nose. I am not going to give up on Christopher, father. He will come for me. He will. I am never going to marry Thornmouth. She kicked against the wall with all her might. Ow! She yelped and hopped on one foot. She leaned against the bed, holding one foot in the air when suddenly, light streamed into the room. Cut out the racket. How's anyone supposed to sleep through that noise? A woman's voice called out and a moment later, a figure stepped into the dark room. Chapter 29. Christopher felt his excitement rise as they approached his uncle's house early the following morning. The sun had just risen, drenching the city in a glow that seemed to match the positivity he was feeling. I cannot believe my dearest Rowena was about to rush off to Gretna Green without me. The young woman smiled. Christopher was glad to see her recovering so quickly, for when they had first entered the carriage after making their escape, her condition had been worrisome. The ordeal had indeed left her shaken and scared. However, the presence of Christopher and Henry had soon soothed her. "Well, once you have relayed your experience with the Duke of Thornmouth and Lord Portsmouth to Rowena's parents, I will be in good hopes that an escape to Gretna Green will not be needed anymore." "I should hope not." The young woman sounded defiant. "Not after the Duke all but denied me shelter and assistance. Not only did he not help me, he sent me back to that terrible man. If you had not come, who knows what would have happened to me?" "The Viscount." Her voice trailed off. She had only hinted at her experience at the Portsmouth residence. Going into more detail would have been unacceptable, at least in front of two virtual strangers. However, having heard other stories, Christopher could only imagine. A thought came to him. "The letter you wrote to Rowena." Her face darkened at once. "He all but forced my hand. He told me that I would bring great shame upon Rowena and the entire Burton family if I insisted on leaving. That I had no other option. Then he had me write a reassuring letter." A smirk appeared on her face. "He was, of course, unaccustomed to the form in which I generally write. So, the letter may have sounded normal to him, but to Rowena, the tone would have been clear." "It was. It was indeed," Christopher said as the carriage stopped in front of his uncle's residence. "She will be ever too happy to see you. I imagine she will rush out of the drawing room the moment we are announced." He grinned in anticipation of holding her again. The look on her face when she was reunited with her best friend would be wonderful. Alas, when they climbed out of the carriage and made their way inside, they were not greeted by Rowena. No. Instead, his Aunt Helene made her way into the parlor, aided by her walking stick. "Christopher, Henry. Thank goodness you have returned." Alarmed, Christopher stepped forward. "What is wrong, Aunt Helene? You are ever so pale." The older woman sighed heavily, her face contoured in grief. "Oh, I do not know how to say it." She shook, swaying slightly as she stood. Henry was by her side in a moment, and together, he and Christopher led the old lady back to the drawing room to take a seat. Once she was in her chair, she appeared to recover her senses somewhat. She took a hold of Christopher's hand and squeezed it hard. "My dear boy, I am ever so sorry. Lady Rowena has disappeared." The words were like a stab right into his heart. "Disappeared? What do you mean?" His aunt shook her head. "We discovered she had not slept in her chamber at all, for when I rose, I saw the door open and the bed not slept in. I woke your uncle and he questioned the servants. Nobody had seen her since last night, when the three of us took the air together." She blinked tears away. "Your uncle has gone to Lord Hazelshire's house, to see if she returned there for any reason, but he sent the coachman back with word that she is not there either. He has remained there to help with the search." Christopher felt sick, indeed. He wanted to throw up with dread, but forced himself to remain calm. "We must go home at once," Betsy said. "Faith, my dear Rowena." Betsy's eyes began to water. "She is right. We must speak to the Earl at once and attempt to find her. Aunt Helene, will you be able to remain here by yourself or—" The old woman waved him off. "Henry, I can take care of myself. Besides, I have a house full of loyal servants who are here to assist me. I am quite all right. You go and find your brother's lady." With that, the three departed the house and boarded the carriage once more. "You have a nerve to show your face here," Lord Hazelshire hollered. He took several big steps toward Christopher and glared at him. "I cannot believe you would dare set foot into this house after what you—" They had been at the Earl's home for less than 10 minutes, just enough time for Betsy to recount the events of the past few weeks, and to establish that Rowena had never returned to her father's home. The Earl had remained enraged the entire time, glaring at Christopher with nothing but disdain. The revelation that they had planned to depart for Gretna Green, until Betsy's call for help arrived, had only furthered his anger. Now, Lord Hazelshire, let us not be hasty. Uncle Nestor stepped in. My nephews have taken a great risk in bringing Miss Carmichael home safe, that ought to allow for some goodwill toward them, no matter what else has transpired. The Earl shook his head and glanced at his wife and daughter, both of whom were huddled around Betsy. And she, in a halting fashion, convinced them of the truth of her time at Lord Portsmouth's manor. I still do not even understand why it was necessary to recover her. Isaac has been very reassuring in his account of it all and James. Lady Hazelshire's voice sounded out, much louder than Christopher had ever heard. You ought to leave the two young men alone, and be grateful they have done what the Duke of Thornmouth did not. Clearly, Isaac Travers is not the man we thought him to be. The Earl shook his head in disbelief. There must be a reason he acted in the manner he did. I will question him thoroughly once he returns. Thornmouth, Christopher had been informed, had taken off with Rowena's brother Charles, to search for the missing young woman. In fact, the Earl had been in the process of departing himself, aided by his uncle, to alert the constables. Their appearance, and Betsy's revelations, had delayed the departure. Now Christopher watched as the man walked over to the women, two of his 3 roses and his cherished ward. He caught the way Lady Catherine glanced at Henry, gratitude and love in her eyes. He returned the gaze in equal measure. Uncle Nestor, meanwhile, breathed heavily, the stress of the last few hours apparent on his face. Christopher, I failed you, I really did. I am ever so sorry. I ought not to have left her alone on the porch. I ought to. Christopher placed a hand on his shoulder. Please, do not fret. Whatever happened, happened. What is important now is that we find her. His uncle nodded, and looked toward the Burton family, who stood congregated to one side with Betsy. The expression on Lady Hazelshire's face was one of thunder, and she continuously rubbed Betsy's arm. Christopher cautiously made his way toward them, followed by his uncle and Henry. Then, to his utter surprise, Lady Hazelshire did something complete, unexpected and unheard of. She tore herself free of her family and rushed toward him, clasping his hand. Your Grace, I cannot thank you enough for what you have done for Betsy. And you, Mr. Newmont. To think of what could have happened to her. She frowned then. What I do not understand is why Rowena did not confide in me about her discoveries. And Margaret. I shall have to have words with Margaret, once she is out of her confinement and recovered. To know of such things and keep them from me. She shook her head in disbelief. You do not put much value in gossip, Mamma. Lady Catherine said. Then, gently, she added. And we all know how much you respect the values of our society. The comment, a thinly veiled accusation of Lady Hazelshire's obvious desire to impress those in her circle, caused the woman's face to pale. Christopher could not help but feel badly for her. He had seen his mother struggle with the balance between their position in society, and what she felt in her heart was right. But you all know how much I care for Betsy. She clasped the young woman's arm. And our dear Rowena. Our dear Rowena, to put herself in danger to save her and to take it all upon herself. We must find her. Tears sprang into her eyes. My darling daughter. Yes, indeed. Where have your son and the Duke gone to search for her? The Earl shrugged. They have gone to search the streets near your uncle's home on horseback, to question whomever they can. He appeared utterly helpless, shaking his head. Christopher nodded, however, his attention was taken up by something else altogether. For off in the corner, he'd noticed Mrs. Wooster, the housekeeper. She was standing there with an anxious expression on her face, as though she had something, she wanted to say but did not dare. "It may be prudent to question the servants," he suggested. "I find often there is much to be learned. As we require them to be all but invisible, they do hear all." Lord Hazelshire gave a curt nod. "You are right, indeed. Perhaps it is prudent that I leave the questioning of my servants to you." He looked from Henry to Christopher. "They may be more willing to divulge information to someone who is not in charge of their livelihood." "A very good idea, my lord," Uncle Nestor said. "In the meantime, you and I shall go and alert the constables as planned. Christopher, Henry, we will reconvene here at the top of the hour. Perhaps His Grace and the Earl's son will have returned by then as well." The Earl bade his wife and daughter, as well as Betsy, farewell, and the three women departed toward the drawing room. Then he and Uncle Nestor made their way outside to the waiting carriage, leaving the brothers alone. "I suspect I know who you'd like to question first," Henry said, having noticed the older woman's worried visage himself. They did not need to approach her, however. For the moment the door closed behind the Earl, Mrs. Wooster came charging out. "Your Grace, I must speak to you at once," she said breathlessly. "About the Duke of Thornmouth." As concerned as he made himself out to be, searching for Lady Rowena and all, I think it was him. Christopher's eyes widened. "Him? Him what?" "Him who's behind the disappearance of our dear Lady Rowena." The words hit Christopher hard. Why had he not considered it? Surely a man like Thornmouth would not take kindly to Rowena rejecting him, to allow his entire dastardly character to be exposed. If he was indeed behind it, Christopher would bring him down. He shook his head, clearing his mind. Then he motioned for the housekeeper to follow him into the dining room. He forced himself to focus on what mattered most right now, and it wasn't revenge. If Thornmouth was behind the disappearance, he would sort him out later. But for now, there was only one focus. Rowena. Chapter 30. A jib door. Rowena had not thought of the possibility of there being such a door in the room. They were fashionable for sure, but not generally found in servant quarters such as these. She made a note of where the door was located, and then focused on the figure that stood in the room. The light behind her illuminated the older woman. She held a large set of keys in her hand, which reminded her of Mrs. Wooster, who wore just such a bundle around her waist. Was she a housekeeper? "Please, Now, I won't have any of that pleading. You are only lucky all the servants have risen and are attending to their tasks. Otherwise the whole house would have been woken by your racket." She turned toward the door and nodded for someone to enter. "Here's some fresh baked bread, butter and jam. I suspect you have not eaten since supper. You will eat, then knock to let Sabrine know you are finished. She will collect the dishes." Another, younger, woman entered with a tray. She avoided Rowena's eyes and walked swiftly to the rickety table in the corner. The older woman gave a curt nod and turned to leave. "Ma'am, please." "Where am I?" She swung around. "I have told you already, no pleading. Nobody will do you any harm. You are here for safekeeping, nothing more. Now, when you've finished eating, I'll have Sabrine bring in a pitcher, a bowl, and a sliver of lye soap so you can clean up." She looked around the room and shook her head. "This is for your own good, Lady Rowena." With that, the woman left. At the door, she turned and called out to the young maid. "Sabrine? What is taking so long?" "Yes, your dash." "Sabrine." The old lady hissed, silencing the girl, who looked down at the ground and then rushed outside. For a moment, Rowena could see the hallway outside. There was a window on the opposite end and through it, she could spot daylight. It was still tinged with the reminder of the night which had evidently just passed, but it was dawn. That she was certain of. She'd spent the entire night here. Before she could ask further questions, the door shut, and a key turned. Who was this woman? The young girl had almost referred to her as Your Grace, hadn't she? But that couldn't be. Clearly, she was a housekeeper. Rowena paced the room, unsure what to do next. The scent of the soup wavered through the room, tickling her nose. Her stomach began to grumble. Since she'd run away from home before dinner, all she'd eaten was a small supper the Countess of Totham had prepared for her. While it was fine food, she'd not felt like eating much. No wonder my stomach is rumbling. She went over to the small table and sat, picking up the soft, sweet-smelling bread. After the first bite, she found herself utterly relishing it, as she finished the entire serving. She used the rest of the bread to mop up the butter and jelly from their small dishes, something her mother would have frowned upon. A small handkerchief was folded on the tray, and she was about to pick it up, when she realized something had been wrapped inside it. Her heart beat faster as she unwrapped it. Perhaps a key to open the door? A note letting me know where I am? She unrolled the handkerchief and found herself disappointed. It was not a key nor any hint as to her whereabouts. Inside the cloth were several pieces of candied fruit. She sighed and placed it in her mouth. The sweetness of the candy did cheer her for a moment, and she thanked whoever had placed it there. Having finished her meal, she returned to the location of the gyp door. Running her fingers carefully along the wall, she soon felt its hinges under her fingertips. She found the door handle and pulled. Nothing. She pulled harder, yanking with all her might. When that failed, she threw herself against the door with her shoulder. It seemed to give only slightly for just a moment. Alas! "My lady, you must stop," a young girl's voice said from the other side. "Let me out," Rowena demanded. "I cannot. You must know that I cannot. Are you finished with your meal?" Rowena frowned. It was not the voice of the older woman. No, this voice was young. The maid, perhaps? "I have." There was a short silence, then footsteps departed. A moment later, 2 sets of footsteps returned, and the door was unlocked. When it swung inwards, Rowena stepped back and found herself face to face with the young woman who'd brought her food. Behind her was a tall, bulky man, who held the keychain previously worn by the housekeeper in his thick hand. The young woman stepped inside and approached the small table. "You must be Sabrine." The girl nodded as Rowena stepped closer to her. "Did you like the candied fruit?" "I thought you'd like them." The girl spoke quietly. "I did. Thank you. I appreciate your kindness." Rowena glanced at the bulky man. He stood in the doorframe, glaring at them. "Can you tell me where I am?" The girl blinked as she picked up the tray. Regret was apparent on her face as she shook her head. She pushed past Rowena and exited the door. To her surprise, the girl did not close the door but merely disappeared for a few moments, giving Rowena a chance to peek outside. The hallways were lit with candles, tallow, not beeswax, furthering her belief that she was in the servants' wing of whatever house she was in. Before she could ascertain anything further, the girl, Sabrine, returned. She had a pitcher of water with her, along with a washbowl and basin, just as the older woman had promised. "Please, I am ever so scared. Tell me where I am," Rowena pleaded. The young girl's face flinched as she put down the pitcher. "It's not warm, I'm sorry to say. But you will soon find the comforts you are used to again. Including a much nicer bed, I promise you. This is only temporary." She placed 2 more tallow candles on the table. "For when yours goes out." "Sabrine." The man outside the door hollered at her. Quickly the girl made her way out of the room, giving Rowena one last, sad glance as the door shut behind her. Rowena was laying on the small bed, her eyes toward the ceiling. She didn't know how much time had passed, since she'd used the washbowl to clean herself. With nothing to do, she'd simply laid down on the bed. There was no way she could escape, no way she could figure out where she was. She'd already searched the armoire and the small table for any evidence, anything that might point her to where she was being kept. If it was truly her father that was the one keeping her here. Suddenly, a tapping sound at the door roused her attention. "My lady." A voice came through the door, hardly above a whisper. She rolled out of bed and rushed to the door, pressing her head against it. "I am here." "Sabrine?" "It is I, my lady." "I cannot remain long." Her heart beat faster at this sudden ray of hope. "Can you let me out?" "I promise I won't tell anyone it was you." There was a moment of silence, and then the girl sighed. "I cannot. Only 3 of us know you are here, and Thomas would never defy the Duchess's orders. They'd know it was me." The Duchess? Was she talking about the older woman from earlier? The one she had thought of as the housekeeper? Duchess? Who is the Duchess? The woman from earlier today? Aye, it is she. Rowena considered this and tried to think of which elderly dukes her father was friendly with, and who might have offered their home for her keeping. "Where am I, Sabrine?" The Duchess's old chamber. Once upon a time, this was her room, when she was a young woman, when her husband was still alive. "Now it's servant quarters," the girl replied. Rowena wasn't sure if she was being evasive on purpose, or if she had not understood what she meant. At least it explained the existence of a jib door. "But whose house is this? Who is your master? Why am I here?" The girl sighed. Even though Rowena could not see her, she knew the young girl was wrestling with what to do. "Was it my father who brought me here? The Earl of Hazelshire?" This elicited an immediate reply. "Heaven forfend, my lady. I cannot tell you. I can only say you are here to be kept safe. That is all I know. Please, if you can only be patient and just stay quiet, this will all be over really soon. In the meantime, I'll make sure you have enough candles and—" "No, please. You don't understand. I have to get out. I am to be married and my friend." She thought of Betsy and wondered if she was safe, if Christopher had succeeded in rescuing her. "My friend is returning from a bad situation at her employer's today. She's been in so much danger, and I must ensure she is safe and given shelter by my parents. She's being returned from Bedfordshire this morning." "From Bedfordshire?" There was something in the girl's voice, alarm perhaps. Fright. "Yes, she was working for the Viscount Portsmouth and—" "Oh, that louse." The girl's voice rose to be much louder than Rowena knew otherwise. "You know him, then?" "I do. I worked for him. Terrible cad he is. I fell for his charms, silly girl that I am." The regret in her voice was evident. "Then he made me leave when—" She paused and then cleared her throat. "It does not matter. He is a terrible person. If your friend worked for him, then I hope she made a quick escape. She is at present, or so I believe. I must be let out of here to make sure she is safe." There was a silence between the two, before Rowena picked the conservations up again, in the same hushed tones. "Sabrine, can you really not help me? Can you not?" The girl sighed. "I've come to comfort you, and to reassure you. But that is all I can do. I cannot let you out. I owe the Duchess so much. She took me in when nobody else would have. She and her son. I owe them. I must remain loyal. But fear not. You will be treated well. I promise you that." Rowena scratched her chin and sighed. What does she mean, she owes them? Nobody else would help her? Then it came to her. The rumors she heard, beyond it, about a maid of Lord Portsmouth's who was with child. Could this be her? Gently, Rowena spoke once more. "I heard there was a maid that worked for Lord Portsmouth, who found herself in an awkward position not too long ago. A sob came from the other side of the door. It was all the answer she needed. I thought he cared for me, that he would help me raise our child, and he was a cad. And I a fool. I made a cake out of myself, and nearly mucked up my life, if not for the Duchess and His Grace. The Duchess, foremost. They helped me and the child. Once again, she stopped speaking, but what she'd said was enough. His Grace. Her employer was a duke, with a living mother, who was connected to Lord Portsmouth enough to know when he was in a bad situation. Someone who would know of a maid in such a condition. Could it be? It had to be. Her first suspicion had been right. It hadn't been her father who locked her in here. This is the Duke of Thornmouth's home, is it not? And the woman? She is his mother? The Dowager Duchess of Thornmouth. I am right, am I not? The girl cried quietly. Then, after a short while, she whispered. Yes, indeed. This is Easton House. But please, do not tell them I told you why. You must let me out. Please. You do not know what it will mean for me to remain here. I must return home. If I do not, and if I do not support Betsy, the Duke will give testimony against her. He was meant to help her escape Portsmouth, and he did not. In fact, he sent her right back there. He will never admit this to my father, however. And my parents might not believe Betsy over a duke. Not unless I am there to support her. Surely they will believe her. Surely there will be somebody else who can vouch for her. Christopher. Rowena thought of him and Henry. But then, would her parents take their word over that of their future son-in-law? A man whom they admired, revered even? There was Margaret, but she had gone into her confinement the previous week, and was struggling greatly with the pregnancy. She could not do anything in her current state. The physicians were shielding her from stress with great care. I must support her. It must be me. There is nobody else. She hesitated. If you let me go, I will ensure that you are taken care of. Please, I promise you. Surely you know who my father is. He will make sure you are well rewarded for helping his daughter. She closed her eyes, wishing with all her might that the girl would relent, that she would believe her. Then, a moment later, she heard a key being placed in the lock. A weight fell off her chest at the sound of the key turning in the lock. When the door swung open inwards, she looked at the girl in front of her. Faith, she cannot be more than 9 and 10 years old. Just a little older than Catherine. Her heart went out to the girl. She wrapped her arms around her in elation. Thank you, thank you. You have saved me and I. There is no time for any of this. Come, quickly. You must go before. Sabrine. A voice hollered from across the hallway. They both turned in unison, and to her shock, she saw the burly man from earlier, Thomas, standing there. His face was a mask of fury, and before she had time to take in any of his features, he broke into a run. Down the stairs, my lady, and to the right, Sabrine said as Rowena took off running. She made it down the first set of stairs to a landing, disoriented by the strange surroundings. The man rushed down the steps behind her and was closing in on her quickly. She made another turn and found herself on yet another landing. The stairs split here. Right or left? She had already forgotten Sabrine's words in her panic and haste. There appeared to be a staircase at the end of either of the hallways, but the one on the left was closer. She chose that one. She ran, lifting up her dress as she went. Halt. Halt at once. The man called after her. To her shock, a door opened at the end of the hall, just before the staircase, and the older woman stepped out. You silly girl. There is nowhere to go and nobody wishes to harm you. She was in Rowena's way, and there was no passing her. Panicked, she stopped and tried to turn around. Alas, Thomas was right behind her. Strong arms wrapped around her and she found herself lifted. "Please, just let me go. I just want to go home." While the man held onto her, the old woman came forward and looked at her, a gentle smile on her face. "My dear, don't you know? This is your home now." Rowena felt her head spin. The words, as comforting as the woman might have meant them to be, sounded like a threat. Chapter 31. Christopher motioned for the housekeeper to follow him and Henry into the adjacent parlor. The woman nodded resolutely and followed behind them. The very moment the small group was alone, the words spilled out of her. "Your Grace, I did not wish to say anything to his lordship, however His lordship is ever so enthralled by the Lady Rowena, and—" She was holding a handkerchief in her hands and was twisting it rapidly. "Mrs. Wooster, please. Do not fret. If you have any information for us that will help us recover Rowena, I know the Earl will be ever so grateful." She nodded. "I was not certain that he would listen to what I had to say. Perhaps he would now, after poor Betsy's ordeal, however. I thought it wiser to come to you, seeing how you care for Lady Rowena ever so much." "What is it that leads you to suspect the Duke of Thornmouth?" Henry asked, gently prompting the woman. "Well, some of us overheard the conversation between Lady Rowena and the Duke, and of course, the aftermath could not be missed. There was quite a commotion when his lordship and her ladyship tried to confront Lady Rowena, and they found her gone. His Grace acted ever so distraught at Lady Rowena's words and vows not to wed him." She shook her head. "I do believe he has an awful infatuation with her. He declared he still will wed her, if only Lord Hazelshire could find her." "I imagine you are right. A man besotted, and powerful at that, will go to any length to get what he wants," Henry said. "However, what makes you think his Grace was behind Lady Rowena's disappearance?" She licked her lips. "After the discovery, the Earl set off to your uncle's home to see if she was there. Of course, your uncle denied any involvement. Quite enraged his lordship was, when he later discovered he'd been lied to, but that is beside the point. In any case, while his lordship was gone, his Grace, the Duke of Thornmouth, remained here, to comfort Lady Hazelshire. Except—" She looked around as though wanting to make sure nobody heard her. "For a while, he disappeared. Claimed to have a need to take the air. However, I saw him go toward the back, where he'd argued with Lady Rowena, not out in the front as is customary. So, I grew curious." Christopher stepped from one foot to the other, growing impatient. "You followed him. Please continue." She nodded. "Follow him, I did. He went out the back and to where his coachman was waiting. The two had a hurried conversation. I couldn't hear much of it, but I heard them mention your uncle's address. Then Thornmouth went back inside. I stayed put to see what the coachman was going to do." She shook her head. Lord Hazelshire returned without Lady Rowena. His Grace stepped out once more and then the coachman took off at a rather alarming speed. He did not return for quite some hours, and when he did, I saw him give the Duke a nod of the head. It appeared all rather suspicious." Christopher scratched his head. "It did indeed. Why would the coachman have departed in such haste? Why would the Duke have had to converse with the man? Surely, if he was planning to make arrangements for a late departure, he would have just sent word through a footman or the butler. No need to converse with the coachman directly. And under false pretenses, too. No, I am certain that the coachman and Thornmouth conspired to arrange the disappearance of Rowena. Where would he have taken her, if indeed it was the coachman?" Christopher wondered out loud. "Surely not to his house." "Of course, he would have," Henry argued. "He can't very well have her taken to someone else's house to stash her. No matter how good a friend you are, you would not just take a sudden delivery of a young, kidnapped woman and hide her. Especially not on the word of a coachman. Unless his Grace planned for such a possibility," Mrs. Wooster suggested, Her eyes narrowed. I would not put it past him. Christopher tilted his head from side to side as he considered the options. No, Topher. With all due respect. There is no way he could have known Rowena would react as she did to his not returning Betsy. He could not have known you planned to run away to Gree. He stopped himself, realizing too late that Mrs. Wooster was still in the room. Her eyes grew wide. Gretna Green? She glowered at Christopher. You would have taken our Lady Rowena to Gretna Green? Our dear lady surely has changed. Suddenly her face lightened, and a small smile appeared. She looked up at Christopher. Your brother is right. It was a rather sudden decision of hers to run away as she did, and quite unlike her. It would have been very hard to arrange in advance. I did not think of that. So, at his house then? Christopher said. That is where she must be, where he's taken her. I must find out where his house is, for I do not know my way around there. Mrs. Wooster cleared her throat and raised a finger. It is Easton House. It is in Westminster, not far from here. On Thirlby Road. You can see the cathedral from there. Christopher nodded. Very well. I shall find it. Henry clasped his arm in alarm. You cannot propose to go there, not now. Not without letting anyone know or making arrangements. Of course. Christopher protested. I cannot lose a moment's time. I do not know her condition, and I fear to think of how she is being treated. Let us not act in haste, Topher. At least wait until the Earl and Uncle Nestor return. Perhaps we can confront Thornmouth and... No! Christopher exclaimed. We cannot wait, and we most certainly cannot confront the Duke. He will deny all and in the meantime have Rowena moved elsewhere. I am going now. I shall come with you, Henry declared. Christopher shook his head. No, I will go on my own. You are right, the Earl must be alerted, and it is better for you to remain here and speak to him once he returns. Then follow me to the Duke's. In any case, we know he is out with Charles, pretended to search for the woman he holds captive. He will not be at his house. Christopher, surely Mrs. Wooster can. Christopher noticed how the woman's expression changed at his brother's suggestion. While she appeared comfortable enough to speak her mind in their presence, it was quite another matter to bring her concerns, and the events that were currently unraveling, to her employers. He placed his hand on Henry's arm. I shall go. Do not fret. Alert Lady Hazelshire and then the Earl. Follow me when you can. There is no need to worry. He did not allow his brother the chance to protest further, as he turned on his heels and rushed toward his carriage. He raced toward the carriage, catching Mr. Thorpe, the coachman, quite by surprise. The man had been sitting on the curb beside the carriage, enjoying a moment in the rays of the warming sun when Christopher approached. Thorpe. We must go at once. The man jumped up and straightened his jacket. Of course, Your Grace. Easton House, Westminster. We must hurry, Lady Rowena's life depends upon it. Thorpe frowned for one moment and then nodded. The home of the Duke of Thornmouth. You know it then? I do. Her Grace, the late Duchess of Westmond, used to play whist with the Duchess of Thornmouth. This was some years ago, but I still remember the way. 'Tis not far, Your Grace. Christopher climbed into the back, and a moment later felt the horses begin to gallop down the cobbled road. The sudden mention of his mother had thrown him. To think his mother had been a friend to the mother of his sworn enemy was rather peculiar, and another layer to this ever more intricate quandary he found himself in. He looked out of the window and saw the houses of Mayfair flash past, as the carriage raced toward its destination. Westminster Cathedral came into view, and beyond that lay the house of Thornmouth. Rowena, please stay strong. I will be there in a moment. I will stay true to my word and keep you safe. Within a few minutes, the carriage came to a stop and Christopher jumped out. The townhouse that belonged to Thornmouth loomed large before him. It was larger still than the house of Lord Hazelshire, almost as big as Havisham House, though not quite. He noted the bricked-up windows on the outside facade. It is just like Thornmouth to brick up the windows, so he can save a few precious guineas as his servants sit in darkness. He knocked on the front door and a moment later, the butler appeared before them. He was a tall, older-looking man who glowered at him. It occurred to Christopher that up until this moment, he'd not thought of what to say or do once he'd arrived. "I wish I'd taken Henry along with me after all, he always knows what to say." He decided to avoid announcing himself, for he was certain his name alone made him persona non grata at Easton House. Then it dawned on him. Thorpe had mentioned the Duchess, Thornmouth's mother. He was not certain if the woman was still alive, but if she was, it might be his way in. "I am a friend of Lord Portsmouth, here to deliver a message for Her Grace. It is rather urgent. Her Grace is not available at present. If you would like to leave your calling card, Lord." He tilted his head to one side and looked him up and down. "Totham. Lord Totham. And I am all out of calling cards, I'm afraid." "In that case, Lord Totham, I apologize, but Her Grace is unavailable. You may consider calling again at a later time." With a calling card. The man went to shut the door when another thought came to Christopher. "It is in regards to the young lady that is currently visiting. Lord Portsmouth sent me with a message regarding a change in circumstance." This caught the butler's attention, for he frowned and stopped his attempt at closing the door. "Lord Portsmouth sent you?" Christopher nodded eagerly. "He has." Then he added, "He sent a messenger alerting me to the urgency of the issue." Gadzooks. I ought not have mentioned a messenger. Indeed, the butler expression changed once more, growing suspicious. He looked past Christopher and his eyes settled on the carriage which sat across the street. He narrowed his eyes. "You are Nesta Hicks, Lord Totham, you said?" Christopher swallowed hard. "Indeed. Now, Her Grace?" "I am familiar with Lady Totham. She used to play whist with Her Grace." "And you are not her husband?" "I do not know who you are, but I will not have some blunderbuss disturb Her Grace." With that, he turned back and went to push the door shut. Desperate, Christopher lunged forward and pushed against the door. "Rowena!" he called out as loudly as he could. "Rowena, are you here?" "Get out of here." The butler huffed and pushed him back, using the heavy oak door as leverage. The door shut in Christopher's face before he could get a good look inside, and he found himself standing on the doorstep. Utterly helpless. He rushed down the steps and stood in the street, assorted carriages and riders yelling at him to make room as he looked up. The building was 4 stories tall. If she was indeed held here, there was no way he would know where she might be. He signaled for Thorpe to wait and rushed around the back. He'd hoped for an open window or door that might have allowed him access, but found nothing. The back of the house was as quiet as the front. He glanced at a large linden tree which grew in the alley and wondered if he could scale it in order to reach one of the upper windows. Perhaps he could push it open, or even break the glass to get inside. Yes, he decided that was his only recourse. He was about to step on the narrow stone wall to grab a hold of a branch, when the back door opened, and a young girl poked her head out. "Are you here for Lady Rowena?" Her voice was shaky, her hands shook as she wrapped her fingers around the door frame. "I am," he replied and stepped closer toward the girl. "They brought her here yesterday evening, bundled up in the back of His Grace's carriage. She's unharmed, but they shan't want to let her go without a fight. For that, I'm sure." He rushed to the door. He towered over the girl who looked impossibly young and terrified. "Can you tell me where they are keeping her?" She glanced inside, the fear evident in her eyes. Then he saw a look of determination replacing it. They were keeping her in the Duchess's old chamber, but she's been in the Duchess's drawing room upstairs for the past hour. There are footmen guarding her.
Upstairs,
you said? Aye, if we rush through the parlor, we can take the servants' stairs. But we must hurry. I am certain His Grace will be here very soon.
The mention of Thornmouth's impending arrival alarmed Christopher, and the sense of urgency which had been prominent within his chest intensified. Bracing himself for what was certain to be a vexing challenge, he followed the young girl inside the house.
Chapter 32.
Rowena sat on the chaise by the fire as a maid lit the beeswax candles in the chandelier. She wasn't Sabrine, but an older maid. "It is ever so gloomy," the Duchess said, walking away from the window. Outside, dark, grey clouds had gathered, obscuring the sunlight. Even though it had to be early in the day still, it looked like dusk outside. The Duchess was about to take her seat once more opposite Rowena, where she had been for much of the past hour or so. While not as terrifying as being locked up in the dungeon upstairs, it had been equally as peculiar. It seems that rather than wishing to discuss the circumstances of Rowena's current predicament, the Duchess only wanted to talk about the virtues of her son. His gift of public speaking, his close relationship with Prinny, his bright future, and incredible wealth. Evidently, her part in the plan was to convince her that ending the betrothal with Thornmouth was a grave mistake. The woman, it appeared, seemed to think that being kidnapped and forced to wed should make Rowena feel special, rather than terrified. This woman does indeed think her son is the very incarnation of righteousness and goodness. She cannot see fault in anything he does, it appears. Even kidnapping. "Do not fret, my dear. I have sent word to my son that you are rather displeased with your current circumstance, and I am sure he will be here shortly to address your concerns." She smiled and sipped on her tea. Rowena had decided her best course of action was to simply nod and agree with whatever the woman said, and hope that an opportunity to attempt an escape would present itself once more. Alas, this may prove more difficult than before, as Sabrine, her only ally, had been banished to the servant area down below. Instead, 2 footmen were standing at the door, guarding her. She had resigned herself to having to bide her time, when one of the footmen stepped inside. He whispered something in the Duchess's ear before leaving. Whatever he'd said caused the smile to disappear from her face. "Excuse me," she said and stepped out into the hallway. Rowena followed and heard voices drifting up from down below. She went as close to the door as she dared without arousing suspicion from her guards when her heart leapt as one loud voice called out her name. "Christopher. He has come for me, at last." Her heart jumped with hope and she rushed to the window. Indeed, down below she saw the carriage she knew belonged to Christopher's uncle. She peered as far down as she could before she spotted him at last. To her horror, she watched as he walked away from the front door, and stood in the road, peering up. She waved with all her might and was about to bang on the window when someone entered the room. It was the burly man who'd caught and carried her earlier. Behind him was the Duchess, her expression now filled with worry. Her mouth was pinched together into a thin line. "You are to go with Williams. He will escort you to your room until my son returns. He will take care of you. He is my son's most trusted servant and valet," the woman said. The dungeon? Her heart beat faster. No, she would not return to that room, not with Christopher so close and her rescue imminent. "No, Your Grace, please. I will remain here quietly until your son." The man interrupted her. "You can come with me on your own accord, or I can drag you there myself. Whatever you prefer, my lady." He stood with his arms crossed and looked at her. "Perhaps this is my chance. Perhaps if I walk quietly, I can break away and run downstairs, and make it outside before the carriage leaves." She gave the man a weak nod. "I will come. No need to drag me." She walked past him and stepped out into the hallway, followed by the Duchess. "It is what is best, my dear," the old woman said.
She set one foot in front of the other, and braced herself as she approached the stairs. As she made her way down the hall, the burly guard remained close to her side. She would have to be quick, very quick, to gain an advantage. Her heart beat faster and faster as they came to the railing. She frowned, as before her were the stairs she should have taken earlier in her rush to escape. Without thinking, she broke into a run and made a sharp turn at the steps, jumping over several of them. She had made it almost one entire floor, as the front door was visible from the landing, when he caught up to her and grabbed her hard by the arm. She lost her footing and slid onto the floor. "No! No! Let go of me!" she yelped as he bent down to gather her up. She fought as hard as she could, got to her feet and attempted to make it another floor, when she caught sight of someone below. Christopher. Chapter 33. Christopher followed the young girl inside the house, and was about to make his way to the servants' staircase, when the commotion broke out upstairs. He looked up and froze when his eyes met hers. Rowena. She was one floor above him. Her hair hung around her harried and scared face, flying around wildly as she ran. He saw, with horror, how the mountain of a man hovered above her. "Let me go, let me go." Rowena's voice hollered in desperation. "Rowena." He called up the stairs. "I am coming for you." He did not know how he was to defeat the man who was guarding her, nor the other servants who were certain to have been instructed to prevent her from leaving. It did not matter. In this moment, all that mattered was that he got to her. Once they were within proximity, they would find a way. They always did. Christopher raced past a young girl, and took the steps two at a time until he was on the second-floor landing. The man-mountain had lifted her to her feet, and was holding onto her arm. "Let go of her at once. I, Christopher Newmont, Duke of Westmond, order you to let her go immediately, or I will bring the entire peerage down upon you and all you hold near and dear. You will give no orders, not in my house. Not to my servants." The voice of an older woman came. A moment later, he saw her. She was an elderly, short woman, dressed in a sapphire blue dress that was from a much earlier time period. It was set with a variety of diamonds, giving her a majestic appearance. The Dowager Duchess of Thornmouth, no doubt. "You will pay for this. You will pay for what you have done to Lady Rowena. That's your grace to you. I am the mother of the Duke of Thornmouth, and I will be addressed by my proper title." He stared at her for a moment and noted the resemblance. She even had the same odd twitch in her mouth as her son. "Your Grace, then. You will pay for what you have done, regardless of your title and station. And so will your son. Now, let her go. Let her go at once, and I will request that the punishment will be lighter than it otherwise will certainly be." She tilted her head backwards and laughed. "I think not." She then turned to somebody behind her. "Hector, Peter, take his grace into our safekeeping. My son will be returning shortly, and he will decide what to do with him then." Her gaze then fell to the young maid who'd followed him up. "Take her, too. Your Grace, please." The girl's voice was pitiful. "You need not beg for my forgiveness this time, Sabrine. You have betrayed me more than once this day and I will not forget it. Not after everything I've done for you. Take her back to her chamber. Lock the door." Two young men stepped forward, looking from the maid to Christopher and back. The uncertainty on their faces was evident. They knew well that taking a duke into their custody was not only boorish, it was unheard of, and might indeed bring grave charges against them in the future. Taking advantage of their hesitation, Christopher shook his head at them. "You must know what an unsavory man you work for. And evidently his mother is much the same. However, you do not have to do this, men. Step away. Let me take my bride and leave. I will ensure no punishment will be bestowed upon any of you." The two men hesitated and looked at one another. A pinch of hope instilled itself into Christopher's body when "Your bride." A familiar, deep male voice came from behind him and Christopher rolled his eyes. Of course, he would show up right now. Christopher darted around to look into the face of none other than the Duke of Thornmouth himself. "You should be ashamed of yourself." He spat at him at once. "Trying to force a young woman into marriage by kidnapping her? That is below even you." "Is it now?" "I am simply trying to claim what I was promised. I am trying to save the woman I love from the spell you have placed upon her. I am trying to restore her to the lady I knew her to be. You have turned her beautiful head around and confused her. Damaged her. I intend to undo all of that. And when I am done, she will wed me gladly. And thank me for my patience. He has placed no spell on me, only helped me see. Help me stand up for myself." Rowena shouted. "It is you who has damaged me. You who kidnapped me and left me alone, locked in a windowless dungeon." A look of genuine regret crossed his face. The glare on his face was replaced by a mild smile. He raised his hands as if asking forgiveness. "I am sorry for any inconvenience I have caused you, and any suffering I may have instilled upon you. It was not my intention. However, over the past few days, you have misunderstood me and my intentions numerous times." He shook his head. "I was only trying to do what is best for you, for me, and for your friend." Suddenly, his expression changed from kind to furious once more, as his head whipped around to look at Christopher. "If it weren't for you, all would be well. Rowena and I would be wed without any of this upheaval. Elizabeth Carmichael would be at her position in Bedfordshire, learning her proper place. Servants belong with masters. That is how it has always been. We look after them, and in turn, we have their loyalty. You have interfered with that. I asked your help and you refused to give it. What kind of man does such a thing?" Rowena hissed. "Now, I will not have my son spoken to in such a manner." The Duchess made her presence known. "Mother," Thornmouth said impatiently. "Please, return to your chamber. You do not need to witness this. Peter, go with her and make sure she is safe." The Duchess wanted to protest but Thornmouth's glare stopped her. Without a further word, she left, accompanied by one relieved-looking footman. "Now, old as my mother may be, she is right. It is unseemly for you to address me in such a manner, Rowena. However, that will soon be remedied. I know you are well aware that a wife belongs to her husband, and must do as he commands. A husband knows best. And if he glared at Christopher, had not interfered, you'd not have forgotten it. Rowena is not your property, nor mine. She has made her choice. We will take our leave now," Christopher said as if declaring it made it a possibility. "And you had best let us pass. You must have an understanding just how much trouble you are in right now. Kidnapping? Even you misunderstand just how bad a thing you've done. However, if you let us go then all may yet be well. And Sabrine. We will take Sabrine as well. If you allow us a safe egress, perhaps you will not have charges levied against you," Rowena said. To Christopher's horror, the Duke broke into a deranged laughter and then waved at the burly man. "Williams, take the lot of them into your keeping. His Grace will remain with us, until after Lady Rowena sees that she has lost her way, and decided to follow on the righteous path again. I will never," she vowed, even though the tall man had just grabbed a hold of her, and was about to hand her over to the footman, Hector. Thornmouth shook his head. "My dearest. All you need is a little bit of time. A couple of days spent with me, and you will see that your father's intentions were right all along. We are perfect for one another, and I will make you see it. Believe me." The sincerity with which he spoke chilled Christopher. This was a man convinced he was right. It was not simply his desire to maintain his position, but he genuinely believed that Rowena was the right woman for him, no matter how much she might protest. He had made up his mind and he would make it so. "Williams, apprehend his grace." The large man stepped toward Christopher, who stared him down. "You had best think twice, Williams. I am a peer of the realm, and laying a hand upon me will have quite different circumstances than laying a hand upon a mere woman." This slowed the man down as hesitation appeared on his face. He looked at Thornmouth, his face a question. Taking the opportunity, Christopher turned to Thornmouth. "I see you must employ the use of your servants to apprehend your rival. What is the matter? Do you not have it in you to apprehend me yourself? You claim to be a man, yet you cannot, or rather, dare not, take me on yourself. What a man Lady Rowena is to wed, what a man indeed!" He made sure his tone was as mocking as possible. He glanced at Rowena, hoping she had realized that he was attempting to bait Thornmouth into a one-on-one fight. Thornmouth, he could take. Perhaps if he managed to knock him out, the servants would let them go. It was their best chance, but he needed Rowena's help. To his great relief, he received it. "Indeed, Your Grace," she said, her voice almost sorrowful. "It does fill me with sadness to see you are a man of words, and not actions. For a man who fought so bravely at Waterloo, you now have to rely upon servants." She shook her head and sighed before speaking again. "I suppose it matters little. However long you apprehend Christopher, I will always love him. I will never willingly wed you. Even if you force me, he will always be the one who has my heart." Her words touched his heart and evidently pierced Thornmouth's at the same time. She watched as his face fell. He shook his head, his eyes filled with what appeared to be genuine sadness. "It pains me you feel this way," he said, and walked out of the room, leaving the rest of them to stand on the steps without knowing what to do. However, he did not remain gone for long. And when he returned, Christopher's eyes widened. For their plan had worked. Indeed, it had worked a little too well. For in his hands, the Duke held two sabers. He extended one toward Christopher, who took it hesitantly. "We will settle this matter once and for all. To the death." Christopher stared at him for a moment. A duel? He could not believe his ears. Dueling had rapidly fallen out of favor in their society, and certainly dueling to the death. He could not believe Thornmouth was serious. Alas, there they were, each holding a saber in their hand. Fencing? Of all things. I never excelled in this sport. Indeed, he'd been so terrible at fencing, his father had given up giving him lessons and diverted his attention to the horses instead. "No, please, I beg you," Rowena called out. Thornmouth looked up at her. "Yes, we must. You have made it clear. As long as the Duke of Westmond draws breath, you will love him. Therefore, he must breathe no more." With that, Thornmouth took a swing at Christopher. He blocked the attack, clutching the saber with both hands, knowing that was a mistake. He staggered, trying to hit Thornmouth, but failed. Mortified, he had to retreat a few steps, much to the amusement of his opponent. "I see fencing is not among your many gifts, Your Grace." Thornmouth mocked him as he sneered. Christopher's nostrils flared as he lunged his saber forward toward Thornmouth. "We shall see about that." He raised the saber, holding it more steadily, and the two blades crashed into one another with force. The two men stood across from one another, glaring at each other. For a moment, Christopher glanced at Rowena. The burly man stood and watched, his expression one of utter confusion. The footman, Hector, shook his head and rushed away, leaving Rowena on the stairs alone with Sabrine. Thornmouth, meanwhile, was driving Christopher backwards, toward the wall. Sweat had formed on both of their faces. Yet, Thornmouth looked as though he knew well what he was doing. He looked formidable indeed, while Christopher struggled to maintain his composure. "Christopher, charge!" she called. She'd watched her father and brother spar many a time for sport. She had handled a saber every now and again as well. Christopher looked up at her, their eyes locking for only a moment. It was a moment too long. Thornmouth took the opportunity to lunge forward, blades locking once more. He gave Christopher a shove and he tumbled over a marble step behind him, the saber flying out of his hand. "No!" Rowena shouted and rushed down the stairs so fast her guard could not react in time. She was down on the first floor before he set into motion. Unfortunately for him, Sabrine had her wits together and stuck out one foot, causing the big man to tumble down the stairs. Groaning, and with a look of confusion, he remained on the floor where he landed. The commotion was enough to divert Thornmouth's attention. He glanced back to see what happened, giving Christopher the opportunity to regain his composure. Still on the floor, he tucked his legs in and then gave Thornmouth an almighty kick, sending him flying backwards onto the floor. His saber flew out of his hand as well and Sabrine darted for it. She snatched it before the discombobulated Duke could gather it back up. Leaving his saber where it was, Christopher lunged at Thornmouth. He planted a facer right on him, causing blood to spray from Thornmouth's nose. Enraged, he landed a facer of his own on Christopher's face, sending him onto the marble floor. In a split second, both men were on their feet once more. Thornmouth wrapped his hands around Christopher's neck, squeezing as he struggled. Christopher kicked Thornmouth with all his might, forcing him to let go as he bent over, clutching his stomach. "Christopher!" Rowena called out. He turned his head and raised his hands as she threw a fireplace poker at him. He used it with much more confidence than he'd had the saber. When Thornmouth launched at him next, his bare hands outstretched, Christopher whacked him in the side. The Duke flew backward and slid into the adjacent dining room. He landed beneath an impressive velveted tapestry and grabbed onto it to help get up. Alas, the tapestry was not designed for such ventures and came crashing down upon him. "Devil take it!" he cursed as he threw the tapestry off him, and grabbed a poker of his own from the fireplace right beside him. "You want to use a poker to spar? Very well." Thornmouth groaned and clambered to his feet. Of course, I would catapult him right into the vicinity of another fireplace poker. Christopher rushed forward, followed by Rowena and the young maid. Thornmouth, meanwhile, was leaning against the fireplace, readying himself with the poker. Christopher was about to lunge forward and resume their fight when a scream shattered the air around them. "Fire!" Sabrine shouted, her voice full of panic. "Fire! The tapestry!" Christopher turned, and to his horror saw just what the girl was talking about. The edge of the tapestry which Thornmouth had thrown off himself a moment before, had landed in the fireplace. It was already ablaze and its flames had already spread to the chair beside it. It was an inferno waiting to happen. Chapter 34. Rowena darted forward and stopped outside the dining room. "Damnation!" Thornmouth cursed as he yanked at the tapestry. He dragged it out of the fire, which only made the situation much worse. Christopher stepped in, trying to stop the catastrophe from spreading. "Stop. It will only spread it farther. Get water. Sand. Quickly," he hollered. "No!" Thornmouth yelled back. "You will not tell me what to do." He continued to pull at the tapestry, succeeded at pulling it out. However, as he did so, a spark jumped onto the curtain to the right, igniting it at once. "Christopher, there is nothing we can do," she yelled over the increasing crackle of the fire. Smoke was beginning to fill the room. Christopher turned to her, nodded and rushed out of the dining room, grabbing her arm and pulling her behind him. He stopped at the steps. "You, footman," he called to the young man. "Who is in the house but us?" The young man swallowed. "Her Grace and Peter, the other footman. Francine, Her Grace's lady's maid and the butler." The cook is out at the market with the kitchen maid, and everyone else was sent back to the country house yesterday. Christopher nodded. Not many others then, that is good. Go and alert her Grace and the others. Ensure they get out quickly. The young man ran up the stairs, a worried eye on the dining room where Thornmouth was now trying to extinguish the flames, by beating on the tapestry with his tailcoat. To no avail. Your Grace. You must leave with the rest of us. The fire brigade will be here soon. Rowena called out. He glanced at her for one moment, but the expression on his face told her that he would not do what she'd requested. The opposite in fact. He looked like a madman. Rowena, leave him be. We must save who we can. He was looking down at Williams, who was now sitting up and groaning but did not appear in a condition to walk. We must drag him out. Christopher nodded at the guard. Very well. Rowena squatted down, and with Sabrine and Christopher's help, raised the giant of a man to his feet. Together, they made their way outside, breathing in the clear afternoon air. A large group of people had already congregated outside, watching the flames that were spilling out of the window. Several rushed up to them and helped them place Williams on the ground, certainly assuming his injuries were results of the fire. Rowena turned, and to her great relief, she saw the Duchess being assisted out of the house by her lady's maid, the footman, and her butler. The group congregated nearby, and the Duchess looked over to others, distress across her face. Where is my son? Desperation and panic were rife in her voice. Rowena shook her head and pointed at the house. He has not joined us yet. Isaac. His mother began to wail and attempted to make her way back into the house. She was held back, gently at first and then firmer, by her servants. Thornmouth cannot possibly believe he can save the house all by himself, can he? Rowena said as she watched the flames spill into the next room. Christopher shook his head. He seems to believe so. Then, to her shock, he took off his tailcoat and handed it to her. What are you doing? She exclaimed in alarm. Going back in there and saving his Grace from himself, he muttered. Rowena's heart dropped and she clasped onto his arm. No, please, do not go back inside. Christopher cupped her face and planted a quick, hard kiss on her lips. I must. I will never forgive myself if he dies in there. I must at least try. I will be back in just a moment. I promise you. I love you. She held on to him for a moment longer, looking deep into his eyes. When she saw his determination, she let go and kissed his cheek. I love you. Come back to me, quickly. He turned away from her and rushed into the house, leaving her to stand on the road outside, with nobody to support her but Sabrine. The fire brigade arrived a short time after Christopher had disappeared into the building. They stopped on the street and searched the building for a fire mark. Finding it and confirming it to be under their jurisdiction, the firemen began to unroll the hose and operate the pump. Rowena rushed over to them. My. She hesitated and then went on. The Duke of Westmond is inside. He's gone in to bring out the owner. The man looked at her alarmed. People are inside the building still? She nodded. Yes, as I said, the Duke of Westmond and the Duke of Thornmouth. Everyone else made it out. The news that 2 peers of the realm were in the burning building did speed up the operation somewhat, however, nobody appeared eager to run inside the fire to search for them. Instead, a hose was being placed as close to the window as possible, blasting water into the dining room. Rowena stared at the building, where the flames were now shooting out of 2 windows. Suddenly, a third shattered with a loud bang, causing the spectators to gasp and turn away. Beside her, Sabrine took a hold of her arm and shielded her from the bursting window. Fortunately, none of the shards came near them, however, the influx of oxygen stoked the blaze further. He is not coming out. She suddenly found herself saying. Tears sprang into her eyes. He has been in there for far too long. They both have. She glanced over at the Duchess, and the old woman's expression confirmed just what Rowena had been thinking herself. Both men were lost. They had to be. How shall I carry on if Christopher does not come out alive? How? She sank to her knees and found herself allowing Sabrine, a stranger, to wrap her arms around her and comfort her. No, do fret just yet, my lady. All is not lost yet, he. She stopped mid-sentence and let go of Rowena. There he is now. Look, my lady. There he is. Rowena turned and indeed, there, appearing in the doorframe, was Christopher. He was dragging Thornmouth out behind him. The man could hardly stand on his own 2 feet. Firemen rushed toward them, just as Thornmouth recovered his ability to stand of his own accord and pushed Christopher away. Leaving others to attend to Thornmouth, Christopher made his way down the steps. Rowena jumped up and ran toward him. At the same time, the crowd around them broke into thunderous applause at Christopher's heroic rescue. Christopher! Rowena called out as he opened his arms wide. She rushed into them, pulling him close. He wrapped his arms around her. I told you I would return for you. I will always return to you. She looked up, their eyes meeting. Oh, Christopher, I never want to be without you again. I want to be by your side for the rest of our lives. He smiled at her and ran a hand through her hair. As do I, my love, as do I. And so, it will be. I promise you. And so, as the crowd continued to applaud his heroics, Rowena melted into Christopher's arms once more, knowing that he was right. Now they were together again, all would, indeed, be well and they would never part. Epilogue. 3 months later. Rowena sat opposite her father and watched as he contemplated his next move. If I move my bishop here then you will certainly move yours, he muttered and scratched his chin. Suddenly, and to her surprise, he took her hand and squeezed it. I missed our evenings playing chess. I'm ever so glad we are back to it now. Rowena smiled and returned the squeeze. As am I, Papa, as am I. They had only recently returned to their regular games. Despite her father's agreement to undo the unofficial betrothal to the Duke of Thornmouth, and his agreement to allow Christopher to wed her instead, things had been uneasy between them. Her father had grappled with the fact that, for the second time, he'd selected a husband that turned out to be less than desirable. Thornmouth's mistreatment of Rowena and Betsy had wounded him, as had the secret Rowena and Christopher had kept from him for so long. With the wedding fast approaching, however, their relationship has slowly returned to what it once was. Almost. Her father let go of her hand and shook her head. I cannot believe you will be wed tomorrow. Neither can I. She beamed as she watched her father make his move. Now I only need to worry about finding a good husband for our dear Catherine. He glanced up. You would not have an idea for a suitable one for her, would you? There was a twinkle in his eye as he asked, but she suspected he was not entirely joking. Rowena swallowed and made sure not to look him in the eyes. She clutched her hand around the necklace she was wearing. The one with the rose design which had first brought Christopher and Henry into their lives. And it was that, Henry's presence in their life and the role he really played, which had her break into a sweat now. For, over the past 3 months, Henry and Catherine had been sharing a clandestine romance, not unlike that of Christopher and Rowena. While it was not a well-kept secret, Rowena was certain her father had not yet found out. In fact, that was the plan. Henry planned to officially make an offer after Rowena's wedding. I'm certain you will make a good choice, Papa, she said and stared at the chessboard. Because we know I have done such an impeccable job of it thus far. The wounded tone in his voice struck her. Please, Papa, you do not need to chide yourself for. He raised her hand. It is quite all right, Rowena. I know I have made mistakes. Let you down. Perhaps it is for the best you chose your own husband. There was a pause and he peeked at her. And perhaps it is wise to allow Catherine to do the same. Although I believe she already has chosen. Rowena did not know what to say, but as it turned out, she didn't have to. Her father smiled. I may be old, but I am not daft. They do a poor job of hiding their feelings. Do not tell her that I know about her and young Mr. Newmont. I would rather see her gather the courage to tell me when she is ready. Rowena nodded and made her move on the chessboard and then was overtaken by a yawn. By Jove. I am sorry, my dear. I have kept you here for hours. It is getting late in any case, my dear, and you need your rest, for tomorrow is indeed a big day for us all. Indeed, for us all. She rose and let him walk her to the door of his study. At the door, he gave her a rather unexpected hug and a kiss on the cheek. All I ever wanted was for you to be happy. And it is all I want still. You will be happy, won't you? The worry in his voice almost broke her heart. Yes, Papa. I will. I know it with all my heart. He gave her hand another squeeze and then Rowena walked into the hallway. As she made her way upstairs, she passed Sabrine. The girl smiled broadly at her. Everything is packed, my lady. We are ready for the big move tomorrow. Rowena gave her a gracious nod. Very well. The house on Half Moon Street may be smaller than this one, but it is ever so charming. And the servant chambers have all of their windows. She winked at her new lady's maid, who returned the smile. Yes, my lady. I saw. I hear it is not far from where your parents live, so perhaps you may be able to see Marigold a little more often. I hope so, my lady. The young girl curtsied as they parted ways and Rowena climbed the steps to her chamber. She entered her chamber to find Catherine and Betsy sitting on the bed, side by side, an array of necklaces around them. Faith, we will let Rowena decide. It is her big day after all. Catherine held a pearl necklace up and another, smaller pendant with a single rose. Which shall I wear? She held them both up to her neck. Rowena suddenly found herself reminded of the day not long ago, when she'd stepped out of their country home and into the rose garden to see her friends there. It had been the day of the royal wedding, and now it was the day before her own. How things had changed. The rose. I will wear my necklace from Papa, it will complement it nicely. And yours too, Betsy. We will all match. Betsy clasped her own necklace. The pretty rose gold necklace supported a pretty opaque-colored moonstone. It was a gift from Rowena's mother, to bring Betsy luck in her next position. Indeed. Faith, Rowena, I cannot believe our lives are about to change once more. And for the better this time, Betsy, Rowena said, resting her head on her friend's shoulder. Betsy would soon be taking a position as a school teacher at a girls' school in Bath. To ensure Betsy's safety at the new location, Lady Hazelshire had insisted on inspecting the facility and questioning the headmistress herself the week prior. Satisfied with the visit, she'd ensured Betsy was given a horse of her own, as well as a coin purse full of emergency funds, should she run into trouble once more. However, Rowena felt certain that this, the school, might truly be Betsy's calling. Just then, there was a knock on the door and Lady Hazelshire entered. Seeing the three girls on the bed, she paused, looking from one to the next. There was something of the old, judgmental air about her, as if she wanted to comment unfavorably on something. Their appearance, perhaps. Or the mess of jewelry that was spread out on the bed. However, it dissipated within a moment. Well, what a lovely sight, all three of my girls together once more. She walked over toward them, taking the rose necklace from Catherine's hand. For the wedding? She asked. Catherine nodded, eyeing her mother suspiciously, expecting criticism. To all their surprise, she broke into a smile, looking from one to the next. How fortunate we all are to have come through this ordeal unscathed. And all of you with bright futures ahead of you still. She grew quiet and shook her head, sadness marking her face.
What is it, Mama?
Has something happened?
She gave a small shrug.
Nothing happened. Although I had the misfortune of seeing Her Grace, the Duchess of Thornmouth today. The name alone sent Rowena's head spinning. Too fresh were the memories of being held captive in a woman's house by her horrid son. The Duke of Thornmouth, of course, was now being held at the jail in the centre of the city, along with his valet, Williams. His position as Duke greatly complicated the matter of justice, as there was some debate in the House of Lords as to how to handle his criminal conduct. His mother, meanwhile, had been forced to leave their home due to the extensive smoke damage from the fire. She'd heard Lord Portsmouth had taken her in, until her son's fate was revealed, but that had been beyond it. "Did you speak to her?" Catherine asked, breathlessly. Their mother shook her head. "I did not, nor do I wish to. I certainly have much I could say to her, but none of it is kind. Sometimes it is best to hold your tongue. In any case, she looks like a broken woman. She was walking with—" She stopped and glanced at Betsy, her eyes softening. "Lady Portsmouth." Betsy took a deep breath but did not otherwise react. The old woman all but leaned on Lady Portsmouth for support. It was a tragic sight. What will become of her, I cannot say. Betsy swallowed. Lady Portsmouth is a good woman. Despite it all, she was always kind to me. She will take care of the Duchess. Lady Hazelshire nodded. What a pity. And yet, somehow, it is justice. She shook her head. As I said, sometimes it is best to hold your tongue. She raised the necklace Catherine had chosen closer to her face, studying the details. Then she handed it back. A lovely choice for the wedding. She stroked Catherine's face. It was clear to all that the topic of the Dowager Duchess was concluded. Lady Hazelshire walked to the window and glanced out. What a beautiful night it is, the sky is full of stars. She turned. Would any of you care to accompany me to the drawing room, and perhaps indulge in a piece of marzipan? I purchased a few pieces to take to Margaret tomorrow. Our little boy Benjamin is keeping her up at all hours. I reckon something sweet would do her good. In any case, I bought more than I intended. Would you girls care to share? They looked at one another. Suggestions such as these were becoming more and more common. Even so, none of the girls were accustomed to this new, less rigid Lady Hazelshire just yet. However, the promise of marzipan helped them get over their hesitation. I would love it, Lady Hazelshire, Betsy said with a smile. Me too, Catherine agreed. Before Rowena could agree to the outing, her tummy already rumbling at the promise of marzipan, a small bang against the window startled the group. Faith! What was that? Catherine exclaimed as she jumped up off the bed. Rowena felt her eyes widen, for she had a very good idea what that sound had been. Pebbles as they clanged against the window. She watched as her mother peered down. For a moment, her face scrunched up as though she was angry, but then it relaxed, and she walked toward Rowena. Placing a hand on her daughter's cheek, she smiled. I am afraid you will not be able to accompany us. I believe somebody is downstairs to see you, by the apple tree. Rowena didn't know what to say and so stood, frozen in place. Until her mother dropped her hand and shook her head. Do not let him wait. It is unseemly for a lady to let her future husband wait when he is attempting to see her in secret. She winked at her daughter, who could not believe her eyes. Yes, Mamma, Rowena said and left the room. As she made her way downstairs to the yard, she thought of just how much her mother had changed. In the few months since Rowena's rescue, her mother had become a much calmer, gentler woman. Things which would have vexed her and frayed her nerves not long ago no longer appeared to bother her at all. Or if they did, she hid it well. I never thought things would change quite so quickly and so dramatically. It is as though everyone around me is changing as much as I am. She made a turn toward the back door, passing Mrs. Wooster, who was presently returning from the kitchen downstairs, carrying a small bowl full of milk. Rowena frowned. "That is a rather unusual choice of cup for your beverage," she commented, causing Mrs. Wooster to laugh. She held the bowl out toward her. "It is not for me. You take it, you'll see what it's for in a moment." She stepped outside as the housekeeper departed back toward the kitchen. She glanced down at the milk which swished around in the bowl. When she stepped outside, the warmth of the evening air enveloped her like an embrace. She spotted Christopher almost as soon as she got outside, seeing him seated on the bench under the apple tree. She broke into a smile, her body tingling with excitement at the knowledge that in less than 24 hours, she would be his wife. As she stepped toward him, she noticed a small bundle on his lap which looked like a blanket. "A blanket? It is August. Surely it is too warm for that." "My darling. You look lovely this evening." He smiled as she sat beside him. "Is that for me then?" He nodded at the milk. She shrugged. "Mrs. Wooster gave it to me and told me I'd soon know what it's for." She eyed the blanket once more. The grin on Christopher's face was growing broader by the moment. "And you will?" He chuckled as he removed a layer of the blanket and revealed the kitten. Rowena exclaimed, hands clasped to her mouth. It was the small orange and white kitten she had attempted to pet that evening Thornmouth had snatched her from Uncle Nestor's porch. They had been trying to bring the kitten into their home for several weeks. Milk had been left out along with cuts of chicken and fish, all of which had been devoured. However, whenever they tried to pick the cat up, she'd run away. Until now. I spotted her coming closer and closer to the house over the past couple of weeks. I didn't want to tell you, in case I was not able to actually pick her up. However, 2 days ago, she followed me inside the house. It was quite remarkable. I was feeding her as I always do, and then she just got up and strolled into the house after me. Came into my chamber, jumped on the bed and went to sleep. She's had no desire to go outside since." Rowena's heart melted at the sight of the kitten and she gently touched its orange fur which was soft and smooth. The cat opened her almond-colored eyes and blinked at her. A moment later, she got up, walked from Christopher's lap into hers. "I think she wants the milk," she said as she placed it before the ball of fur. Indeed, she licked up the milk eagerly while Rowena petted her. "I thought she would be a lovely addition to our family, don't you think? Have her move into our new home with us?" Rowena looked at him, beaming. "It is what I hoped would happen when we went to look for her. Oh Christopher, what a wonderful gift on the eve of our wedding." He slid closer to her, wrapping an arm around her and placing his head against hers, as they watched the kitten eat. "I'll name her Valley." "Valley the alley cat." Rowena giggled like a child. "To hear you laugh, see you smile, is all I need to be happy, Rowena. I knew it from the moment I saw the portrait in your father's study." She turned to him. "As did I, the night I laid eyes upon you at the ball. I just knew. There was a pull within me that I never felt before. As though I had searched for you all of my life." He stroked her arm gently. "We found one another at last. And I know I shall never want to let you go again. My love, my dearest love." She turned to him and kissed him. Her heart swelled with love for him. They remained sitting on the bench under the light of the rising moon. With their cat once more asleep in her lap, they pressed their foreheads together and closed their eyes. Rowena took in a breath of the warm evening air and let herself revel in the knowledge that this would be her life, by his side, from now until forever. The end? Extended epilogue. 4 years later. "Aunt Ro, do you think Valley would like to play with the swans? Maybe we can take her and the kittens to the lake later?" Benjamin asked as Rowena led her nephew down the steps. She chuckled and shook her head. "I don't think cats and swans play well together, my darling. and Valley's kittens are too young to go anywhere just yet. Oh, the little boy looked disappointed. To her mother's great dismay, Charles and Margaret's son had turned out to be a lover of cats just like his aunt. The recent arrival of Valley's kittens had been the highlight of the little boy's year so far. He appeared genuinely crushed at the thought of not being able to take the kittens to the lake to visit his second favorite animals, the swans. "What do you say this evening we go and watch the kittens for a while? We'll bring Valley some fish. I'm sure the cook will put aside something nice for her. You can feed her." This delighted the boy and a bright smile appeared on his face. "Yes, thank you, Aunt. I will tell Grandmother at once. Maybe she'll come along." He let go of her hand and darted across the driveway toward the lake, where the entire extended family was congregated on various blankets. They had spent many days this Easter in this manner. Blankets were spread out across the garden and they indulged in picnic foods and played games until the evening. Then the entire party would gather inside around her father's large dinner table. This was the third Easter they'd spent in this manner, and Rowena hoped for many more. Her father, delighted with the pleasant, harmonious afternoons with his family, had installed a large fountain on the lawn, for ambience. In addition, he'd planted many more flowers around the property to give it an ever more cheerful exterior. "It is such a shame that Betsy is not with us. I miss her so much. If only she could have found a position closer." Betsy had been at her school in Bath for almost 4 years now. She'd gained the loyalty and respect of the other teachers, and especially the headmistress. Rowena was certain one day Betsy too would be headmistress. Perhaps of this very school. She'd certainly flourished there. And yet, while she and Rowena had kept in constant contact and visited one another frequently, it was not the same. She missed their strolls, their talks, and their laughs. Suddenly, as she was lost in thought, 2 strong arms wrapped around her waist and lifted her up. "My beautiful Duchess," Christopher whispered into her ear. His newly grown beard, quite contrary to what was in style at the moment, tickled her ear. Her heart sang as always when he was near. She'd sometimes wondered if the passionate love that had brought them together would over time decrease and grow muted. It never had. She missed him as much now as she had during their first year when he was away. It brought her the same joy to wake up next to him each morning. "Your Grace." She smiled as she turned. She caught her mother's disapproving look at their public display. Instead of growing upset, she simply smiled at her mother. There were a great many things her mother now looked at differently than she had only a few years ago. She no longer cared as much about the opinion of society. Nor was she as rigid when it came to the separation between the nobility and the working class. Not after what Lord Portsmouth had almost done to Betsy. However, public displays of affection irked her still. Fortunately, her expression changed just a moment later, when Benjamin once again demanded her attention. She turned to her eldest grandchild with a smile and wrapped him in her arms. His parents, meanwhile, were strolling along the lake, side by side. Margaret was once again heavy with child, their third. "That will be us in a few short months' time," Christopher said quietly as he led her by the hand to their own blanket. "You, about to give birth to our first child, and I, the doting and loving husband." "Not soon enough." She beamed at him. "Alas, it will be at least another 6 months before our precious child is born, and I cannot wait for the day I can cradle our baby." "It will be worth the wait, you will see." He sighed and surveyed their family before them. "I am so eager to tell them there will be another addition to the family soon." He looked at her. "Do you think, perhaps?" She shook her head. "I was thinking we might wait until we are all back in London. We could have a dinner for the entire family. Betsy and your uncle and aunt ought to be there too." His eyes brightened. "What a lovely idea. Yes, let us arrange a dinner. I will send the driver to fetch Betsy for the weekend. It will be glorious. I am so grateful that at last, we will be blessed with a child of our own." It has been hard, I must admit, to see Margaret and Catherine deliver 2 children each and I. And now, you will join them in the joys of motherhood. He wrapped an arm around her and kissed her on the cheek. She placed a hand on her as yet flat stomach and smiled, knowing that soon enough, her secret would be a secret no more. Rowena. Catherine called out, waving a letter. We've had another note from Betsy. Come sit. Her sister patted the seat beside her and Rowena joined her. Henry, who was laying on his back beside Catherine with his nose in a book, sighed. With Christopher beside her, she watched as her sister unfolded the letter and cleared her throat. My dearest Catherine and Rowena. Catherine started and then stopped at once upon realizing Henry was not listening. She nudged him gently. Walter Scott can wait, my dear. And Betsy's letter cannot? You only receive 2 per week, or so it seems. He grumbled but put the book, Old Mortality, aside and pushed himself onto his elbows, nodding that he was ready to listen. Very well. Catherine grinned, knowing that Henry would do anything and everything for her, just as his older brother did for her older sister. Dearest Catherine and Rowena. How I wish I could have joined you this Easter at Farnsworth Manor. It was ever so wonderful last year. There has been good news, however. I have received word that I will be released for the winter holiday, and thus will be able to spend the Christmastide with my nearest and dearest. I could not be happier about this news. There has, however, been some bad news as well. Each year our headmistress goes on a summer tour overseas. She selects the most outstanding teacher of the year to accompany her. This year she selected me as her travel companion. That is wonderful news. Why would she say it is unfortunate? Henry asked, his eyebrows furrowed. Patience, dear, patience. Catherine chided with a smile and then looked back at the letter. She read the next few lines quietly, her face growing pale. Faith, this is terrible. She lowered the letter onto her lap. She had to decline, because the tour was of France, and the headmistress had planned to base them in Brittany. Faith, no. Rowena exclaimed. Brittany was the place the Duke of Thornmouth, and his equally scandalized friend, Lord Portsmouth, had relocated to some years ago. She should not have declined. She cannot live her life fleeing from those rogues. None of us can. Christopher said, his voice full of the old rage that came up whenever they spoke of either of these men. Well, that is simple for you to say, Topher. I cannot imagine what it would be like for her to see either of these men. And she may be in danger, even, being a young woman on her own. It was wise of her to decline the opportunity. Christopher shook his head. I still feel the both of them ought to have been kept in the jail. Thornmouth especially. Then we would not have to avoid an entire country. Rowena took a hold of his hand to soothe him and nodded. Thornmouth had spent several months in the jail, immediately after the discovery of his actions. However, given his social standing and position of power, he had been freed much too soon. She shuddered when she thought of the days and weeks after his release. Her fear of seeing him in the street. Her fear that he might seek revenge. For, he had blamed her for it all. The end of their betrothal, the fire which had burnt his magnificent house to the ground, and his fall from grace. He'd even vowed revenge. However, he never got the chance. While much of the high society could arrange to have their bad behavior overlooked, even ignored, actions such as his could not be forgiven. Within a short period, many of his fellow peers had turned their backs on him. He had not received invitations to society balls, and had been shunned by those who once adored him. The last straw had been when the Prince Regent had publicly shunned him when Thornmouth had sought an audience at court. He'd relocated to France along with his mother to avoid humiliation. These days, he managed his estate from afar, never setting foot into the country. Portsmouth, meanwhile, had drafted his poor wife and children with him to join Thornmouth in France. Last they had heard, the two had attempted to buy a vineyard, in order to replicate the success of the Hazelshire and Westmond wineries. They'd utterly failed. Nobody had heard from either since, nor did they care to.
At least he has put an ocean between us and him,
Catherine said. I would not like the idea of encountering him on the street in London during the season, or at a ball.
Especially not with the children. Her sapphire blue eyes travelled to the two toddlers, who were seated on their grandfather's lap, closest to the rose garden.
The Earl had a picture book in his hands which he read to the children, who listened, their faces full of awe. Hester and Harold were 2 years old now.
Each was a mirror image of their fair-haired, blue-eyed mother. Although they also both shared their father's love of stories and enjoyed nothing more than being read to. Henry kissed his wife on the cheek. Thornmouth knows better than to ever come back to England.
And if he dares, he will have the Newmont brothers to contend with, as well as our allies, of which there are many.
As long as we continue to produce the two most popular wines in the country, our standing in society will always outrank that of a disgraced duke.
Beside her, Christopher flinched ever so slightly, that it was not noticeable to anyone but her.
She glanced at him, and while he smiled at her, she knew that his brother's comment had stung him.
For he had been a disgraced duke not long ago. If it had not been for his partnership with her father, and the success of Summer Wind and Three Roses wines, he might still be living in his uncle's London house during the season. He might not be the well-respected peer he was today, and they most certainly would not be invited to court on a regular basis.
How our lives have changed in such a few short years.
And it is about to change once more.
She squeezed his hand and placed it on her stomach,
which made him relax.
He leaned his head against hers, stroking her cheek.
Catherine continued to read Betsy's letter, which contained no more shocking revelations, and concluded with a promise to visit them in London during the season.
Catherine folded the letter and placed it inside her book and then returned to her reading, her head resting on Henry's stomach.
Rowena glanced to her left and saw that Charles and Margaret were sitting on the bench, looking out at the swans.
Their son, Benjamin, was running their way, calling to them.
Her parents were seated on a blanket closest to the rose garden. It had become her father's favorite place to sit. He claimed to be able to smell his beloved roses from there when the breeze blew just right. Rowena had sat in the same spot several times, and was certain this was wishful thinking on his part, but it made him happy, and thus, she left him to his beliefs. At this very moment, however, the rose garden was forgotten. His grandchildren took all his focus. The smile on his face made Rowena's heart sing. He was a far cry from the stressed man he'd been just a few years ago. Now that all three of his children were happily married, and the vineyard in Shropshire was running smoothly, he had become a much more mellow man. He is the man he once was, when I was younger. The man who taught me to play chess. Who cared only for his family's happiness, instead of just status. Her gaze fell to her mother. She sat with her embroidery in her lap, glancing at her grandchildren and husband every now and again. Pugsley, her pug, laid beside her on his back, his grey belly pointed toward the sky. She could hear the dog gently snoring. Lady Hazelshire had also undergone remarkable changes over the past few years. While she still cared about what people thought, she no longer let it govern her life. She no longer put society and its expectations above her family and their needs. And now and again, she even allowed herself to frown. "It is a shame Uncle Nestor and Aunt Helene could not join us," she said. Christopher sighed. "Indeed, it is. They enjoyed themselves immensely last year, and Aunt Helene even said her joints hurt much less in the country. However, we will see them soon." They were due to travel to London the following week for the beginning of the season. It will be different this year. The old little house was ever so convenient, located right between both their homes. We won't be able to walk to visit them anymore. Indeed, although I venture to say it will be much more enjoyable to have our grand house back. I promise you, you will love it. At last, a house of our own that is not rented. Henry lowered his book and looked at them with a grin. Not quite your own. Havisham House is half mine. Yours? Catherine said, her voice full of mock outrage.
Ours, dearest, ours,
Henry said, playing along.
That is better,
she said and grinned as she looked back at her book.
Very well,
it will be lovely to have a house that is partially ours. Christopher chuckled. Rowena joined in, feeling elated at the thought of moving into Havisham House after hearing about it for so many years. For,
at last,
Henry and Christopher had succeeded in convincing the owner to sell the house back to them.
They had yet to take possession of it, but that would happen very soon. And then they would indeed be living in
Christopher's family home in London for the season.
Christopher leaned in for a moment.
You do not mind sharing the house with my brother and your sister? Are you certain?
She shook her head. Of course not.
It will be lovely to have my sister near. And Betsy when she comes for the summer. She smiled, remembering the silly daydream she'd once shared with her best friend.
That she would come to live with Rowena,
once she was Duchess of Thornmouth, and be governess to her children. Perhaps that dream might still come true. Although, she would of course not be the Duchess of Thornmouth.
That was a nightmare she had woken from long ago.
She turned her head toward Christopher, observing his handsome, yet rugged face and inhaling his earthy scent that had captured her attention all these years ago.
We will have a beautiful life,
surrounded by those we love. He paused and then beamed at her. You have given me a life I never dreamed of having, Rowena. I dreamed all of my life to meet someone just like you. Someone who would make me feel whole. Thank you for all you've given me. For all that you are. I love you. More than you will ever know. He cupped her face and drew her near. Christopher, you have brought a light into my life, and you've given me the strength to seek out my happiness. The determination to fight for what I wanted. You. Us. This life. I love you. Forever. He drew her near and kissed her, and when his warm lips found hers, she knew that this, their love, would be forever. The end.
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.